On a beautiful day like any other, this young man was strolling alone through the streets when suddenly he felt something strange in his left eye. While feeling extremely uncomfortable, he suddenly saw a demon beast right in front of him. With a swift move, Hansen quickly drew a dagger and stabbed it straight into the demon beast's rear. A sharp scream rang out, quickly drawing the attention of countless passers-by. The demon beast began to transform into a woman. Hansen's dagger was precisely stuck in her rear. This scene was truly awkward. Wasn't that Qin Xuan? And to think she got stabbed in the rear in broad daylight. This guy is seriously bold. How dare he stab Qin Xuan's rear? What kind of background does he have? Could it be that he doesn't even know? So that's a beast soul transformation? Looks like there's some fun to watch. Overhearing the noisy chatter from others, Hansen started to shiver uncontrollably. Right in front of him was Qin Xuan. She was the most powerful woman and the authority of the steel armor shelter. This must be the first time Qin Xuan had someone poke her rear in public, so she was both angry and embarrassed. She stammered for a long time but couldn't form a complete sentence. How dare you poke my rear? Being made a laughingstock right in the street like this. Finally, Qin Xuan's rage exploded. Before she could even act, Hansen was surrounded by a group of tall, muscular men. This was understandable. That girl was their goddess. How could Hansen expect a peaceful ending after poking the goddess's rear? He was forced to kneel on the ground facing Qin Xuan's tsunami-like fury. She pointed her finger right at his face. She boldly declared that from now on, anyone who accompanied or helped Hansen would be her enemy. A short sentence, but it was a total ban. It cut off Hansen's future path. He immediately fell into a panic. Even Hansen himself didn't understand how he ended up in this situation right after arriving at the steel armor shelter. Hansen really hoped this was just a nightmare, but unfortunately, Qin Xuan's words carried too much weight. So afterward, he had no choice but to hunt alone, because his abilities were limited. Hansen only managed to hunt a few low-level mutant beasts. He vented some of his anger on a group of black beetles that prey on mutant beasts. These could randomly grant anywhere from 0 to 10 jealousy points. But Hansen had already eaten more than 30 in a row. His jealousy points couldn't increase anymore. Human gene codes are currently measured by 4 stats. Those are normal genes, primitive genes, mutant genes, and divine blood genes. Hansen's current normal gene points were 79 out of 100. The other gene codes were all 0. If this continued, he didn't know how long he'd have to wait. How much longer until he completed his first evolution and gained a rank? For the next month, Hansen continuously hunted and devoured low-level mutant beasts, yet he still couldn't complete a single evolution. Which body to transform into? Before, he even considered hunting some slightly stronger creatures. But when he encountered a fellow steel armor shelter beast, the weakest primitive creature, Hansen couldn't even defeat it. He almost lost his life. He had to rest and recover for nearly half a month before returning. Originally, if he found some companions, hunting stronger mutant beasts wouldn't be too difficult. But now he was banned by Qin Xuan, completely unable to find teammates. In his most desperate moment, Hansen suddenly saw a golden light. It was coming from afar. It was still a black beetle, but with a completely different appearance from the ones Hansen had just devoured. His intuition told him this creature was not simple, so he grabbed his dagger and charged. But the golden-winged black beetle seemed to be crawling quickly toward him. Hansen couldn't wait and sped up. One stab straight into its belly. The system immediately notified him that he had defeated a divine blood black beetle. He received a divine blood beast soul. Hansen was shocked reading the notification. Speaking of which, due to their characteristics and rarity, mutant beasts in the world are divided into 4 ranks: normal, primitive, mutant, and divine blood. Divine blood mutant beasts are the rarest. Yet Hansen was lucky enough to encounter one. According to his knowledge, even in the steel armor shelter, few people possessed divine blood beast souls. It seemed heaven hadn't abandoned him yet. Hansen gained 7 divine blood jealousy points from devouring the mutant beast. The beast soul he received from that black beetle was armor type, which perfectly matched Hansen's wishes. He immediately fused with the beast soul. His body was quickly covered by a golden armor. Hansen felt his body comfortably filled with energy in an instant. No wonder it was a divine blood beast soul. After transforming into armor, compared to the armors made from primitive beast souls, it was completely superior. Hansen had admired other mutant users wearing armor from primitive beast souls, never expected that one day he would wear armor made from a divine blood beast soul. Impatient, Hansen chose a large rock to test his strength. With one punch, the big rock shattered instantly. This power was overwhelmingly strong, making Hansen keep sighing with satisfaction. After living in misery for more than a month, he finally waited for his day to come. After this great harvest, Hansen returned to the steel armor shelter headquarters. Although Han Sen had already eaten the raw flesh of the black beetle godblood and gained 7 divine jealousy points, there was still some of its meat left unused, so Han Sen took it home to cook into soup. After finishing the pot of soup, he hoped to gain a little more points. Besides the meat and the beast's soul, Han Sen also managed to extract something else from the black beetle. It looked like a very bright gem, but it didn't resemble any part of the insect's body. While Han Sen was admiring the gem, suddenly the six-legged beast locked in the adjacent cage stretched out its long tongue and snatched it away. Before Han Sen could react, it swallowed the gem whole. After swallowing, the six-legged beast remained motionless for a while. Han Sen thought it had died, but the strange beast suddenly transformed its body, continuously growing larger, breaking out of the cage, and charged at Han Sen's head. He quickly drew the dagger at his side and delivered a fatal stab. Fortunately, the six-legged beast's combat power wasn't too strong. Han Sen was terrified but still barely safe. After the beast died, the system immediately sent him a notification as usual. Notably, this six-legged beast was originally just a normal level, but after swallowing the gem, it evolved into a primal level. This was likely because the crystal helped it evolve, similar to the abnormal black beetle god blood level creature. Thinking this through, Han Sen eagerly cut open the six-legged beast's corpse. The crystal was still intact inside its stomach. A bold idea popped into his mind. He wasn't sure if this crystal could help other creatures evolve to the god blood level, but if that was true, he could exploit it thoroughly. Soon he could start changing his meat supply. While Han Sen was happily enjoying his new loot, at home, his mother Luo Sulan was struggling with so-called family members. Han Sen's father had passed away. His brothers came to the house to bully Luo Sulan, demanding the house back. The reason was that the old house was originally the inheritance of Han Sen's paternal grandparents. They didn't want Luo Sulan to enjoy it all alone. She had lived there for over 25 years and gained a huge benefit. Now it was time to share the inheritance. Han Sen's second uncle, Han Lei, spoke in a very arrogant tone. "The eldest brother is right," Han Sen's uncle chimed in. "This old house is worth up to 3 million. If you give each of us 1 million, the house will belong to you. Otherwise, sell it immediately." Then Han Sen's second aunt spoke up. Luo Sulan was extremely distressed. Her husband had just died, finances were tight, and she didn't know where to find 2 million to split with them. But if she sold the house, they would have nowhere to live. She originally wanted to ask for some time to figure things out, but Han Lei started yelling and cursing. "Is your hardship the only one? Han Sen and Han Yan only attend compulsory education. Han Hao studies at a private school. The tuition alone makes my hair turn gray." Then he gave Luo Sulan an ultimatum: 1 month to pay each of them 1 million, or sell the house and split the proceeds evenly. Otherwise, take it to court. Han Lei left. Luo Sulan's face turned pale as she collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Han Sen had just returned home. Although these people were blood relatives, he could not regard them as family. They had owed over 10 million before. His father was the one who helped them. Now that his father had just passed, they shamelessly came to demand money. The Starry Group wanted to swallow their family company. If his father hadn't stood up to fight the Starry Group for everyone and turned against them, how could he have died so mysteriously? Han Sen clenched his teeth in anger and said, Luo Sulan was helplessly crying, blaming herself for being useless. She couldn't even keep their old house. Seeing his mother like that, Han Sen's heart felt like it was being torn into tiny pieces. "Don't worry, Mom. I've already asked Uncle Zhang. There will be a solution. You just take care of little Yan. Leave this to me. They won't be able to take our house." In Luo Sulan's eyes, Han Sen was just a kid who had just graduated high school. But after a month at the steel armor shelter, he seemed like a different person, much more reliable. Han Sen said this. She swallowed her tears and trusted her son. As for Han Sen, he had no intention of letting those ungrateful scumbags bully his mother and sister. Then he said goodbye to his mother and sister and headed to the teleportation station. At the teleportation station, he easily caught news about the stars posted there. For example, Chairman Zhao Along of the Starry Group had completed his 3rd evolution, qualifying to enter the 4th space of the Divine Jealousy Shelter, reaching demigod level. Or the genius youth Luo Sulan used 100 points of mutant jealousy to enter the 2nd space of the Divine Jealousy Shelter. Previously, concepts like pseudo-superior evolution and pseudo-demigod were beyond Han Sen's reach, but now with the mysterious crystal, he could probably reach that stage. He already had godblood jealousy, but reaching 100 divine jealousy points to evolve in a short time was still too difficult. For now, Han Sen just wanted to earn 100 primal jealousy points and mutant jealousy points. Thinking this, he headed straight to Falling Wind Valley. Han Sen planned to speed up making a lot of money, enough 2 million yuan to silence those ungrateful family members, and now he had arrived at Falling Wind Valley. Han Sen still couldn't stop regretting that if he hadn't used the pure-blood Black Beetle's corpse to make soup, he could have definitely sold it for a price between 1 million and 2 million. Who would have known that something like this would happen right after eating? On that hunting trip, the first target Han Sen encountered was a primitive-level six-legged beast. This species is characterized by altar-like speed and attacks with serrated crescent-shaped front legs. Its fatal weakness is its waist. Han Sen had no reason to ignore this primitive-level mutant beast, so he quickly launched an attack. At first, he faced some difficulties due to the six-legged beast's terrifying speed and attack power. However, with his beast soul divine blood armor, the six-legged beast couldn't harm him even a little. Han Sen maintained the upper hand and eventually defeated the opponent. After this six-legged beast was eliminated, a whole pack of six-legged beasts suddenly appeared from somewhere and launched a coordinated attack on Han Sen. They seemed to have mobilized their entire force, but Han Sen was fearless. The more he fought, the more aggressive he became, and he eventually wiped them all out. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Falling Wind Valley, another mutant hunter appeared, Qin Xuan's subordinate, a wealthy man named Ouyang Xiaosan. Although he was incredibly rich, Ouyang Xiaosan was just a reckless guy. Wanting to earn Qin Xuan's praise, he didn't hesitate to dive into hunting mutant beasts. But after entering the valley, Ouyang Xiaosan realized something was off, because there wasn't even a single six-legged beast. At first, he thought a team had already swept through here, but from a quick glance, it didn't look like any group had passed by. Then, Ouyang Xiaosan noticed some bloodstains leading deeper inside, and he saw pools of blood splattered around. From the bloodstains, it was clear that a fierce battle had just taken place here. Curious, Ouyang Xiaosan ventured deeper. There, he found piles of six-legged beast corpses, and Han Sen was standing atop the heap, looking extremely proud. Ouyang Xiaosan couldn't hide his surprise. "Big bro, did you really take down all these six-legged beasts by yourself?" Han Sen didn't answer but instead asked back, "Ouyang Xiaosan, how many of these do you want?" "Then 1,000 tazuentes, no bargaining." Note that tazuentes is the common currency in this world. Actually, Han Sen was also troubled at this moment because he had accidentally wiped out the entire pack of six-legged beasts. He couldn't eat them all himself, so he had to sell them, unexpectedly running into a rich guy. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xiaosan's face lit up, and he pulled out a thick stack of money to hand to Han Sen. "I'll buy all the six-legged beasts here. If there's any left over, consider it a deposit. Next time, if you have good mutant beasts, I'll come back and buy them at a higher price." Han Sen, exhausted and lucky to meet a local tycoon, proactively asked for Ouyang Xiaosan's name and room number so he could find him when he had good stuff. "My name is Ouyang Xiaosan. Room number at the steel armor shelter is 1046. What's your name and room number?" Han Sen naturally wasn't foolish enough to reveal his information. After all, in the steel armor shelter, he was hated by everyone. Han Sen took the money and left, not forgetting to promise that he would come to Ouyang Xiaosan if he had anything good later. "Gold coins. I only know about gold coins," Han Sen said. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Xiaosan was a fool. He heard Han Sen say he only knew about gold coins, but he misunderstood it as Han Sen's name being Gold Coin. He felt he shouldn't call a master by his real name, so he called him Brother Coin. "Brother Coin, I'm waiting for you. You definitely have to come." After parting ways with Ouyang Xiaosan, Han Sen went to the Falling Wind Valley territory to continue hunting monsters. Earlier, he had accidentally wiped out the entire pack of six-legged beasts, so now he had to learn his lesson and keep one alive to nourish with that crystal. Falling Wind Valley beasts are also primitive-level mutant beasts. Han Sen kept killing one after another until he finally obtained a beast soul. The beast soul of the Falling Wind Valley beast was very popular. Their beast souls took the form of weapons, exactly what Han Sen was lacking. Now he had both armor and weapons, significantly increasing his strength. After a day of struggling and hunting, Han Sen returned to the steel armor shelter headquarters. As soon as he arrived at the gate, he saw a troop riding mutant beasts heading out. Looking closely, it was the army of Lu Meng, the lord of this region and one of Qin Xuan's pursuers. As soon as Lu Meng saw Han Sen, his expression darkened considerably. Without saying a word, he whipped his horse and struck Han Sen hard. Han Sen was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time, receiving a painful blow. Lu Meng shouted angrily, "Who dares to be so bold, selling primitive-level mutant beasts to you?" Han Sen was hit for no reason and was very annoyed. Bystanders watching immediately knew Lu Meng was taking revenge because Han Sen had previously poked the butt of Lu Meng's goddess at the steel armor shelter. No one was crazy enough to confront him, so no one dared to defend Han Sen. "If I catch whoever sold that stuff to you, you two just wait for your punishment," Lu Meng shouted again. He clearly refused to believe that Han Sen had hunted the mutant beasts himself. After saying that, Lu Meng spurred his mutant beast and sped away. His disciple following behind, Wang Mengmeng, couldn't hold back either. "Before, Han Sen poked my butt at the steel armor shelter. No one was crazy enough to confront him, so no one dared to speak up in my defense. If I catch anyone who dares to sell that thing to you, you two just wait and suffer the consequences. The divine heavenly son shouted again. He clearly refused to believe that the wild beast was hunted by Hansen himself. After saying that, the divine heavenly son prodded the strange beast's side and dashed off. His disciple following behind, Luo Tianyang, couldn't hold back either. Noisong, tan tien tu ben tuk vào hongde tu lao vuti. Monde kwahan di fia sao la tien duong kung kong hinoi. But threw Hansen a look like a bullet. Today their army was rushing to another place. Otherwise, the divine emperor definitely wouldn't have just whipped him like that. Hansen rubbed the whip wound on his shoulder, silently cursing those bastards. It seemed he had to quickly use that crystal to boost his strength, so he wouldn't be looked down on by these people anymore. A gentleman's revenge is never late. One day he would trample these people under his feet. 3 days later, in Hansen's room at the steel armor shelter, the beast he fed the crystal to started to transform. Once its entire body turned a verdigris color like a statue, it would be considered a fully transformed mutant bronze beast. But even though the fur of this bronze beast shone with a verdigris hue, it was still far from a true mutant bronze beast. It seemed evolving from a primitive creature into a mutant creature wasn't as simple as a normal creature evolving into a primitive one, so Hansen had to patiently wait longer, but just sitting and waiting was a huge waste of time. Meanwhile, he planned to go out and hunt some primitive creatures to trade for money. He could also eat them to increase his primitive level points. Suddenly, loud noises erupted outside. Hansen pricked up his ears through a crack in the door. Hurry up and see what's going on in Falling Wind Valley. Too many people are dying. Don't you know? The 3 overlords in the steel armor shelter have allied to hunt that divine blood creature. Hurry up, you might pick up some leftovers. As soon as he heard divine blood creature, Hansen immediately knew where he had to go next. He sped towards Falling Wind Valley. From their voices below the valley, Hansen could see the divine emperor and Qin Xuan joining forces to hunt a monster, and the target was an overwhelmingly powerful divine blood creature. Suddenly, someone in the team shouted loudly. Hansen saw the divine emperor leap skillfully to dodge the divine blood mutant's attack. But because of that, the divine emperor's mount was torn apart by the divine blood mutant. It seemed that although both were divine blood creatures, its power was on a completely different level compared to the black armor beetle Hansen had hunted. Look, even surrounded by the divine emperor's entire army, it was completely unharmed. However, this mutant beast seemed reluctant to prolong the fight. Proof was that after opening a blood path, it quickly fled. The divine emperor had exerted so much effort and still lost his mount. How could he let the culprit escape? He took out his ultimate weapon, a blue bow. Qin Xuan immediately recognized it as a divine blood-level beast soul. Importantly, this beast soul of the divine emperor's could only be used once. It seemed he was going all in on this battle. Monster, taste the arrow of my wrath. The divine emperor drew his bow and shot an arrow straight at the divine blood mutant. The arrow flew with deadly accuracy, causing the mutant to immediately collapse, barely alive. No denying the divine emperor looked very cool just now. He was even using this chance to show off a bit to Qin Xuan. Unexpectedly, Hansen then descended from above and delivered a final blow to finish off the 6-legged blood mutant. Because of that, he obtained its beast soul, a weapon in the form of a double-edged axe. Just looking at it, it seemed very powerful. The people in the Divine Emperor's team didn't understand what had happened. Only Su Xiaoqiao, relying on Hansen's black armor beetle armor, recognized him. The Divine Emperor naturally couldn't ignore this. He charged forward with his troops, and so they all surged forward to chase Hansen. He ran with all his might, but the beast's soul was too heavy and slowed him down a bit. Although now, Hansen had some divine blood points in him, carrying that huge axe made walking hard, let alone running at this speed. Hansen feared he would be caught soon. With the Divine Emperor rapidly closing in behind him, the weight of the axe made Hansen feel breathless. He had just obtained a brilliant future crystal opening. Was he really going to end in disgrace like this? Hansen was unwilling, but he felt he couldn't run anymore, risking stealing a monster from such a large army. This outcome wasn't too surprising. Mother Tiongin, I'm so sorry. Hansen closed his eyes, seemingly ready to give up. But at that moment, a familiar voice appeared in his mind. So you want to give up? Do you really want to stop? Are you sure you want to quit? Little Sen. That voice belonged to his late father. Hansen recalled when he was young, his father had him play a virtual reality game. At that time, Hansen didn't dare move forward after seeing the player in front of him swallowed by a monster, but his father taught him that danger always comes with opportunity, and he couldn't let fear of danger stop him from moving forward. The conversation between father and son suddenly became clear in his mind. Hansen's father once said, "Evolution is essentially a risky process for all creatures. Only by continuously advancing and shedding blood can one grow stronger in that game. They were surrounded by monsters from the direction Hansen's father had said. In reality, there would come a day when he too would find himself trapped, cornered, and desperate like this. If he wanted to survive, he had to become strong. And to become strong, he was not allowed to give up no matter how difficult it got. Little Sen, Dad knows you're a smart kid, just too kind-hearted, unwilling to move forward, but you have to do it. Memories of his father flared up strongly in Hansen's heart again, urging him not to give up now. His father was gone, and he couldn't follow him too soon, leaving his mother and little sister to suffer. Hansen had thought of a plan, though extremely dangerous, but if successful, he wouldn't have to keep running anymore. The Divine Emperor chased after him from behind, leapt off his mount, and drew his sword intending to cut Hansen in two. But at that moment, Hansen merged the soul beasts of the sixth blood crystal and the black armor beetle together. Hansen transformed into a half-human, half-beast form. Upper body human, lower body a black bull. The burden vanished, and his running speed skyrocketed. In an instant, he escaped the Divine Emperor's sword. The people behind could only stare in shock as they saw Hansen fuse two soul beasts. They said fusing two soul beasts could bring a person close to death. They didn't understand how he dared to do such a dangerous thing and run at the same time. Clearly insane. But even so, the Divine Emperor didn't want to let Hansen go. He and his followers continued the chase. Some other supernaturals had been watching from above during their battle, and they were all sworn enemies of the Divine Emperor. They didn't know who Hansen was, but admired him for his boldness, and felt satisfied seeing that Divine Emperor guy in such trouble. The mountain had 9 bends and 18 paths. As long as Hansen ran correctly, the Divine Emperor couldn't find him. He had used the Divine Blood Soul Beast arrow, but couldn't even get a single hair from the mutant beast. This time, the Divine Emperor was badly fooled. This makes me so happy, haha. That golden Divine Blood Soul Beast axe, if sold, would definitely make a fortune. It must be worth a lot of money. Money? You think just having money can buy a Divine Blood Soul Beast? You don't even know who that guy is. I think I heard someone call him Brother Kim the Worst just now. That name's perfect, just enough to mean golden money. While those supernaturals were rejoicing over the Divine Emperor getting played, Hansen escaped. He found a secluded spot in the forest to stop. Different soul beasts had different forms and effects. It seemed the sixth blood crystal soul beast had a time limit for transformation. With Hansen's current ability, this process could last 7 or 8 minutes. Luckily, he chose to run instead of fight the Divine Emperor's army. Otherwise, after those 7 or 8 minutes, he would have been torn apart. This axe couldn't be stored in space, like other soul beasts. Hansen guessed the Tiho armor gate was now full of the Divine Emperor's troops, so he couldn't bring the axe back. Given the situation, Hansen could only temporarily bury it in the forest. After finishing, he returned to the Tiho armor gate late at night. As expected, the Divine Emperor's troops were gathered densely at the entrance. Everyone wanting to enter had to be searched, but they couldn't find anything on Hansen, so he passed through easily. Inside the Tiho armor gate, people were everywhere talking about the Divine Emperor being mocked by someone named Brother Kim the Worst, who even had to use a Divine Blood Soul Beast each time but still lost his Soul Beast right in front of them. The more Hansen heard, the more delighted he became. This afternoon, the Divine Emperor hit me once. Tonight, I returned it tenfold. That night, Qin Xuan called Su Xiaoqiao into his private room. The reason was that he had accidentally called Hansen Brother Kim the Worst. This made the Divine Emperor suspect. They were connected. If Qin Xuan hadn't defended her wholeheartedly, Su Xiaoqiao's life would have been in danger. Tell me quickly, who exactly is Brother Kim the Worst? Sister Xuan, I really don't know him. I only met him once in Falling Wind Valley. At that time, he sold me a few crippled wolves, which I even gave to my brothers to try. Su Xiaoqiao had no reason to lie, especially since she was also a bit of a scoundrel. Qin Xuan didn't interrogate her further. Instead, she wanted Su Xiaoqiao to contact Brother Kim the Worst and say she wanted to buy his Divine Blood Soul Beast at a high price. That night, Hansen couldn't sleep and started hunting again. The Divine Emperor had posted a bounty and was hunting him under the name Brother Kim the Worst. The reward was so high that Hansen even wanted to sell himself for the money, but of course he wasn't that stupid. There was just one problem troubling Hansen. His jealousy point was now 91 out of 100. Primal jealousy had already earned 10 points. Divine blood jealousy was 8 points, but mutated jealousy hadn't increased at all. This was not good at all. Hansen was stalking a mutant beast deep under the lake. He waited until it showed its head with one eye, but it quickly dived down again. The reason it dove was because there was movement in the forest. Hansen pricked up his ears to listen. After a while, a figure appeared from the forest, but this person's clothes were tattered, looking quite unusual. The reason it dove down was because there was movement in the forest. Hansen pricked up his ears to listen carefully. After a moment, a figure appeared from the forest, but their clothes were tattered, and something about them seemed quite unusual. This man quickly noticed Han Sen's presence and asked him where this place was. He also said he was from the Starry Group's Steel Armor Shelter, and this place was the Steel Armor Shelter. I don't know where the Starry Group's Steel Armor Shelter you mentioned is, up north of the Koklai 2 mountains, Han Sen replied. The man's expression darkened a bit upon hearing that. So, the Steel Armor Shelter has gone so far as to enter the territory of another god's sanctuary? After saying that, the man looked up and ordered Han Sen in a commanding tone, "Take me to your god's sanctuary." Han Sen could hear the arrogance in his voice, so he wasn't very pleased. Han Sen showed the man the way, then refused to accompany him, saying he still had to go hunting. But just as Han Sen turned around, the man suddenly punched him. Han Sen fell forward hard, hitting his head on a large rock, blood gushing out. Han Sen immediately shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Stop talking nonsense. Just obey me and quickly take me to your god's sanctuary," the man continued to order. Han Sen couldn't stand it anymore and drew his spirit beast weapon, ready to fight to the death. His angry demeanor was intimidating, but the man seemed completely unfazed, even showing a bit of contempt. 3 basic spear moves from the standard curriculum? Trash. "Even if my spirit beast is destroyed, I'm not someone trash like you can handle," the man said as he broke Han Sen's spear with his bare hands. Han Sen was shocked and immediately realized it was a super nuclear muscle technique, a grand martial art that could activate potential in genes, like a nuclear fusion reaction. "What? Want me to show you the difference in class, trash? Here's one last chance. Lead the way or go sell salt." Han Sen knew the man was stronger, but he couldn't stand being called trash by some lunatic who fell from the sky. He wanted to fight it out, so he took off his armor. "Who are you calling trash? Who taught you basic manners? When you're out, you should respect others." After saying that, Han Sen charged to attack, but the man's speed was too fast. Han Sen couldn't land a hit and was instead struck in the leg. Though no bones broke, the armor made from the spirit beast's divine blood was dented. Han Sen was stunned. He had faced countless strange beasts wearing this armor, but none could scratch it even a bit. This man's strength was far beyond normal standards. The man also seemed surprised to see Han Sen's armor could withstand his Jade Bone Ice technique, quickly guessing it was Divine Blood Spirit Beast armor. Having lost his spirit beast, meeting Han Sen was like grabbing a straw to save his life, so he threatened, "Hand over your Divine Blood Spirit Beast armor, and I'll spare your life." Han Sen wasn't stupid. This was a chance from heaven. How could he willingly hand it over to someone else? So Han Sen attacked again, this time delivering a straight kick from above, but unfortunately, the man blocked it and even caught Han Sen's leg, then slammed him hard to the ground. "Trash will always be trash. If you don't hand over the Divine Blood Spirit Beast armor, you'll remain trash." The man insulted Han Sen, grabbing his neck and repeatedly smashing his face into the ground. Han Sen was in pain and didn't care about living, but his fighting spirit was still burning. He elbowed backward hard, catching the man off guard. Han Sen's elbow hit his chest, causing him to cough up blood. "Today, I will cripple you," Han Sen shouted, then merged once again with the spirit beast of the 6th grade blood spirit. Before the man could react, Han Sen knocked him to the ground. Now, Han Sen was completely on the offensive. He kept punching the man's body hard, each punch accompanied by the question, "Now who's trash? Who's the real trash?" The man was pummeled, shouting for him to stop, but Han Sen wouldn't relent. When the 6th grade blood spirit beast's effect wore off, the man's body was drenched in fresh blood, a gruesome sight. Han Sen calmed down a bit, his body trembling with fear because this was the first time he had taken a life. But if he hadn't, he would have been the one to die today. The man's super nuclear muscle technique was truly terrifying. After calming down, Han Sen crawled over to the man's body, which was utterly mangled. He searched around, unsure if there was anything valuable on him. And indeed, Han Sen found something suspicious, a memory crystal shard. Memory crystal shards weren't cheap. After returning to his private room in the Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen took it out to examine it, and to his surprise, it contained the complete record of the Jade Bone Ice technique, described with 3-dimensional images that were very easy to understand. Han Sen was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. Today was truly his lucky day. After returning to his private room at the Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen took out and examined it. To his surprise, what was recorded inside was the complete manual of the Jade Bone technique, and it was illustrated in a 3-dimensional way that was very easy to understand. Han Sen was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. Today was truly his lucky day. During the day, he managed to steal the 6th-tier Blood Spirit Beast soul from Han Sen. By night, he had also taken the advanced Supercore mechanical martial art from that stranger. Originally, he planned to buy a Supercore mechanical martial art later, but now he had saved quite a bit already, So Han Sen began to learn the jade bone ice technique. The more he practiced, the more magical it seemed. About 3 days later, Han Sen felt his body growing colder, but also stronger. Even his skin became noticeably smoother. His body temperature was now 2 degrees lower than normal. This must be a characteristic of the jade bone ice technique. Just then, Han Sen's phone rang. The caller was Zhang Danfeng. Han Sen hadn't seen him in a long time. Let's go out for a bit. Han Hao and Shui Qi were also going. Hearing Han Hao's name, Han Sen immediately agreed. Han Hao was the son of Han Lei, and also Han Sen's cousin. Although the God Heavenly Sun's gang was hunting Han Sen everywhere, no one knew he was Kim Tae, so going out a little should be fine. Not long after, Zhang Danfeng drove over to pick up Han Sen. On the way, Han Hao kept bragging to Shui Qi about the battle between the God Heavenly Sun and Kim Tae, constantly praising Kim Tae's coolness. Han Sen was torn between laughter and tears. If Han Hao knew that the Taega he was praising was actually his cousin, he'd probably freeze up. Also, he shouldn't be praising him in front of a girl. However, Han Sen didn't want Han Hao sent to the steel armor shelter either. Family issues were still very complicated. Since his father died, their relatives had looked down on and even insulted his family. Han Sen didn't intend to be close with them, but now, their son was here, which made things awkward. Feng Zi, where are we going? Han Sen grew a bit anxious as Zhang Danfeng kept driving without arriving. Almost there. Look ahead. They arrived at the Starry Group martial arts arena. Zhang Danfeng wanted to watch a boxing match. Today featured a fight with Tang Zhenliu. Last year he ranked 5th at the God Chi shelter and was already listed on the God B. In recent years, the top fighter in the martial arts B at the steel armor shelter was always Qin Xuan, but her name had never appeared on the God B. While Zhang Danfeng was bragging, under the arena, Tang Zhenliu summoned his beast soul. It was the blood spirit beast fury beast. Zhang Danfeng kept sighing with admiration. If only I had a beast soul like that, my life would be worthwhile. Unlike his excitement, Han Hao remained calm. What's so great about that beast soul? I think Tang Zhenliu's fury beast soul isn't even half as strong as Taiji's blood spirit beast soul. Zhang Danfeng scoffed, then gave Han Hao a look full of disdain. I don't know if Taige is strong or not, but his beast soul was stolen from someone else. He's no hero. How could someone so despicable be compared to Tang Zhenliu? The person Zhang Danfeng disdained was sitting right beside him. Han Sen heard every word clearly. It was like a dagger through his heart. But what he said wasn't wrong. Only a fool wouldn't steal a 6-tier blood spirit beast soul, especially when the God Heavenly Sun was his enemy. It seemed best not to tell Zhang Danfeng that he was Kim Tae for now, to avoid unnecessary conflict. Half a month later, Han Sen was hunting while taking care of that fellow beast. As he hoped, it evolved into a mutated fellow beast. Although he wanted to eat it to increase his mutation gene points, he needed money more right now. So Han Sen contacted Su Xiaoqiao. That night, they met at Falling Wind Valley. Su Xiaoqiao bought the mutated fellow beast meat for 2 million Te. Taking advantage of this, Su Xiaoqiao also told Han Sen about Qin Xuan wanting to buy the 6-tier blood spirit beast soul and the double-edged golden axe. Han Sen wasn't surprised. He just told Su Xiaoqiao to pass along, that if Qin Xuan offered a price he was satisfied with, he would sell. After the deal, Han Sen continued hunting, this time targeting the poisonous seed beast inside the bottomless cave. This was a strange beast with very strong venom. Luckily, Han Sen had the black armor beetle suit, so they couldn't harm him. After clearing the bottomless cave, Han Sen carried a sack full of poisonous seed beasts, planning to leave. But before reaching the cave entrance, he heard someone call his name. Taige, is that you? The light ahead gradually became clearer, and the person sitting there was Qin Xuan. Han Sen thought she had come to settle accounts, so he pretended to be deaf and slipped past. But Qin Xuan called after him, asking him to take her along. Only then did Han Sen notice her ankle was injured. He also realized Qin Xuan didn't know he was the guy who had recently poked her butt. With this full armor suit, he didn't have to worry about being recognized. Since that was the case, Han Sen wanted to seize this chance to gain some benefits for himself. He sat down beside her, pretending to examine Qin Xuan's injury, then asked, "It seems you were poisoned by the poisonous seed beast, but how could that happen?" "A few things that are good for me." He sat down beside her, pretending to examine Qin Xuan's wound, then asked, "It seems like you were poisoned by the toxic seed of the venomous spirit. How could that happen? She's clearly very strong, yet a black beetle sneakily attacked just as my spiritual essence was about to run out." Qin Xuan said this while a dagger appeared in her hand. Han Sen knew this weapon was transformed from a spirit beast's venomous heart by a divine blood poisonous heart moth. "Don't even think about using me. Your armor won't stop this." Han Sen originally planned to tease this woman a bit, but didn't expect her to read his malicious thoughts and be so alert. "Don't get me wrong, I mean no harm. Didn't you want me to take you along?" Han Sen quickly waved his hand, looking like he was wrongly accused. Qin Xuan still wouldn't lower her guard, holding the dagger close and saying if Han Sen could get her safely out of the bottomless cave, she'd pay him a large sum as thanks. After all, he always traded with Su Xiaoqiao to make money. Han Sen had earned enough to pay off his mother's debt of 2 million yuan. He didn't really need the money anymore. Sure, I like money, but not so much now. She just mentioned the venomous heart. Was it still alive? I took it down right behind me. Is there a problem? Qin Xuan then looked Han Sen up and down, quite surprised to see his armor, not a single scratch even after facing the black beetle. As for Han Sen, he agreed to take Qin Xuan out without payment. In return, he wanted a mutated spirit beast as a labor beast and the black beetle she just defeated. They quickly reached an agreement. Han Sen then carried Qin Xuan out. Along the way, she kept thinking about how Han Sen had devoured the entire black beetle without leaving any behind. After some wandering thoughts, Han Sen brought Qin Xuan near the steel armor shelter, but neither wanted to be seen by outsiders, so he only left her near the entrance. As promised, Qin Xuan gave Han Sen a mutated spirit beast. She also asked about the spirit beast of the blood crystal illusion and the double-edged axe. Qin Xuan really wanted to buy them and offered 6 million yuan. Han Sen was very satisfied and immediately agreed. After all, he couldn't use that axe. Get the money ready. I'll notify you of the time and place through Su Xiaoqiao. After removing his armor, Han Sen took his spoils back to the steel armor shelter. Just after passing the gate, he ran into Han Hao. But Han Hao acted like he didn't know his cousin. After Han Hao's friends left, he pulled Han Sen into a corner. It turned out Han Hao's attitude was because he had heard Han Sen accidentally provoked 2 fire ant nests, Qin Xuan and Divine Heavenly Sun, so he didn't want others to know they were cousins. My path is just beginning. I don't want you to hold me back. Fine, I'll keep my mouth shut. We won't acknowledge each other in this shelter. Han Sen shot back and left. A few days ago, he was still unsure how to face this cousin, but now that Han Hao chose to despise him like his parents did, Han Sen had nothing left to think about. Han Sen returned to his room. Now that he had plenty of money, life could finally get a bit better. Han Sen really wanted to share this joy with his mother and sister, so the next day, he took them out. Han Sen didn't even hesitate to splurge on jade ice cream for Han Nian, an expensive treat he hadn't dared to think about until recently. The ice cream shop was crowded. Han Sen wanted to take his mother and sister upstairs but was stopped by staff because the second floor was reserved for privileged nobles. Luo Sulan and Han Nian didn't mind, but Han Sen showed obvious irritation. He made it clear he would soon have everything, and wouldn't let these so-called privileges of the upper class stop him anymore. After a day out with his family, Han Sen headed back to the steel armor shelter. Every time he took this train, it was packed, and today was no exception. When the train braked suddenly, Han Sen accidentally bumped into a girl, and whether by accident or on purpose, his face hit her chest. Han Sen immediately got an elbow because she thought he was harassing her. That hurts! Whoa, sorry, I didn't mean to. Han Sen held his face, trembling in pain. When they separated, he realized the girl he bumped into was Qin Xuan, and she recognized him as the guy who had bumped into her last time. This time, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash away his guilt. The world may change, but true nature doesn't. I thought you were just an idiot last time, but you really are that disgusting. Qin Xuan gritted her teeth and shouted. People around started criticizing Han Sen, thinking he was using the accident as an excuse to harass her. Qin Xuan, Han Sen wanted to explain. Clearly that the train braked suddenly, so he lost balance. But how could Qin Xuan trust someone with his record? Just then, the train arrived at the station. Qin Xuan wasn't going to let Han Sen off easily. You think I'll let this go? Aren't you heading to the steel armor shelter? I'll be waiting for you there. Saying this, Qin Xuan got off first. Han Sen peeked out and saw 2 neat lines of people waiting to greet her. Importantly, they called her Station Chief Qin. Han Sen felt like he'd just been slapped by his boss. If Qin Xuan is the chief officer of this transport station, then she would definitely know exactly when you come and go, tracking your every move like the back of her hand. Han Sen held his head and groaned, constantly blaming his bad luck. Then he started thinking about how to guard against Qin Xuan. If his secret identity as Kim Tae was exposed, he wouldn't be able to live in peace even in his dreams. As for Han Sen, just after returning to the steel armor shelter, he immediately ran into La Tianyang's group. The important thing was that he wanted to drag Han Sen along on a hunt. At first, Han Sen wanted to refuse to avoid trouble, but La Tianyang insisted on taking him, so the whole group headed into the mountain vein. It seemed that God's sanctuary had spent a large sum to organize a big hunt. After a few days, Han Sen began to wonder. Although they had been out for several days, they had only encountered a few primitive-grade rare beasts. With such a small number of creatures, couldn't God's sanctuary handle this on their own? Why drag so many people along? After thinking it over, he still felt that this God fellow must have some secret plan. Sure enough, not long after, the group arrived in front of a cliff, facing a huge pit. La Tianyang ordered the mercenaries to lead the way first, and Han Sen, labeled as a butt-obsessed guy, was among them. Han Sen was very unwilling. Going straight into the deepest part of the mountain vein, just hearing that was enough to know how dangerous it was. He really didn't know what God's sanctuary was planning. However, Han Sen and the mercenaries still had to go ahead and clear the path. The pit was bottomless. They kept going without seeing the end. The torchbearer at the front wanted to move slowly, sensing danger ahead. Unexpectedly, La Tianyang behind kept whipping them, hitting and shouting, "Why so slow? Dragging like a bunch of women. Move faster. Don't want the reward anymore?" Under La Tianyang's urging, the group's pace picked up a bit. They reached a large river with no way to cross. La Tianyang threw some items into the water, which immediately transformed into large rafts. Han Sen could tell they had prepared this in advance. What exactly was waiting on the other side? Even stranger, the God's Sanctuary members didn't get on the rafts. While he was still thinking, the water suddenly rippled. From deep below, a gigantic creature burst out, causing the rafts to rock violently. God's Sanctuary's leader stood on the shore with a very smug look. "Finally, you've appeared, Bloodstar Black Fox King." The appearance of the Bloodstar Black Fox King had already claimed several lives. Han Sen immediately knew that bastard from God's Sanctuary had no good intentions. He was clearly using them as bait for the rare beast. The other rafts that hadn't capsized turned and fled, but God's Sanctuary's leader drew his sword and slashed, blocking their escape. "You trash think you can grab the money and run? Whoever dares to run, I'll cut them down," he shouted. The mercenaries were blocked and couldn't reach the shore. Trapped, they made a deal with God's Sanctuary. "If we make it to the end, if we survive till the end, you have to give us some profit." Han Sen could only curse them silently as fools. These people were blinded by money, clearly being used. Meanwhile, God's Sanctuary was on the shore, enjoying the show. There was no way they would share any profit. They were clearly leading everyone to their deaths. God's Sanctuary wanted to use human lives to fill the belly of that rare beast, drain its strength, and only then could they safely cross the river. Han Sen despised this man deeply. He had just risen up and couldn't afford to die over such nonsense. Han Sen tried to swim fast but couldn't match the speed of the Bloodstar Black Fox King. Soon, his raft was rammed and overturned. As he fell into the water, Han Sen put on his black armor bug suit. Earlier, he couldn't do this because it would expose his identity as Kim Tae. But once underwater, it was safe. Han Sen swam like a high-class servant, but the others weren't so lucky. Originally 34 people, now only 7 were barely alive. Seeing this, La Tianyang smiled with satisfaction. "Looks like the Bloodstar Black Fox King is full now. Now that we've crossed the river, the danger probably won't be too great." They showed no shame after their horrific actions. The whole group started crossing the river. On the other side, God's Sanctuary had found what they needed, the eggs of a divine blood creature. And there were 2 of them. Just thinking about how his divine blood points would skyrocket made him grin uncontrollably. They wanted to take the snake eggs and leave quickly, but the Bloodstar Black Fox King wouldn't let humans touch its offspring so easily. It rose from the river again. God's Sanctuary's leader drew his sword and charged. Behind him, La Tianyang and his disciples rushed up to support. They threw 2 unlucky mercenaries into the monster's mouth and escaped. God's Sanctuary thought it was over, but on the way out, Han Sen blocked his path. To be precise, it was Han Sen in his Kim Tae identity who blocked his path. The Divine Celestial Emperor was so happy to grab the divine blood creature eggs that he laughed with his eyes squinted shut. In a moment of distraction, he was ambushed by the boy and punched hard enough to blacken his face. Han Sen caught the 2 eggs and immediately fled. The Divine Celestial Emperor was once again outmaneuvered by Han Sen, yet he could only shout curses back at him. The boy was extremely pleased because, although he had narrowly escaped the monster beneath the river, he never expected to get something this valuable. However, while escaping, Han Sen was blocked by a giant serpent. It seemed that the blood spirit Black Keelan serpent was not alone. In front was the monster. Behind were the Divine Celestial Emperor's forces rapidly closing in. Han Sen was once again cornered. At that moment, a wicked idea crossed his mind. Han Sen squeezed 1 egg until it cracked, then threw it to the Divine Celestial Emperor. "Each of us take 1 egg. We settle our personal grudge later, but now let's team up against the giant serpent first." The Divine Celestial Emperor instinctively grabbed the egg, but he didn't want to cooperate with Han Sen. He still wanted to kill him. Blinded by hatred, the Divine Celestial Emperor didn't realize the egg was already cracked, until La Tianyang reminded him, but at that moment, the giant serpent went berserk and charged at him. The Divine Celestial Emperor had to muster all his strength to fend it off. Taking advantage of the chaos, Han Sen successfully escaped. He returned to the steel armor shelter in a very joyful mood. Kim Tae had buried 2 divine blood beast souls of the Divine Celestial Emperor. Just thinking about it, It was clear how furious he must be. After eating that egg, Han Sen's divine blood jealousy points increased by 13. He was very strong now, but as soon as he entered the steel armor shelter, Han Sen faced his next trouble. Qin Xuan, you hid well, huh? Half a month without a trace. Did you think I'd let you off? Unknowingly, Han Sen had been following the Divine Celestial Emperor's group for nearly 2 weeks. He completely forgot Qin Xuan had promised to settle accounts with him once they returned to the shelter. The moment Han Sen saw Qin Xuan, his face turned pale. He originally thought Qin Xuan would drag him out to be beaten and scolded in front of everyone, but unexpectedly, she was quite the gentleman. Qin Xuan took Han Sen to the combat room. Here, they would fight one-on-one. If Han Sen won, Qin Xuan promised never to bother him again. But Han Sen felt this deal was clearly unfavorable. Qin Xuan's divine blood jealousy points were nearly maxed out, and she had been trained in the military for a long time. She also had countless high-level beast souls. Asking him to fight her was basically telling him to surrender. We won't use beast souls during the fight. If you can withstand 50 moves from me, then we're even. That sounded reasonable, so Han Sen agreed. He didn't believe he couldn't block 50 moves from a girl. Qin Xuan stepped back and took a defensive stance. You go first. As soon as she said that, Han Sen charged forward and threw a straight punch to her face. He really didn't hold back, hitting a girl right in the face. Qin Xuan staggered back a few steps and shouted, "You bastard!" Seeing her ugly expression, Han Sen panicked and apologized. He just wanted to finish quickly and leave, so he acted too fast. She hadn't even had time to prepare. Qin Xuan wiped the blood from her nose, stood up straight, and continued speaking. Before she could even curse again, Han Sen landed another punch. This time, it was definitely intentional. Such a good opportunity had to be seized. Qin Xuan's fury reached its peak. She charged at Han Sen and started throwing punches and kicks non-stop. The strength of someone trained in the military was truly different. Plus, being hit twice unexpectedly by Han Sen earlier made her even more furious. She beat Han Sen until he was crying and admitting defeat. In the end, Han Sen took all 50 moves from Qin Xuan. She showed no mercy. So when it was over, his face was swollen and bruised. This fight made Han Sen realize his strength was still as weak as an ant. Looks like he needed to train harder to become stronger. As for Qin Xuan, after getting her revenge, her mood improved a bit, but she kept thinking about those 2 punches. After showering, she watched the recorded video of Han Sen's close combat and martial arts skills, and in her eyes, he was truly mediocre. But those 2 sudden punches were completely unexpected. Han Sen struck without hesitation, like a killer. His family boxing was all-out force. This made Qin Xuan unable to associate this with the usual Han Sen, who always acted foolish and clueless. Normally he disguised himself, but suddenly he went all out to kill? He was just a student who recently graduated. How could he be an assassin? Was his agility a natural talent or trained? Qin Xuan was very curious. But no matter what, in her eyes, Han Sen was still a jerk who harassed women. And Qin Xuan swore she would never forgive him. After a good sleep, Han Sen decided to take extra classes. He went to a tutoring center, which was divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and special classes. I will never forgive you. After a nap, Han Sen decided to go study more. He went to the learning center, which was divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and special classes. With authority over foot soldiers' weapons, soft martial arts skills, and even supercell human techniques that can be taught, Han Sen thought for a moment and then decided to enroll in the Devil's Body Transformation class. The center owner looked at him for a while, evaluated, then skeptically asked, "This isn't your ordinary advanced martial art. Has your physical aptitude reached the required level? Don't worry, 1 million yuan can be paid by card." Han Sen said this and immediately took out his card to hand over. In fact, after practicing the ice muscle jade bone technique, his body had become much stronger and more agile than before. Han Sen's father had once mentioned that the Devil's Body Transformation was highly effective against women. That's why he chose this course, hoping that after training, he could handle Qin Xuan. But when the secret manual finally arrived, Han Sen realized with a tingle that he had wasted 1 million yuan. The old man taught all kinds of ways to cling to women, hugging techniques, truly shameless beyond words. If Han Sen applied this to Qin Xuan, it would only make her think he was a disgusting harasser. However, 1 million yuan was no small amount, so Han Sen still decided to learn it. "Qin Xuan, you better not provoke me in the future, or I will definitely use you as practice material," Han Sen said at the Devil's Body Transformation Training Center. A few days later, back in his room, he really felt like he had turned into a perverted old uncle, just hoping it would eventually prove effective. His mood was terrible, but when Han Sen saw his minion beast evolve into a mutant, he cheered up. He would continue to raise it, until it became a divine blood-level minion beast. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor's group had given up searching for the golden coin. apparently due to lack of clues. This was very good for Han Sen, as it allowed him more freedom. With everything settled, he began to study the mutant beast soul he got from Qin Xuan. However, this beast soul seemed much smaller than he had imagined. Usually, beast souls take the form of combat weapons, but the one Qin Xuan gave Han Sen was a pet. Importantly, this black cat was tiny, and it was unclear if it had any combat power. Han Sen wanted to test it once, so he called the three-eyed black cat to face off against the three-horned Keeling beast in front of him. His pet enthusiastically charged, but before it could attack, it was knocked back by the three-horned Keeling beast. The test was a complete failure. Clearly, even as a mutant pet, it was useless. Actually, it was only good at meowing and acting cute. Han Sen felt he had been played by Qin Xuan, but now was not the time to dwell on that. He had to hunt on his own today. In the following days, Han Sen continued hunting, still relying on himself, because the three-eyed mutant black cat was useless. It even ate more than him, while normally beast souls didn't need to eat. If injured, they could be retracted into the storage space and would heal automatically after a short rest. However, this cat, though useless for hunting, was at least a companion to entertain Han Sen, so he kept it and named it Meow Lord. While Han Sen and Meow Lord were eating freshly roasted mutant beast meat together, suddenly, a desperate scream for help echoed. It was another psychic hunter. When Han Sen saw what was chasing him, he ran for his life. The man desperately begged him, "Brother, don't run! I can give you as much money as you want." It sounded tempting, but Han Sen wasn't foolish. The thing chasing the man was a fierce lead beast. One alone could crush him, and there was a whole pack. Han Sen ran to a large cliff, quickly climbed a vine to safety. The man struggled to climb up, so Han Sen helped him up too, just in time as the pack of fierce lead beasts arrived. Both were panting from exhaustion. Though they escaped temporarily, they had to wait until the beasts left before descending. "Man, what the hell did you do to attract 100 furious fierce lead beasts chasing you like that?" The man took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and offered one to Han Sen. Han Sen glanced and recognized the expensive brand, realizing the man was no ordinary person. He took one and started smoking. "I'm in a hurry to get somewhere. My beast soul was destroyed. Starving and about to die, I went to find a small, fierce lead beast. By the way, brother, how should I address you?" Han Sen introduced himself. The man introduced himself as Lin Baifeng, then asked how far it was from here to the Glory Lead shelter. "If you're asking about the steel armor shelter, it takes about a few days to get there. As for the Glory Lead shelter, I don't know." Hearing Han Sen's answer, the man looked surprised. It seemed he had also gotten lost in another shelter's territory. Then he reassured Han Sen that once back at the shelter, he would definitely repay the money. "But before that, we have to have some fun together," Han Sen said, looking at the pack of fierce lead beasts still lingering. Lin Beifeng chuckled, then asked if Han Sen had any food or drink. He had lost 7 hunts in a row and had nothing to eat. Han Sen took out a cup of water and a piece of dried meat. The water cost 10,000 yuan per cup. The dried meat also 10,000 yuan per piece. Lam Bak Fong seemed a bit surprised when Han Sen quoted such a high price, but Han Sen was not worried at all. Where there's demand, supply will follow. Lam Bak Fong then timidly asked him to extend credit. Later, when returning to the armor shelter, he promised to pay back 4 times the amount. They spent several days eating and sleeping on the cliff. The pack of ferocious beasts remained as persistent as leeches, not a single one willing to leave. Lam Bak Fong began to lose patience, but Han Sen was even more worried because the food and drink he brought would only last a few more days. If this situation continued, they would starve to death. So he came up with an idea: climb to the top of this mountain to get to the other side. Han Sen's body was more agile than Lam Bak Fong's, so he volunteered to scout ahead. "Sen bro, be careful, don't leave me behind." Finally, Han Sen climbed to the mountain peak. He never imagined that the first time he used the demon transfer technique would be to climb a cliff. But this feeling was quite interesting. However, when he reached the top, Han Sen saw a giant egg. It gave him chills. What kind of creature could lay such a huge egg? A creature that builds a nest suspended between sky and earth must be extraordinary. It might even be a divine blood beast. Han Sen poked a hole in the eggshell and started to suck. It turned out to be the egg of a violent wind divine bird. But just eating the egg alone wouldn't grant a divine blood point. He had to eat its meat to gain one. Han Sen was overjoyed, quickly drinking the entire egg, before the mother bird returned. Down below, the pack of ferocious beasts finally dispersed. Lam Bak Fong breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Han Sen climbed down. Seeing a bulge suddenly appear on his belly, Lam Bak Fong blurted out innocently, "Wow, Sen bro, are you pregnant?" Han Sen was speechless and then told him about accidentally finding the violent wind divine bird's egg. He also saved a cup for Lam Bak Fong. Since he was hungry and had found an egg from a divine blood creature, how could he refuse? so he drank it all in one go. See, I wasn't lying, right? Lam Bak Fong drank the violent wind divine bird's egg and grabbed Han Sen's hand, shaking it while praising him non-stop for being so kind. Sharing even the egg of a divine blood beast moved him deeply. Lam Bak Fong kept repeating that once he returned, he would repay Han Sen many times over, whether money or anything else. Seeing his enthusiasm, Han Sen couldn't help but remind him, "Young Master Lam, my reputation at the armor shelter isn't very good. You'd better keep your distance from me. Who do you think I am?" Lam Bak Fong immediately replied, "You saved me and acted so honorably. How could I be ungrateful? If anyone dares to disrespect you, I'll show them what a master's wrath looks like." Lam Bak Fong seemed ready to throw himself at Han Sen. Han Sen said, all right, we'll figure things out after we return." One went back to the armor shelter, the other to the glory shelter. Soon after, Lam Bak Fong's straightforward nature was something Han Sen liked a lot. He was definitely worth befriending. After leaving the transport station, Han Sen was still happy about the spoils from the hunt. When he ran into Qin Xuan, it seemed she was waiting for Han Sen here, but he decided to play dumb. "New station chief, you're too sharp. Follow me," Qin Xuan ordered. After learning the demon battle body technique, Han Sen was no longer afraid of this girl, so he followed her casually. They went to the battle room. Although he didn't understand why she suddenly went crazy, Han Sen decided to use his demon transfer technique worth 1 million yuan effectively. Qin Xuan didn't say start before launching a kick. Luckily, Han Sen dodged, but he was startled. "Station Chief Qin, why did you attack before saying start? You learned from me. Aren't you supposed to attack only when the other person isn't ready?" It seemed this time Qin Xuan was determined to beat Han Sen senseless, but her next kick was caught by him. Qin Xuan was grabbed tightly by Han Sen, then slammed hard to the ground. "Does this count as my win, Station Chief Qin?" Han Sen asked gleefully. The demon transfer technique was really useful against women. As expected, Qin Xuan immediately flew into a rage, calling Han Sen a shameless bastard. Her anger went beyond limits, so she summoned her beast soul. Qin Xuan's beast soul was a fire lion. Han Sen thought, "How can I fight that?" and ran away. "You're breaking the rules. Didn't we agree not to use beast souls?" No matter how loudly he shouted, Qin Xuan had no intention of stopping. Her fury seemed capable of blowing the entire armor shelter away. No doubt, Han Sen lost this round, even though Qin Xuan clearly broke the rules. But in terms of physical strength, close combat skills, and experience, he was no match for her. Han Sen thought he had become much stronger, but when facing absolute power, he was still too weak. As for Qin Xuan, she wasn't in a better mood because Han Sen forced her to use her beast soul, proving he was much stronger than before. So in the days that followed, "You're still too weak." As for Qin Xuan, her mood wasn't much better because Han Sen forced her to release her beast soul, proving he had become much stronger than before. So, in the days that followed, every day, Qin Xuan dragged Han Sen to the training room. Although Han Sen didn't understand why she did this, he really enjoyed training with this beautiful lady. Just now, he also wanted to improve his combat skills. However, after each session, his whole body was sore. Qin Xuan was truly beautiful, but her temperament was far from gentle. Sen Ca, long time no see. Today, after leaving the training room, Han Sen ran into an acquaintance, Shui Shi, the girl who went out with him and Zhang Yang's group, including Han Hao last time. Shui Shi was old enough to join the steel armor shelter, so her presence here was quite normal. They hadn't exchanged more than 3 sentences when suddenly a luxury car appeared, and then a tall, cool-looking guy stepped out of the car. "Sis, didn't I tell you? You're only allowed to use teleportation inside the house. If you use it at the transport station, you're bound to attract annoying troublemakers." Seeing her brother mistaking Han Sen for a nuisance to Shui Shi, she quickly explained, "Fourth bro, don't misunderstand. This is Han Sen. He's my childhood friend." Han Sen politely greeted Shui Shi's brother, then extended his hand, but the guy not only refused the handshake, but also threw out a very rude remark. "People like you don't deserve to be friends with my sister. Don't hang around her from now on, or don't blame me for being impolite." Shui Shi looked embarrassed by her brother's rude behavior. Han Sen wasn't happy either, being treated like vermin on their first meeting. "Are you talking to me? Looks like you didn't listen to what I said." The brother sneered and suddenly lunged forward. Han Sen realized he was launching a close combat attack, but the devilish close combat technique was a primordial level skill. Since learning it, even Qin Xuan didn't dare let him fight up close anymore. Yet this guy was throwing himself right into his grasp. Han Sen smoothly dodged the opponent's kick, then charged forward, grabbed the collar of the tall man with both hands, and used all his strength to slam him to the ground. Shui Shi's brother couldn't help but curse. Han Sen looked very satisfied after teaching him a lesson. Just a first meeting greeting between men. He's so tall and strong, he should be fine, right? After that, Han Sen didn't linger. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say goodbye to Shui Shi and mentioned that they should have a meal together next time. It was just a casual invitation, but Xuexi's brother took it seriously as a special meeting gift. If he didn't respond, Xuexi would invite her friend over for a meal in a few days. At this moment, Han Sen had returned to his room in the steel armor shelter. Recently, because Qin Xuan kept clinging to him, he hadn't had time to hunt in the mountains, so his income was too low. Therefore, Han Sen started browsing the web for part-time jobs on the Extreme Night site. Although it wasn't an official website, it still allowed for intelligence exchange and essential supplies. Many people followed it. The first thing that caught Han Sen's eye was the name Lin Beifeng. Unexpectedly, he used his real name for transactions. Lin Beifeng offered high prices on the web to buy beast souls, blood flesh, and mutated creatures. But those items were very rare and hard to obtain, so Han Sen couldn't meet the requirements. Then he saw another request, recruiting someone capable of handling 10 primal creatures alone to protect the employer's safety during combat. Simply put, it was to protect a group of inexperienced kids going hunting. This kind of job wasn't difficult but very troublesome. Han Sen didn't like it much, but the daily pay was 10,000 yuan. Working half a month could earn him 150,000 yuan. He was basically a slave to money, so he immediately applied for this position. After job hunting, Han Sen continued searching for a suitable weapon. After all, his Moon Fang spear had been broken by that strange man last time. Han Sen quickly found a black warrior bow made of semi-alloy and alloy arrows. He didn't expect to find such a good item on this small web. The remarkable thing was this bow had extremely high damage. The listed price was at least 2 million yuan, but it had been posted on the forum for quite a while without anyone buying it. This Black Warrior bow was an Apocalypse Soul item, a premium product in official stores, with a listed price up to 6,680,000 yuan. Its maximum range could reach 800 meters, and combined with alloy arrows, it could shoot 300 meters and penetrate armor without any problem. However, it required a minimum alliance power rating of 7.0 to draw the Apocalypse Soul. With the Jade Bone technique, Han Sen had already raised his standard to 8.0. He had also practiced archery quite a bit, so he really liked this equipment. It was just that recently he didn't have much money, so he had to consider the price carefully. Han Sen first messaged the seller offering 1 million yuan, but received no reply. While he was worried that his offer was too low, he suddenly got a message from the seller agreeing directly and even sent a trade web link. Han Sen's spirit lifted immediately. The next day, he received the express delivery. After unboxing the new gear, Han Sen was eager to test its power. The Black Warrior bow was indeed formidable. One arrow could dominate the battlefield. With this weapon in hand, Han Sen felt much more confident. After unboxing the new equipment, Han Sen was eager to test its power. The Black Warrior bow was indeed not to be underestimated. A single arrow shot could dominate the world. With this weapon in hand, Han Sen felt much more confident. Next time, if you encounter a divine emperor or a sacred blood creature, you don't need to risk rushing right up to them anymore. 3 days later, Han Sen bought 20 new lightning attribute alloy arrows and 20 lightweight alloy arrows. He also got 6 arrows that came with the bow. This should be enough to handle things out there. He went to the job interview, only to find that many people had arrived before him. Han Sen was surprised. He thought they were only recruiting one person over there, but a crowd makes things complicated. Han Sen began to regret coming here. While he was hesitating whether to leave, a few guys recognized him. "Oh, isn't that Qin Xuan's butt-obsessed guy? And he's even carrying a bow and arrows. Looks pretty legit. Aren't you here to protect those young masters on the hunt? I think those young masters should be protecting him. Haha." While everyone was mocking him, Han Sen noticed Han Hao standing not far away, staring at him with a cold, scholarly gaze. Han Sen faced everyone with a calm, cold expression. The original young master, wearing a proud smile, asked, "Are you really that butt-obsessed guy?" Without any shame, Han Sen replied casually, "If you think I'm not suitable, I can leave right now." However, the original young master insisted he stay and protect them. Seeing this, young Master Khan tried hard to persuade him. He really is that butt-obsessed guy. The team members agreed and said, "Yeah, original young master, let him protect everyone. He can't do it. I'm afraid if real danger comes, he'll run faster than anyone." No matter what they said, the original young master stuck to his decision. "I've chosen him. You guys can recruit others." Han Sen accepted the contract and quickly signed it. Zhang Yang suddenly passed by, deliberately bumped into him, and sneered, "Butt-obsessed guy. Your luck must be zero to get a young master who's both rich and kind like that." Han Sen remained calm and replied, "My luck's always been good." Inside the forest, the wind stirred, shaking some trees. A group of people calmly walked through the quiet woods. Zhang Yang suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted, "Look! There's a primal creature over there!" Following his direction, sure enough, a shadow of something flashed by. Immediately, the group charged after it. "This way! Hurry up! Catch it! Protect the young master!" A hand lightly touched the arrows on his back, and Han Sen decisively shot an arrow. The arrow stuck straight into a tree, making everyone curious. "Hey, where are you shooting that arrow?" After shooting the arrow, he silently thought, "The Apocalypse Chi soul is something else, but I just need to put in a little more effort." At that moment, Zhang Yang approached him and sneered. "You forgot you can't shoot within 10 feet, and you still dare to escort that original young master?" Hearing this, he just replied, "I'm practicing." Receiving this answer, Zhang Yang mocked his skill. "Practicing here? Don't embarrass yourself like that." Han Hao suddenly stepped forward and asked Han Sen not to say anything to the others. "He knows me." After a while, the group arrived at a cave and faced off against monsters. Han Sen stood high above, observing. The original young master looked at the monsters in front of him with interest. "Good, 3 primal black band beasts. You guys don't need to act. We'll handle it ourselves. You just follow and protect." Hearing this, Han Sen replied, "Okay, be careful then." Without hesitation, he launched an attack at the monsters enthusiastically. Watching from above, Han Sen looked satisfied. Actually, these young masters have great potential. They just need protection at first because they lack experience. After many days of training, they improved a lot and easily dealt with the primal creatures. Soon, the primal monsters lay defeated on the ground. A voice exclaimed, "You're definitely from a noble academy. Their starting point is higher than those AIs who only finish basic education like me." On the other side, young Master Khan looked at the fallen monsters he had defeated and laughed proudly. "Done. This is our achievement." Suddenly, one of the monsters wasn't dead yet and opened its eyes. It quickly lunged at young Master Khan. Han Hao, Zhang Yang, and another person heard the noise and turned around in shock to see their friend being attacked. Young Master Khan screamed in fear. "Ah!" Suddenly an arrow flew from nowhere, piercing straight through the monster's head, and it quickly collapsed. To young Master Khan's astonishment, the group suddenly rushed forward to attack it. "Damn it, how dare you fake death? Die, damn you, die!" The original young master anxiously helped his friend up. "Ah, Khan, are you okay?" Young Master Khan sighed in relief. "I'm fine, you scared me to death." Suddenly Zhang Yang unfairly scolded Han Sen. "Bud-obsessed guy is fine, but why did you shoot those wild arrows just now? One almost hit young Master Khan." Han Hao joined in. "Yeah, don't you know that was dangerous?" Han Sen calmly faced both of them when suddenly a shout rang out, "Get lost!" Unfairly cursed Han Sen. "You crazy bud-obsessed guy. What were you shooting arrows wildly for just now? That arrow almost injured young Master Khan." Han Hao joined in. "Yeah, do you even realize how dangerous that was?" Han Sen calmly faced both of them when suddenly a shout rang out, "Get lost!" Zhang Danfeng suddenly stepped in front of Han Sen, demanding he leave. "Did you hear that?" he said to young Master Meng Yuan. "Get lost!" But it seemed like he had seriously misunderstood. Young Master Meng Yuan grabbed his collar and shouted angrily, "I told you all to get lost!" He pointed at Han Hao's group and scolded, "I paid you to protect our safety. Just now, a Khan was in danger." "What did you do?" He cursed without holding back. "None of you did anything." Someone reacted. "Now you blame the only person who fulfilled his duty? You all deserve to die. Don't let me see any of you again." Zhang Danfeng showed no mercy. Young Master Meng Yuan said, "If you want us to leave, fine, but according to the contract, you're violating the terms and must compensate us for the remaining amount." Young Master Meng Yuan threw the money down and said, "Take it and get lost, you useless trash." When Han Sen saw them leave, he called out, "Goodbye." Zhang Danfeng sneered bitterly. "Just wait." Later, young Master Khan approached Han Sen to thank him. "Kwang, no, thanks for saving me just now." Han Sen replied simply, "No problem, as long as you're not hurt." At this point, young Master's attitude toward him had softened considerably. In the contract, his name was Han Sen, the one who could wield the Apocalypse Bow, Chi Hun. In the Black Rain series, forces had to reach at least a 7-point standard. Young Master Khan expressed admiration. 7 points is really impressive. He had a keen eye. Watching how Han Sen just acted, he guessed my words were still an understatement. Just now, Han Sen's first shot was nearly an 8-point force, so he immediately wanted to be friends with Han Sen. "Sen, let's be friends. If I mess up later, I hope you'll look out for me." Han Sen shook hands and became friends with him. The young master humbly said, "You hired me from the start because you recognized the Apocalypse Bow." He had some respect for Han Sen. The young master was wealthy, but had good vision, a reasonable boss. Hard to find that nowadays. The next day at the guild gate, a crowd came and went. Han Sen had just returned when someone blocked his way. Zhang Danfeng was still bitter about the other day and wanted to pick a fight. Finally, he spat out, "Because of you, I can't make a living?" Very dissatisfied. Zhang Danfeng didn't hesitate and lunged to attack Han Sen. "You dare to stomp on my livelihood? I'll teach you a lesson, or else you won't respect anyone." Han Hao and the others watching thought silently, "Han Sen is stupid. I can't help with the trouble he causes. But life isn't a dream. Han Sen easily dodged Zhang Danfeng's strike, startling him. What? He disappeared suddenly. A hand grabbed the one holding the knife. Han Sen, what? He went down and effortlessly took the knife from him, making him yell, "Ow, my hand!" Han Hao was confused. What's going on? He's too fast. Almost vanished. I couldn't even see how he did it. Not only was Han Sen sudden, but his gang was equally shocked. Huh? Kuang couldn't take down Zhang Danfeng. Zhang's physical talent was 6.7, and even with his hand controlled, he shouted, "Why are you all just standing there? Kill that Wang and his gang now." Seeing him so noisy, Han Sen deliberately twisted his arm and warned coldly, "Enough talking." Zhang Danfeng's gang was fearless and deaf to warnings, yet they dared to rush Han Sen. "Everyone charge and kill him." Slashes flew everywhere. Han Sen lightly swung his deadly knives. Every strike broke the enemy's swords, leaving them dumbfounded. What is this? Even Han Sen admired the sharpness of the blade. High-grade alloy blade, unbelievable. Zhang Danfeng had such quality gear? This kind of blade wasn't cheap, at least 1,000,000 yuan or more. That pleased Han Sen quite a bit. Good, just what I needed. Meanwhile, Han Hao was still stunned by the scene. Is this really the Han Sen I knew? He watched Han Sen examining the blade, thinking, wasn't he always just hunting black armor beetles and couldn't even kill primitive creatures? He's weaker than me, so why? As for Zhang Danfeng, Han Sen intended to keep his high-quality knife. Zhang Danfeng said, "Such a good thing wasted on you, so I'm taking it now, it's mine." After grabbing the prize, he turned and walked away. Suddenly, someone shouted. Startled, Han Sen stopped and saw La Tianyang riding a horse blocking his path. "Kuang, you're really bold, daring to mess with my people." Zhang Danfeng, seeing his savior, immediately tattled. "Brother La, he not only broke my arm but stole my knife. You have to get justice for me." His dumb teammates made La Tianyang angry. He shouted, "Useless trash just embarrasses me," then quickly drew his whip, ready to teach Han Sen a lesson. That crazy guy. Today I'm going to show you how you'll die without a shred of fear. Han Sen immediately drew a new arrow from his bow to counter him. He dodged the attack while silently admiring. So strong. It's said his physical talent is a solid 9.6, no doubt about it. Even Luo Sulan didn't expect he could stand up to him. He dodged that strike. Since when did this trash get so strong? Because of this, he decided to deal with Han Sen. No way, he can't be allowed to live, so he raised his whip high and shouted, "You're done for." However, before he could strike, Han Sen aimed his arrow at him. This shocked him. What? Even Han Hao was stunned, mouth agape. Han Sen. He dared to confront Luo Sulan? Zhang Yang's group didn't expect Han Sen's move either. Does this crazy guy not want to live anymore? That's Luo Ka, a disciple of God's sanctuary on Han Sen's side. It's not easy to maintain the bow-drawing stance. This consumes a lot of stamina. But right now, I can't show any weakness. If Luo Sulan dares to move, I'll kill him with one shot. Suddenly, Qin Xuan appeared out of nowhere and ordered him, "Han Sen, lower your arrow." Her presence made him wonder, "Qin Xuan? She came here again?" Qin Xuan angrily pointed at Luo Sulan and shouted, "Luo Sulan, you too, put away your whip." Her words made Han Sen turn back to look, then both quickly lowered their weapons. Luo Sulan suddenly accused, "Before, Qin's sister, this crazy guy harassed you. Today he even dared to attack me. I have to kill him." Qin Xuan didn't say a word and suddenly struck his whip-holding hand. Her blow knocked him to the ground. His teammates worriedly ran over. Luo Ka, are you okay?" She then warned him, "I will train my people well. Don't let outsiders like you poke their noses in." Then she ordered Han Sen, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." He grunted in response. Whatever. Soon after, the two left under Luo Sulan's furious glare. His teammates whispered among themselves. Qin Xuan said, "The crazy guy is hers. She likes that type. She just wanted to poke him for that." Ignoring the chatter of her own team, Luo Sulan angrily swore, "Damn it, I won't let this go easily, just wait." Han Sen followed Qin Xuan. After hearing her out, he firmly opposed. You want me to join the God's sanctuary?" "No, I won't go." But she thought he could use the Apocalypse Soul, proving his stamina isn't bad. Today he offended Luo Sulan. No one will protect him. Does he think Luo Sulan will let it slide? Still, he insisted on his decision. "New station chief, thanks for your kindness, but I'll handle my own matters." She kept trying to persuade him. "This little steel armor shelter only has my God's sanctuary. If you join the military academy later, you'll have great opportunities." Hearing this, he sadly said, "Who said I want to join the military academy? My physical talent can't reach 10. I don't meet the requirements." Of course, she didn't believe him. He even provoked himself. "Really? That's too much for ordinary people. But nothing is impossible for you." Qin Xuan's words made Han Sen wonder what she meant. She smiled smugly and replied, Although there's nothing special about you, but you really have some strengths. I don't care how strong you are. For me, using talented people is the top priority. Suddenly, he boldly asked her, "Use me despite what I did to you in the past? Aren't you angry?" Just mentioning this made her furious. She warned him to try saying it again. After calming down, she reminded him, "If you don't join the military academy and have no noble rank, when you reach conscription age, you'll only be a regular soldier, sent to the front lines as cannon fodder." Hearing this, he smiled arrogantly and asked back, "How do you know I can't get a high military rank?" In his mind, he proudly thought, "If I want to train the Jade Bone Ice technique, I can use spirit shards to get higher level genes. Then I can get a high military rank. I've already planned it." Suddenly, Qin Xuan angrily grabbed Han Sen's collar and shouted, "I said you can't, so you can't. You want a punch?" Seeing her so fierce, he could only laugh awkwardly. All right, I get it. I'll join the God Sanctuary." That's what he said on the surface. But inside, he cursed her non-stop. This woman's mother has military ties. If she really wants to cause trouble, I'm screwed. Later, he returned home and stretched out on his bed, wondering how many days he hadn't rested. Really tired. Why does Qin Xuan want me to join the God's Sanctuary so badly? Does she have a scheme? Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. Han Sen opened the door and asked, "Mom, what's up?" Latuo Lam softly asked him, "Little Sen, I'm busy tomorrow. Can you take Nian Nian to school?" Hearing this, he smiled and asked, "Nian? Nian started school? Which school?" "Mrs. Lian gently replied, "Since you're busy at the shelter, I haven't had a chance to tell you. You have the money from before. I enrolled her in St. Harmony. I want my younger sibling to attend a good school." He was quite happy. "Really? Besides those noble schools in Falling Wind Valley, St. Harmony is the best we have. Mom will handle her own matters first. Tomorrow you'll take her to school." Seeing him agree, she had nothing more to say. "Thank you." The next day, Han Sen took Han Nian to school. He gently reminded the little girl with a tilt of his head, "I heard the environment at St. Flower is really good. Make friends with everyone, okay?" The little girl shyly replied, "I'm a bit too shy." Hearing that, he gently stroked her head and said, "It'll be fine. Just be sincere and gradually get along with everyone. If the AI bullies you, just call your big brother." His care made the little girl happily respond. A little later, at the gate of St. Flower Academy, while walking, Han Sen accidentally spotted a few people from the Han family being dragged along. "Is that the older brother of that guy? The second uncle, right?" the little girl asked innocently. The uncle was holding a little boy, and the aunt next to him, right? Han Sen slyly replied, "I don't really know, but it might be interesting." Han Lei was leading his son to the academy when he also happened to see the two brothers. "Why are you two here?" Han Sen replied sternly. "I'm taking Nian Nian to school." Hearing this, the man angrily handed the child to the woman beside him, then scolded Han Sen. "St. Flower School's tuition is very expensive, at least a few million yuan. Your father has controlled the company for many years. Surely he has earned a lot from it." He even pointed threateningly at Han Sen. "Let me tell you, that money belongs to the Han family and must be shared equally. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Han Sen wasn't afraid and dangerously retorted to the second uncle, "Ah, haven't you read the contract? It clearly states that 2 million yuan has already been paid. You won't get a single cent from our family." Han Sen's words made the man furious. "That's a lie. It doesn't count. Let's go back. I'll find your mother." Han Sen calmly warned him, "Second uncle, you shouldn't do that. I have the right to beat you to death." Han Lei's rage rose. He lunged to attack Han Sen. "What did you say, brat?" Han Sen's sister panicked and shouted loudly, "Don't hit my brother!" Calmly, Han Sen easily caught the man's fist and gently threw him to the ground, then coldly warned him, "Second uncle, if you're tired of living like this, you can come to my house and try a little. I don't mind." Han Sen's sister admired him, saying, "You're amazing." The woman quickly picked up the crying child and left. "Son, don't be scared. Mom will take you to school first, then call the police to arrest him and put him in jail." Suddenly, Han Sen sat down and took out his mini camera. The woman was impressed. "That kid is cute too. If the second aunt sees you, guess what she'll do?" Han Lei was startled and panicked. "Did you record everything?" The man nervously reached out to grab the camera. "You crazy kid, delete it quickly." But before he could do anything, Han Sen grabbed his hand and slyly threatened him. "We're family. Let's negotiate a bit. If you give me 2 million yuan, I might consider deleting it." Even at this point, the man stubbornly refused. "Don't even dream about it." Of course, Han Sen didn't give him a chance to refuse. He twisted the man's hand and commanded in a harsh voice, "Transfer the money right now, this instant." So the man had no choice but to comply. All right, I'll do it." Not long after, Han Sen received the 2 million yuan. After getting the money, Han Sen led Han Nian into the school and didn't forget to warn Han Lei, "Second uncle, I'll delete the video, but it depends on my mood. Also, don't come to my house to cause trouble or you'll pay the price. After Han Sen left for a while, the man finally dared to angrily curse him. Han Sen, you bastard. Then he looked at his hand that Han Sen had just twisted and wondered when it had become so strong, like a different person. Later, after taking his sister to school, Han Sen walked slowly, wondering, Nien was disturbed by second uncle and was late for class. Did I scare her? She's starting to talk more cautiously. Feeling guilty, he sighed and reminded himself, I should limit violence in front of Nien. She's still too young. While walking, he accidentally stopped in front of a building and decided to enter the physical fitness testing center. I just practiced the Apocalypse Key Soul a few times. I wonder if my strength has improved. I'll go in and check. In the main hall of the Fitness Test Center for Unevolved People with AI, someone was waiting for their turn. That person was Zhao Bosun. He was nervously waiting for his test. I'm bad, but I haven't shown my full potential. I'll try again. I have to get an A rating. He encouraged himself. To become a refined ship captain, I have to keep working hard. Let's go. Seeing the room was occupied, he felt a bit frustrated. Someone's using it? I specially chose a less crowded place to kill time while waiting. He decided, let's see how the AI took it while I wasn't here. Watching the person inside testing, he was a bit surprised. What? He used a scare tactic to pass the robot passage? Then he calculated a bit as an unevolved person. Passing 60 meters is standard. 70 meters is satisfactory. 80 meters is excellent. 90 meters is advanced. Passing 1,000 meters is super advanced. The person Zhao Bosun was watching was Han Sen. He passed 76 meters. This person using a beast soul could pass up to 80 meters. 1,000 meters is super level. And the person being evaluated through data by Zhao Boshan was Han Sen. He surpassed 76 meters. Humans can only exceed a maximum of 80 meters using beast souls. At that moment, inside Han Sen easily defeated countless NPCs. This simulation amazed millions of experts. What's more, his achievement board was even more impressive, as he effortlessly reached an overall SSS rank. The duration was 7.88 seconds. This made him confused and wonder. It's impossible to surpass it in just one try and use so little time. It's terrifying. Is this person an AI? Incredible. However, when he looked back inside the training room to check if this person was an AI, he didn't see any AI inside. Damn, blink and he was gone? The bewilderment still lingered on his face. The next day, Han Sen's training video was posted on forums, earning admiration from all AIs. Did you see that? That post on the forum was extremely hot. 7.88 seconds SSS rank. The violent angel trampled the robot's path, fainted. Ah, that's Kim Tae deity. They were buzzing with excitement. That's right, it's him. The deity is amazing. Now that you mention it, didn't he seize the soul beast of the heavenly sun god? Why isn't that soul beast here? He's just a feather. He really is blessed by the gods. If he has the skill, the guy upstairs should go seize one too. At the same time, at the seaside villa, a voice called out, Zhang Qin-xuan, come here and check this out. Zhang Qin-xuan wiped sweat and approached, asking Luo Sulan, what's up? I was just training and getting ready to shower. As soon as he saw the video, he exclaimed in shock, damn, 7.88 seconds, SSS rank. What the hell is he? Luo Sulan clarified. The person who posted the video didn't see his face, but according to analysis, except for the jealousy god, this person's jealousy stat maxed out. Also, it's believed he cultivates super cyborg martial arts. Moreover, the armor on him is definitely divine, blood soul beast armor. Hearing this, Zhang Qinxuan was curious. With all these essentials, I want to know if he's an AI. Immediately, he bitterly declared, it's tough waiting for those perverts to enter the God Chi World's 2nd Division. If this bastard dares to block me from becoming a great deity's son, I have to eliminate him. Luo Sulan gently reminded, he's achieved that much. His background must be complicated. Maybe he's connected to the military. He thought, can I offend him? Feeling called out, Zhang Qinxuan felt a bit embarrassed, cleared his throat and replied, ahem, it's not me, just anger overtook reason. Why so serious? Luo Sulan ignored him because he was still deaf, pondering the identity of the person in the video. But I'm still curious about his background. With that power, he must have a huge influence in the 2nd Division. The next day, at Hansen's transport station, the person from the famous video was walking. As the staff at the station followed, he silently complained. Just a few days after leaving, Qin Xuan already called me back. A real man, but standing in front of her, I feel like a kid. He recalled the day she called him back and scolded him. Don't keep running around like that. Now you belong to me. I have the right to know your location. He argued back then. I'm not running around. Something happened at home. He explained. but she quickly cut him off and told him to find Yang Monli to join the Divine Marksman group. Hearing that, he expressed resistance. Huh? Still needed? So annoying. Of course, she didn't care if he liked it or not and just warned him, I'm at Starry Group, you better finish before I get back. Hearing this, he was curious. Starry Group's young master of the Heavenly Sun God? He wondered why Qin Xuan cooperated with them when his father's death was related. Qin Xuan didn't answer Han Sen's question, but reminded him, got it? My intention is for you to join the Divine Marksman group, right? With my backing, no one will dare to touch you. Hearing this, he just smiled and said, Station Chief Qin, you're really kind. Thank you. Back to reality. When he thought about what Qin Xuan did for him, he confidently believed she was protecting him. Could it be she likes him? Ugh, I'm a person with divine blood, super cyborg martial arts, and my physical quality is 9 out of 10. At that moment, the guide opened the door for him and invited him in. We've arrived. As soon as he stepped inside, Han Sen greeted, Hello, new station chief. I was told to come find you to register Yang Manli. Seeing him, she asked, So you're Han Sen? She coldly said, You're 10 seconds late. Han Sen awkwardly explained, I didn't mean to. Station Chief Qin just found me and scolded me. Yang Manli asked, You're saying you're late because of Qin Xuan? Of course, she didn't believe his lame excuse. Then he was late and made excuses, blaming others. Deserved a beating. She handed him a contract. Fill out this form. Without hesitation, he replied, Okay. While filling it out, he wondered why this woman seemed to hate him, not knowing she was an AI. Suddenly, Yang Manli said mysteriously, You must be something special for her to accept and value you like that. But instead of paying attention to her words, Han Sen focused on what he shouldn't. Team leader, I can't fill this out. If she just sat there thinking that, he quickly filled in the information and handed the paper back. I'm done. Hearing this, she immediately ordered him for the next morning. Exactly 6 o'clock at the Divine Archer Training Camp, the world's guardian base. Remember, I don't like people who are late. While speaking, suddenly her communication device connected. Luo Sulan contacted her and requested that she come to my office now. Bring Han Sen along. Shortly after, the whole group arrived at Qin Xuan's office to watch a video. She seriously introduced the video to young Luo Sulan. Luo Sulan watched it. This video was causing a stir on the forum. Han Sen himself was alarmed the moment he saw the video. Isn't this me at the Physical Ability Survey Center? Who has the time and money to record footage of me like this? Damn it, my identity will be exposed. But luckily, he hadn't been exposed yet because young Luo Sulan still didn't know the person in the video was him. Is that Kim Tae? This guy has such high attack power? No one saw his face? Qin Xuan obviously didn't know his identity either. The person filming only recorded the part checking the robot passage checkpoint. Hearing that the two girls still didn't realize he was an AI, he felt relieved. Oh man, you scared me. Phew, that's a relief. At this point, Qin Xuan began analyzing what she saw in the video. From the video, Kim Tae was wearing a Soul Beast armor and cultivating some advanced supercellular technique. Then she suggested there was another important piece of news. The footage in the Physical Ability Testing Center's main hall was from Falling Wind Valley. We should figure out a way to find him. This person would be a huge help to us. Hearing this, Yang Luo Sulan also gave her opinion. Falling Wind Valley has no famous great clans, nor any particularly powerful forces. It's just unlikely they could have nurtured someone like Kim Tae. Qin Xuan didn't seem too concerned about this. Her only goal was to try anyway. If he joined later, even if he conflicted with the Divine Heavenly Sun, as long as the CA powers united, we could succeed in hunting down the divine blood creatures. After hearing this, Han Sen realized her true intention. Got it, so that's what she meant last time. Qin Xuan saved me from La Tianyang. She also said she's recruiting talent. She must want to find someone better. So he quickly pretended and said, but I heard he works alone, so he probably won't join. However, Qin Xuan wasn't too worried, because she had a secret weapon to help with this. No need to worry. We already have Luo Sulan's beauty trap. Yang Luo Sulan proudly responded, I don't care. I just fear he's not a man. These few words from the two beauties made Han Sen pale and think suspicious thoughts. No way. These two women are really cunning. Later at the Guardian base, Han Sen was checking the monster he had caught and locked up at home. Perfect. Just a little more. The beast is about to evolve into a divine blood creature. He was extremely eager. Now he just had to patiently wait a few more days. The next day at the Divine Archer camp, Han Sen went inside to explore. Among the people training, he accidentally saw someone familiar. Hey, isn't that Su Xiaoqiao? Then he went over to start a conversation. Su Xiaoqiao, you're also at the Divine Archer camp? He was surprised when Han Sen suddenly talked to him and asked, Kuang Meng, how do you know me? Being asked like that, Han Sen realized he had been caught, forgetting that he usually dealt with him under the identity of Kim Tae. So he quickly made up a story to cover it up. How could I not know? You were the first to call out Tay Ca's name. Su Xiaoqiao laughed heartily at this. Am I that famous? So if I didn't call his name, Tay Ca wouldn't be famous now, right? This casual chat was enough for him to then ask Han Sen, "Brother, why did you join the Divine Archer camp to train? It's really tough here." Han Sen didn't hesitate to answer honestly. "I don't know if it's tough, but I think the bow has long range, so no need to risk everything." Hearing this, he agreed but reminded him, "I think so too, but it's better to be careful." Yang Luo Sulan is a fierce woman who found an ally, so Han Sen joined in. "I met her before. She really..." Before he could finish, Yang Luo Sulan's voice rang out, startling them both. "What are you two doing?" She appeared with an overwhelming aura that made Han Sen shudder and silently call her name, while Su Xiaoqiao panicked. "Oh crap!" A barrage of arrows was shot fiercely at the target. Su Xiaoqiao shouted in panic. "What? Training with a 7-point bow, 1,000 arrows each." Yang Luo Sulan glanced at both of them and sternly warned, "You can only leave when you're done. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Her carelessness made him pale with fear. "Please, oh God, is she trying to kill me? My strength is only at 7 points. Captain Yang, we were wrong, please forgive us." At this moment, Han Sen spoke up to reassure. "Don't be so desperate, she's not here anymore. We're just training casually, she doesn't know." But instead of calming him down, Han Sen made him even more panicked. "Brother, you're too naive. That perverted Virgo sent specialists here. Anyone who crosses the line, misses the target, doesn't count. 1,000 arrows can't miss a single shot. 1,000 arrows cannot be missing a single one." He laughed and said, "Well, then we just have to shoot. There are no rules anyway." At the same time, he placed his hand on Vu's shoulder, remembering that a persistent man is a great asset. Han Sen himself placed quite a bit of hope in Su Xiaoqiao. With a 91% strength like his, being 7% weaker without training really isn't hard. Su Xiaoqiao might not believe it, but if he tries, he will become even stronger. Later, while the two were training, all the others had already left. They didn't forget to tease them both. "Xiaoqiao, butt obsessed. Train hard. Tomorrow we're going to hunt the sacred blood creatures." "You two don't stand a chance," Su Xiaoqiao asked curiously. "Sacred blood creatures? I didn't know about this." One of the smug guys replied. "The god's sanctuary people found them. Call us to team up and eat them." Han Sen heard this and whispered to himself, wondering if the god's sanctuary might be Qin Xuan negotiating with Starry Group about this matter. Suddenly, Liu Swiftblade appeared out of nowhere and sternly shouted, "Enough nonsense. Keep training." As soon as he appeared, Su Xiaoqiao begged, "With a little money, Deputy Leader Liu, please help me talk to Leader Ouyang to let me go along tomorrow." But of course, he coldly refused. Did he think this was a market for food bargaining? Then he turned to harass Han Sen and said, "Don't think you can just rely on Captain Qin's face to barge around the steel armor shelter. Our steel armor shelter doesn't take in trash." Before leaving, he left a warning for both. Leader Ouyang said you must shoot 1,000 arrows, not one less. Don't even think about leaving before finishing. Han Sen felt a bit annoyed by his insult. Then he went back to training, saying, "We can't slack off. The steel armor shelter's rules are that strict." Su Xiaoqiao spoke up indignantly, "But those usual scraps they keep bring in a lot of money from us." He was just pretending. Then he turned to remind him, "Brother, he has a grudge against you." This made Su Xiaoqiao a bit puzzled. "Why does he have a grudge against me?" He whispered some gossip he had recently learned. Liu Swiftblade seems to have feelings for Leader Ouyang and always tries to please her. He probably knows Leader Ouyang is unhappy with you, so he's deliberately picking on you. Hearing this, Su Xiaoqiao was a bit speechless and said, "He treats me like that just because of that? Crazy." Han Sen didn't bother to say anything more and picked up his bow. While aiming and shooting, he reassured Su Xiaoqiao, "This time I'm dragging you into this, but don't worry." He shot an arrow, and as it hit, "The bullseye!" he confidently declared. "Tomorrow we're still going to hunt the sacred blood creatures." Su Xiaoqiao was surprised to see the arrow hit the bullseye and shouted, "Oh my god, 150 meters, awesome!" On Han Sen's side, he easily shot the next arrows while thinking, "A 70% bow without training is easier than the end of the world, Shi Hun. Shooting continuously isn't hard, especially if you understand the principles well." So he shot a series of arrows, each hitting the target. This made Su Xiaoqiao jump like a startled weasel. 40 arrows in a row with such high accuracy, he's really amazing. A few people standing there watching couldn't believe their eyes. This guy must have the speed of the 35-year-old butt-obsessed single-handed shooter. Am I seeing things? They immediately surrounded him and started discussing. He seems to use his right hand without switching, and there's no sign of weakening. Yeah, he's not weak at all. This guy must have some secret technique. I'm a bit impressed. However, one person who didn't like the scene spoke up. There's nothing to be amazed about. After all, he's not going anywhere. As for Han Sen, he reminded his friend, Su Xiaoqiao, focus. We have to shorten the time. Hearing this, Su Xiaoqiao immediately concentrated, drew his bow, but didn't forget to say, "Brother, if we really get to go, you'll become my idol." Han Sen laughed confidently and declared, "Trust me." In his heart, he started calculating. At this speed, we can finish by midnight. Nothing's impossible. I can't miss such a good hunting opportunity. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Ouyang Manli was supervising both of them. She thought, Han Sen really has talent. It feels like Qin Xuan chose the right person. But still, she confidently stated, but whether he stays or not is up to him. The room was now filled with arrows, some firmly stuck in the board, but many scattered alone on the floor. Su Xiaoqiao sat on the ground, looking sad and complaining. "We really shot 2,000 arrows before dawn. Although most were shot by you, both my hands are numb." Han Sen looked at the pile of arrows on the table, rubbed his shoulder and reminded, "Su Xiaoqiao, remember to apply ointment. Don't let it affect tomorrow's hunt." Su Xiaoqiao happily stood up, grabbed Han Sen's shirt, and said joyfully, "Brother Sen, you're a real man. If I were a girl, I'd definitely love you for life." Han Sen showed no expression and replied, "Thank heaven." Suddenly remembering something, he scratched his chin and asked Su Xiaoqiao, "By the way, did you find out what kind of sacred blood creatures we'll be hunting tomorrow and what we should prepare?" Su Xiaoqiao looked confident. He scratched his chin and asked Su Xiaoqiao, "Speaking of which, did you find out what kind of divine blood creature we'll be hunting tomorrow? What should we prepare?" Su Xiaoqiao looked confident. He smiled smugly, pointed to the sky, and reassured him, "No need to worry, I just scouted. This morning in this world, there's nothing money can't solve." Recalling when he secretly bribed Yang Manli's assistant, Su Xiaoqiao confidently said, "Yang Manli's assistant said it seems to be a sacred blood creature. Can it fly?" Han Sen looked a bit surprised and glanced at Su Xiaoqiao, asking, "Can it fly? Then it won't be easy to hunt." Su Xiaoqiao put her hands on her hips and replied confidently, "That's right. Few of those divine celestial beings are good archers, so we really need their help." Han Sen rested his chin on his hand, furrowing his brows, and thought, "This is tough. Ordinary alloy arrows won't cut it. We need to buy new Z-steel arrows." Late at night, when the moon was high, Han Sen was still sitting in front of a computer screen with the light on. Steel Z is a new type of metal, much more durable and flexible than regular iron or steel. His fingers kept tapping the keyboard as Han Sen thought, once metal Z is added to the alloy, the weapon's durability will increase significantly. The market price was too expensive. With his remaining money, it was impossible. His eyes focused on the screen, thinking, the Apocalypse Bow Chi Hun only has 0.4% bowstring strength, barely reaching 0.5%. If it's arrows, they need to be at least double digits. On the computer screen appeared a rectangular blue stone and a dark red stone of unclear shape. He was surprised. Huh? A sound. On the screen was an image of an arrow with a note below. Z steel content 1.2%, price 300,000. Other models, if interested, contact 21BABA no 0987. Han Sen excitedly exclaimed, "This arrow is good, reasonably priced. I should negotiate a bit." At the red light district, Han Sen entered alone. The surrounding space was extremely noisy, with girls in two-piece outfits constantly waving at him. Han Sen lowered his face, pretending not to notice the waving. He thought the arrow seller sounded strange. On the phone, it turned out to be this place. Recalling sitting in front of the computer, he took out his phone and called that number. Han Sen asked, "Can you send it over?" A voice from the other end replied, "If you want to buy, come yourself. I'll give you the address." Far behind the door was a mysterious arrow seller wearing a hat covering his face, dressed in a long cloak, waving at him. Han Sen assessed, he must be the mysterious arrow seller. The seller confirmed Han Sen was the buyer. Han Sen replied, "Yes." The arrow seller opened a box of arrows shining with golden light for Han Sen to inspect. He introduced, "These arrows are handmade by me. You can try them first. If satisfied, we start the deal." Han Sen observed the golden gleaming bow and arrows in hand, noting good balance and craftsmanship. He took out a knife and asked the seller, "Can I cut it a bit?" The seller smiled upon seeing Han Sen's knife and said, "The Trom Theat Blade series can cut anything casually." With the seller's approval, Han Sen quickly struck the arrow with a strong cut. The arrow was unharmed, but the knife in his hand chipped a piece. Han Sen looked at the bow and said, "The Trom Theat Blade's edge chipped, but the arrow left no mark. This arrow has at least 0.7% Z-steel content. Good stuff, I'll buy it." The arrow seller looked very proud and boasted, "It's made from battleship-grade steel bearing with standard 1.2% Z-steel content. Also, my craftsmanship isn't machine-made. It's comparable." Han Sen handed over the money and said, "At first I was skeptical, but now I have no worries, boss. Thanks." The arrow seller put the money inside his coat and said, "Come to me if you need anything next time." The next day, at the entrance to the Tihoto world, a large crowd stood outside the entrance, making a lot of noise. Letianyang saw someone and said, "Celestial, look. That crazy guy is here too." The divine Celestial glanced at Letianyang, thinking, "Daring to follow Qin Xuan here, to see how I kill you." Leading was Qin Xuan, followed by Han Sen, Su Xiaoqiao, and Yang Manli. The divine Celestial stepped forward and shook hands with Qin Xuan, saying, "Qin Xuan, this time we must cooperate well to successfully hunt the sacred blood creature." Qin Xuan replied, "Of course. Our divine archers won't let you down. Let's go." La Tianyang suddenly came beside Han Sen, grabbed his hand and mocked, "Since when did the divine archers recruit trash?" Qin Xuan glanced at him with a murderous look and said, "La Tianyang, your memory is really bad. Didn't I say he's mine already?" Seeing Qin Xuan unhappy, the divine celestial stopped La Tianyang, saying, "La Yang, what are you doing? Don't make things difficult for Qin Xuan." La Tianyang replied, "Okay, celestial." Although reminded, La Tianyang still glanced at Han Sen, with a contemptuous tone, mocking him, trash clinging to women. Han Sen heard everything, but remained silent, watching La Tianyang's figure walk away. Su Xiaoqiao stepped forward and said to him, "Sen, bro, that crazy guy?" Han Sen cut her off, expressionless. Just a dull dog biting, no need to care. After both parties gathered at a place with winding water, surrounded by rugged hills, the divine celestial stood before a cliff, hands on hips, saying, "We're here. This is the place." Qin Xuan assessed the surroundings and said, "I'll send someone down to lure the sacred blood creature out. You just follow the plan." The divine celestial looked at her and replied, "No problem." La Tianyang stood behind, waving to signal something. "I'll send someone down to lure the divine blood creature out. You guys just need to follow the plan." The divine heavenly son looked at her and replied, "No problem." Luo Tianyang stood behind, waving to signal something. The divine son of heaven crossed his arms over his chest, speaking confidently. "Team leader Yang, this is a special gift I prepared for the divine archery team. One of the arrows infused with 1% Z steel content. You can distribute them to your subordinates." La Sen Yang boasted as he opened the arrow box. The divine son of heaven pointed at Han Sen, commanding with authority. Except for him, Yang Manli angrily stepped forward to question the divine son of heaven. Why not Han Sen? He's also a member of the divine archery team. Facing her challenge, he sneered and replied, "Is that so? We are the suppliers of the infused arrows, so shouldn't we also decide who gets them?" Hearing this, Yang Manli reluctantly accepted his unreasonable demand. "Of course, since you're leading this operation, we obey." She ordered, "Liu Huangdao, come here and distribute to the top 5 from the last test. Each gets 20 arrows. Don't feel bad about the rest. Our arrows are just as good as the infused ones. There's no need to use all of theirs." Yang Manli looked disdainful, thinking the divine son of heaven had targeted Han Sen. No matter what happened, he didn't even respect her. Her expression said it all. That bastard is disgusting. She wanted to slap him until he dropped dead. La Sen Yang then called out to everyone, "Don't just stand there. Quickly follow the plan and prepare the ambush." The elite members of the group were given priority to choose their positions. Everyone responded, "Understood, understood, understood." La Sen Yang stood on a rock, looking at Han Sen and Su Xiaoqiao, ordering, "You trash! What are you doing standing so close? Step aside a bit." Su Xiaoqiao clenched her fists angrily and said, "Hey, don't be arrogant." Han Sen immediately patted Su Xiaoqiao's shoulder to reassure her. "It's okay. Standing anywhere is the same." They moved to the other side. The two hid behind a rock and some bushes. Su Xiaoqiao angrily complained, "So frustrating. He thinks he's so great. If he wasn't giving us infused arrows, fine, but now he's picking a fight with me." Han Sen focused ahead with no expression, speaking calmly as if it were just a normal conversation, "Since the divine son of heaven hates me." Su Xiaoqiao turned and asked, "Sen, brother, aren't you mad?" "I'm super pissed. I want to punch that guy." Han Sen replied determinedly, "Of course I am, but don't let emotions override reason. If we want to teach them a lesson, we just need to act. Otherwise, we'll just become their joke," he continued. "Wait, maybe I can kill a divine blood creature. If I'm lucky and get a beast soul, what then? I want to see his reaction. He'll probably go crazy mad." Su Xiaoqiao warned worriedly, "You can't do that. Everyone on the other side of the cliff is the divine son of heaven's people. Once the divine blood creature takes flight, they'll keep shooting infused arrows." He sighed, spinning the arrow in his hand. "We won't have a chance to get close to it." Suddenly, a loud roar came from afar. Su Xiaoqiao asked fearfully, "What's that sound? So scary." From the rocky cliffs, a large purple dragon flew up. Someone shouted in surprise, "Captain Qin and the others have lured it out. Oh my god, the purple feather Keelin dragon." Yang Man Li pointed at the purple feather Qilin dragon, loudly ordering, "Everyone shoot it down!" About 10 archers scattered across the cliffs obeyed the command. Yang aimed his arrow at the purple feather Qilin dragon and said, "Understood, understood, understood." Hundreds of arrows shot from all directions toward the purple feather Qilin dragon, flying high, seemingly able to easily bring it down, but it swiped its tail and deflected all the arrows. Arrows that hit its body bounced off, Su Xiaoqiao exclaimed in amazement. Infused arrows don't work on it, its scales are even harder than steel. Han Sen reached behind and took out his refined arrow, marveling. As long as it hits its eyes, infused arrows are only so effective. Han Sen aimed his bow at the purple feather Qilin dragon, thinking this arrow's Z-steel content was 2%, and it would disappear after being shot. "I'll take it down in one shot." Su Xiaoqiao was shocked by his words. Useless. No wonder the divine Son of Heaven arranged so many people. The monster changed direction. Before he could finish, the divine Son of Heaven jumped up from the cliff. He shot an arrow at the purple feather Qilin dragon, confidently saying, "Divine blood creature, you belong to me!" His arrow flew at an incredible speed toward the purple feather Qilin dragon. The entire arrow pierced through its wing with a golden light, tearing it apart. The purple feather Qilin dragon screamed in pain. Han Sen watched and thought, "No, this isn't the time. Its defenses haven't been breached yet. Wait a bit longer." The purple feather Qilin dragon flew higher with one wing torn. Yang Man Li was not weak either. She took out a silver glowing arrow and said, "Divine Son of Heaven, I won't let you steal it." She shot her bow at the purple feather Qilin dragon. Her arrow flew like a missile. The other wing of the purple feather Qilin dragon was torn by Yang Man Li's arrow. Everyone cheered. The beast soul arrows of the divine Son of Heaven and Yang Man Li can be reused. The divine Son of Heaven rode a large leopard and ordered everyone. "Both wings are injured. It can't fly far. Chase it." Everyone mounted their mounts and gave chase. They responded, "Understood. Ambush. Don't let it escape." Meanwhile, Han Sen and Su Xiaoqiao also quickly pursued. He thought, "I don't have beast soul arrows or mounts. They'll catch up to it first." Su Xiaoqiao ran alongside, and Han Sen anxiously asked, "Brother Sen, what are we doing? Running on foot like this, we won't catch up to them. They will catch up to it first." As Su Xiaoqiao ran after them, Han Sen anxiously asked, "Sen bro, what are we doing? Running like this won't catch up to them." Qin Xuan immediately called out loudly to Han Sen. Han Sen looked back at him in surprise, thinking that Qin Xuan had climbed up from the cliff. She reached out her hand toward him and said, "Hurry up, give me your hand." Han Sen jumped up and extended his hand to her. He thought that right at that moment, Qin Xuan easily grabbed his hand. Han Sen was effortlessly pulled up by her. Su Xiaoqiao, seeing this, shouted, "Station Chief Qin, me too." Han Sen wrapped his arm around Qin Xuan's waist. He then showed a perverted expression, thinking, "She's quite slender, and her mount is pretty fierce." Qin Xuan turned to look at him with a disgusted face and reminded him, "Hey, don't touch me. I'm letting you come along. It's because Luo Sulan said your shooting skills aren't bad and could help us." Han Sen pursed his lips and said, "I understand, Station Chief Qin, but deep down," he thought, "it's not because you like me, right? I don't care." The people standing below kept looking up at the cliff, constantly discussing, "It's really high. How are we supposed to climb up there? What should we do? We can only do it if we have a spirit beast that can fly." Qin Xuan and Han Sen approached Luo Sulan to ask, "What's going on with Luo Sulan?" God's Sanctuary glanced at Han Sen with a displeased expression. He thought about that bastard daring to sit on Qin Xuan's mount. Luo Sulan moved toward Qin Xuan and said, "Qin Xuan, you arrived just in time. That sacred blood creature has flown over the mountain. It's a spirit beast arrow. Even if we go further, we can't kill it. What should we do?" Qin Xuan looked up with determination and said, "We have to find a way over there to kill it or lure it down. Even then, the odds of winning aren't high." God's Sanctuary gritted his teeth, clenched his fists in anger, and said, "Send someone to climb up and lure it down. We'll wait here and kill it." Everyone helplessly looked up at the mountain, discussing, who could do it? This mountain is too steep. Usually, people fall and die before reaching the top. Even if they get up there, they'll be attacked by that creature. God's Sanctuary angrily shouted, "We've come this far. Are you all giving up? Who dares to step up will be generously rewarded later, fair and square, right?" Hearing God's Sanctuary, everyone agreed. He seemed to be right. It sounded convincing. If we consume a lot of spirit beasts, our jealousy points could increase significantly. That's right. Han Sen stood behind, observing everyone. He thought about when they killed the black beetle. He only knew how to sacrifice others to get what he wanted. Qin Xuan rubbed her wrist and said, "We'll proceed with the plan quickly. Whoever wants more, follow me up there." God's Sanctuary worriedly tried to stop her. "Qin Xuan, you don't need to go up there. Just give orders to others." Qin Xuan ignored him. He advised her, but she kept moving forward, saying, "Why give orders? I don't want to wait. Got it?" He couldn't stop her. God's sanctuary then pushed Han Sen's shoulder. In a commanding tone, he said, "You quickly follow behind to protect Qin Xuan." His eyes were full of killing intent as he looked at Han Sen, thinking, "You'll die when you reach the top." Han Sen looked at him with a puzzled expression. He wondered what this madman was scheming now. Groups of people climbed ahead, holding onto vines. Qin Xuan led the way, followed by Han Sen. The six-legged beast above flapped its wings wildly, kicking up a cloud of dust. It roared loudly, threatening the group approaching it. It ferociously bit off half of a person who rushed to attack. Seeing this, no one panicked. Instead, they seemed to gather strength and charged at it even harder. Qin Xuan looked up at the massive six-legged beast in front of her and shouted to remind everyone, "Quick, find cover and shoot the six-legged beast." Everyone shouted to each other to find hiding spots quickly and prepare to shoot. The beast easily knocked down the group with its tail. Han Sen stood on a distant rock, aiming his bow at it. He thought the creature was seriously injured with so many people shooting continuously. He pulled the bowstring, ready to shoot. He thought it would die soon. He just needed to wait for the right moment to finish it off with the steel arrow Z. Suddenly, from behind, God's sanctuary jumped up with a dark blue aura. He transformed into a divine beast and attacked from behind. Han Sen cried out in pain. God's sanctuary laughed triumphantly, saying, "I warned you. Today, you'll die here." Han Sen fell from the mountain peak down below. He tried to hold tightly onto the vine in his hands. Han Sen grabbed the vine with both hands as his body slammed hard against the rocky slope. Han Sen gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking, "Ugh, that hurts." Finally, he stopped slipping down. He was secretly relieved. "Luckily, my physical constitution has improved. Otherwise, even my bones would have shattered. God's sanctuary is really dirty. Did he use such a powerful mutated spirit beast just to kill me?" Han Sen climbed up to the mountain peak. He thought, "You want me dead, huh? My life is tough." The six-legged beast was surrounded on both sides by Qin Xuan and God's sanctuary. Everyone hid behind rocks and said to each other, "It's surrounded now. Everyone hurry, get closer, form a circle, and don't let it escape." Han Sen wiped the sweat from his hand. He thought Qin Xuan also used her spirit beast, transforming into a golden lion. Although his six-star blood crystal was very strong, this terrain was not suitable. His gaze was resolute, thinking, "We just have to wait. This is not the time." Qin Xuan, with her large divine lion beast, charged forward and bit the six-legged beast's leg. It screamed in pain. On this side, God's sanctuary also used all his strength to punch its head repeatedly. The six-legged beast struggled and broke free from their attacks. Qin Xuan then transformed back to her original form. She rushed forward and said, "It's about to die. Attack." God's sanctuary also returned to human form. He grabbed his sword and charged, saying, "Fine, this beast will die by my sword." The two attacked the six-legged beast's chest from both sides. It seemed like it would be easy to take it down, but it roared and knocked both of them away. Qin Xuan, pushed by its force, she slammed into a nearby rock. She grimaced, gritting her teeth against the pain. Han Sen was hiding behind some bushes, worriedly shouting, "Qin Xuan, Purple Rain Azure Dragon." Looking across, someone yelled, "This creature is way too strong." It wanted to fly to the opposite cliff. Han Sen thought he couldn't let it escape. He hurriedly chased after it. He believed no one would have a chance to kill it if it flew over there. Han Sen looked at Purple Rain Azure Dragon with determination. From behind, he drew out his golden bow, and Divine Heavenly Sun also summoned his arrow. Gritting his teeth in anger, he said, "How can I let my prey run away? If you want, try taking my arrow first." He shot a blue arrow, angrily saying, "Damn lizard whore, you belong to me. Die." Watching Purple Rain Azure Dragon prepare to take off, Han Sen made up his mind right then. He fired the golden arrow. Although it was shot after Divine Heavenly Sun's arrow, Han Sen's arrow flew faster than his. Han Sen's golden arrow sped toward Purple Rain Azure Dragon as a critical strike. Han Sen had taken down Purple Rain Azure Dragon before it could escape. Suddenly, Han Sen's eyes widened in surprise. Hey, everyone around watching this scene was also shocked and whispering, "Whoa, that's the butt-crazy guy who killed it. How did the butt-crazy guy kill Purple Rain Azure Dragon? Unbelievable." Divine Heavenly Sun was stunned, wondering why his arrow hit first. Qin Xuan, holding her injured shoulder, looked at him suspiciously and said, "Han Sen?" Divine Heavenly Sun angrily grabbed his shirt and questioned, "How do you have a mutated beast soul?" Facing his interrogation, Han Sen calmly replied, "I just wanted to hunt beast souls, but my luck is terrible." He suddenly sneered and continued, "I didn't get anything at all." Qin Xuan looked at Han Sen and said, "Han Sen, did you get the beast soul? The beast soul belongs entirely to whoever finishes it off. If you got it, then name your price." Han Sen rubbed his injured cheek, looking innocent, and said, "Honestly, I didn't get anything. If there was a chance to make big money, why would I give it up? I was just a bit scared that Purple Rain Azure Dragon would fly away, so I shot. Otherwise, it would have wasted everyone's effort. Qin Xuan frowned. It seemed like he was telling the truth. It's not easy to get a beast soul anyway. Qin Xuan looked seriously at Han Sen and advised, forget about that. Don't run around recklessly in the next few weeks, or Divine Heavenly Sun might kill you without you noticing. Don't say I didn't warn you. Han Sen happily replied, got it, Captain Qin. He thought about how Qin Xuan stopped him today, recalling his argument with Divine Heavenly Sun, who angrily hit him and said, hey, you did that on purpose, didn't you? I'll cripple you today. Han Sen painfully held his left cheek. Qin Xuan immediately ran up and shielded Han Sen with her body, saying, stop, Divine Heavenly Sun. If you touch my people, don't blame me if something happens. Looking at Qin Xuan's glowing back in front of him, Han Sen thought, I might get some help here. That would be great. At night, glass buildings were surrounded by greenery. Han Sen just finished showering, still smiling. He said, purple rain, azure dragon, a flying-type beast soul. Han Sen looked at the shimmering purple aura in his hand. The system announced, hunt successful. Hunted purple rain azure dragon, received beast soul. Acquiring a beast soul can grant up to 10 divine energy points. Remembering when he shot that arrow, he felt lucky. Thanks to that arrow, he gained a bit more time. Han Sen laughed loudly while showering. Rare beast soul. How many in this shelter shop get one? I'm gonna be rich! After showering, Han Sen dried his hair and walked out, humming a tune. Looking down, he said, hey, Copper-Tooth Beast, your Copper-Tooth Beast has evolved a lot. Han Sen grabbed the iron bars in front of him, excitedly shouting, oh my god, divine blood! It evolved into a divine blood creature. The refined essence is real. He happily rubbed its head, pampering the Copper-Tooth Beast. Han Sen said, 3 months, just 3 months. Refined essence can raise a divine blood creature. Qin Xuan and Divine Heavenly Sun took years and still haven't maxed out. Divine energy, Han Sen, looking joyful, said, at this rate, I can join the second world of the Chi-Tai shelter in at least 5 years. Han Sen clenched the knife in his hand, his expression full of killing intent, determined, I will cook it. Then he went to the square, using money to buy a living primitive-level creature to bring back. Han Sen frowned. Looking serious, he stabbed the knife hard into the Copper-Tooth Beast. He thought the plan to raise a divine blood creature couldn't be delayed. Han Sen happily enjoyed the Copper-Tooth Beast meat, marveling at its flavor. System announcement, eating divine blood Copper-Tooth Beast meat, received 1 divine energy point. Han Sen happily gnawed on a bone in his hand. System announcement, eating divine blood Copper-Tooth Beast meat, received 1 divine energy point. Divine energy! Han Sen stood up and laughed loudly. Reached 7 divine energy points plus the previous 18. I have a total of 25 divine energy points. Han Sen approached the computer and said, no matter what, these steel Z arrows are disposable and too expensive. I have to think about having a beast soul arrow. Han Sen scratched his head helplessly. The internet is full of irrelevant information. Such a waste of time. The dark vibe just from the name alone is scary. So I clicked on the line titled, The Horrific Journey. Crossing the dark swamp on the computer, Han Sen immediately immersed himself into the character. I was chased by a mutated creature I had never seen before, and I ran for my life. When I was only a few hundred miles away from the steel armor shelter, a mysterious figure in black was trying to escape this swamp. I kept reading. Then I realized this was the dark swamp, home to many bizarre creatures. I risked fighting the black thorn wind. Han Sen continued reading. Luckily, I managed to seize the beast soul. It was a beast soul arrow in flight form. But just as I was about to leave, what? What the hell is this? I screamed and ran for my life. If I had been even a little slower, I would have become its prey. Bees suddenly swarmed in to attack. I'm sure it was a mutated blackthorn wind, a mutated creature. Reading this, Han Sen cheered excitedly. I can hear it, he happily said. If I can seize its beast soul, I'll become a divine archer. Han Sen suddenly rubbed his chin and said, but this article doesn't mention how to get there. Wandering blindly is very dangerous and a huge waste of time. Han Sen sighed, tugging at his hair, saying, no more thinking. I just need to do what I can. That night, on the rooftop of some building, Han Sen went to meet the bow seller. Looking at the long swords along the hallway, Han Sen asked the owner, you have a lot of weapons here. Did you make all of them? The bow seller replied, of course. He smiled and said to him, young man, I didn't think you'd use that arrow so fast. For regular customers, I'll show you something much better. In a room filled with diverse displays, sharp items gleamed as he laid out a finely crafted knife on a silk cloth. He said, Z-Steel Alloy Composite Knife, 5% Z-Steel, 300,000. Han Sen's eyes focused intently on the blade, a satisfied expression on his face as he said, the price is about the same as the previous arrow, but the Z-Steel percentage is significantly higher. Deal? No kidding, I'll buy it. Then he pointed elsewhere, curious, asking, Hey boss, do you have a lot of weapons stored here too? Each sword on the wall and rack shone with sparkling light, as if whispering hidden power. Han Sen asked curiously, "Looks special. What kind are these?" He smiled mysteriously and priced a sword with 75% Z steel. "Give me 100 million. 000. You'll have it." Hearing the sky-high price, Han Sen was shocked and exclaimed, "Are you kidding? What kind of sword is so expensive?" The bow seller didn't hesitate to push him out the door and shouted, "Get lost. You're not worthy of owning it." Han Sen could only plead, "No, boss, please don't do this." He showed no mercy, shouting again, "Get lost!" Sweat poured from Han Sen's forehead as the door slammed shut decisively. Han Sen leaned on the cold wall, pondering aloud. Unbelievable. Does he have modern technology? Someone who can make weapons with more than 5% Z steel? What kind of sword is that anyway? Suddenly, his phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up and said coldly, "What's up?" On the other end was old Han's voice. "Tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon, come to Falling Wind Valley. I have something good for you to see." Han Sen impatiently replied, "Why the mystery? Can't you send a video or some pictures or something?" The other side hung up after speaking. "How can I do that? You have to see it in person. That's what makes it exciting." Tomorrow, the next day at Falling Wind Valley, in a luxurious house, two people walked down the hallway. Han Sen couldn't help but ask, "What do you want me to see?" Zhang Yang smiled, chatting as he led the way. "Nothing interesting. I'm just inviting you to a meal." He quickly took him to a room, where Qin Hao was already waiting with a calm expression. He said, "I called everyone here. Of course I won't do anything to you guys. Don't worry." Qin Hao looked surprised to see him and said, "Sensei, you came too?" Han Sen asked back, "Oh, Qin Hao, you're here too?" He felt strange and suspicious inside that he called him brother. Zhang Yang extended his hand and said, "Come on, our main character is here." An illusion of a tiger appeared, its growl echoing powerfully as if trying to dominate everything around. In a moment, it transformed back into a sword. He arrogantly asked, "So, old Han, how's my mutated beast soul?" His eyes showed excitement as he said enthusiastically, "Wow, not bad. A mutated beast soul in weapon form is no weakling." He clapped Han Sen on the shoulder, laughing excitedly. "No kidding, it even has a name, Snow Tiger Blade." Han Sen praised without holding back. "The name sounds awesome." Outwardly, he smiled and congratulated, but inside he thought, "Even this idiot has a mutated beast soul. Damn, I'm jealous to death." Then Zhang Yang opened a box, his eyes shining brightly as they landed on the cold blade resting inside. "With the Snow Tiger Blade, I don't need those other swords anymore," Han Sen said. "If you don't mind, don't refuse to accept it." Han Sen asked curiously, "That's the steel cleaver, not cheap. How can I refuse?" Zhang Yang placed the box in his hands and generously said, "We're sworn brothers." Han Sen replied, "Why say that? I'm not going to use it anyway, just keep it." He hesitated and said, "All right then." Han Sen really liked this sword and thought to himself, "He's truly loyal. I'll definitely repay this kindness." The steel cleaver was destroyed earlier when I checked that arrow. This gift came at just the right time. Han Hao sat to the side watching the two of them laugh and joke happily, thinking their relationship was really good. He wished he could be like that too, even though relying on Qin Xuan was really embarrassing. Although relying on Qin Xuan was really embarrassing, if he hadn't been able to get into the steel armor shelter, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Han Hao held something in his hand, walked over to him, and smiled as he spoke. "Brother Han, I have a few things." Before he could finish, a shout came from outside. "Han Hao, you rotten bastard!" Han Hao, burning with anger, walked inside. "Your mother told you to attend Mr. Hu's banquet. You didn't go, saying you had something important to do. You came here just to hang out with these people?" As soon as she entered, she grabbed him and continued loudly, "Mr. Hu invited all his son's friends. This is your chance to build connections with the upper class. You should make friends with them, son." Han Hao tried to explain. "Mom, wait." She turned around angrily and shouted, "Shut up! Today's banquet even has the big young master Lin Beifeng from the Starry Group. I heard he's also in the steel armor shelter. Go there." Hearing this, Han Hao thought, Starry Group, upper class. This is a great opportunity. Maybe I can become friends with Lin Beifeng. Han Sen is nothing. Zhang Yang, bored watching this scene, turned to Han Hao and said, Han Hao is grown up, but still controlled by his mother. He recalled Han Lei's words and couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Hanging out with these people? They're just trying to piss me off." Han Sen scratched his face, deep in thought. Lin Beifeng must be at the banquet. In the luxurious room, groups of people chatted animatedly. Two smiling girls approached young Master Lin and started a conversation. "Young Master Lin, very pleased to meet you. Could we have your contact info? I usually don't take the initiative like this." Two people farther away looked over and whispered, "That's the young master of the Starry Group, Lin Beifeng, right? Their ancestors must have accumulated a lot of virtue to be this lucky. If not luck, then what else?" He bought a defective AI core, but unexpectedly discovered a huge amount of precious minerals from a small company. Overnight, it became the biggest corporation in Falling Wind Valley. I'm really jealous. Han Lei's mother took the opportunity to lead him over and warmly introduced. Young Master Lin, I'm Han Yumei, and this is my son, Han Hao. He also greeted, Young Master Lin, very honored to meet you. Lin gave them some face and replied, Hello, what brings you here to see me? People around couldn't help but gossip. Are they AIs, trying to get attention? Someone laughed and said, That's the wife and son of the Han family's corporation. They're probably negotiating something, maybe trying to get close to young Master Lin. Han Yumei happily said, Young Master Lin, my son Han Hao is also in the steel armor shelter. In the future, you two could become good friends. He quickly added, Yes, young Master Lin. We're both in the same shelter. If you need help, just say the word. He felt a ripple inside hearing the mother and son, but smiled on the outside. Ah, all right, that's fine. I'm also looking for someone. Suddenly, she glanced over here. Han Sen was walking away, muttering, The hot pot here is pretty good. Zhang Yang walked ahead proudly and replied, Yeah, all famous chefs. Han Yumei's eyes flashed with malice as she thought of Han Sen's name. Then she pushed Han Hao forward and said tactfully, If you want to find someone, I'm sure it's the right person. Han Hao is good at this. You two keep talking. I have some business to handle. Then she went over, aggressively grabbed Han Hao's arm, and said fiercely, Hey, where do you think this is, that you dare come here like this? I've heard your story from Han Hao. You better scram. Your bad reputation is already everywhere. Don't ruin my son's future. Han Sen and Zhang Yang stayed silent. She threatened them venomously. Don't think just because you're in the shelter you can find AIs whenever you want. Han Yumei pointed at him with contempt. Do you think you're worthy? Han Sen lost patience listening to her ramble. He retorted, I'll go wherever I want. What's it to you? I have no connection with you guys. Hearing this, she got even angrier. Ah, you brat. I'm warning you, my son Han Hao. The argument caught young Master Lin's attention. What's going on over there? Hey, that figure looks familiar. He recognized Brother Han. Suddenly, young Master Lin jumped up, hugged him, and shouted, Brother Han! Brother Han! It's really you! Finally found you! I've missed you so much! Han Sen was caught off guard and didn't react quickly. Hey, who's this guy? Young Master Lin's eyes shone brightly as he happily said, Brother Han, you're my benefactor. It was tough finding you. Knowing you were in the steel armor shelter, I came looking for you. Zhang Yang, confused, asked the benefactor, Old Han saved young Master Lin? What happened? He looked helplessly at the person in front of him. People around gossiped. Damn, he saved young Master Lin. His ancestors must have accumulated a lot of virtue. Right, one step to immortality. Didn't expect the savior to be so young. Who's that AI? Is he married? I have a daughter. Han Yumei was shocked. How did it come to this? Han Hao was equally surprised. Lin's mother said, Han Sen saved him. He's his benefactor. Han Sen cleared his throat. Ahem. Young Master Lin, sorry, this kind of welcome isn't really my style. We can talk later if needed. I have to go now. Young Master Lin grabbed his hand and asked Brother Han, Where are you going? There's a flying vehicle outside. Let me take you. Han Sen waved his hand to refuse. Ah, no need. Young Master Lin thanked him, waved as he watched him walk away, and shouted loudly, Sen bro, we'll meet often. I'll follow you. The crowd watching the monster hunt buzzed with curiosity. Who was that guy? Why did young Master Lam worship him so much? He doesn't look like a noble, right? I've never heard his name in noble circles. Strange, but if he saved young Master Lam, he definitely isn't ordinary. Zhang Danfeng shrugged and asked Old Han, You stole the spotlight tonight. You have to tell me how you saved young Master Lam. Han Sen replied indifferently, No, enjoy it first. We'll talk about this later. Han Yan angrily snapped. That brat Han Sen dares to look for young Master Lam to back his son? Han Hao gritted his teeth in anger. I thought he only clung to women. Didn't expect there was someone else. Such trouble. Under the clear blue sky and towering skyscrapers, Han Sen strolled with his hands in his pockets. He finally finished explaining to that guy, who seemed to enjoy gossip, but I hope never to meet Lam Beifeng again. Think about it, he's rich, so there's no worry about whether he'll pay or not. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from a distant building. A major fire broke out. Han Sen was stunned. What's happening now? The system announcement warned, Warning, intrusion of unidentified targets detected. Warning, warning. From the fire, a crowd of people fled in panic. The chaotic scene was filled with shouts. Fire! Help! Run! Get out fast! Han Sen didn't hesitate. He rushed straight inside. He thought, if I'm not mistaken, that fireball came from the spaceship. This type of spaceship only exists with the Tula tribe. The Tula tribe are enemies of humanity. Their characteristic is identical appearance, wearing masks and horns. Next, humanity has fought against them for many centuries on this planet since ancient times. Because the Tula tribe's physique far surpasses humans, humanity has always failed to resist them. Even now, for nearly 200 years, humanity discovered the divine sanctuary world inside the sanctuary world. The panicked group ran while shouting loudly, "The defense system has been destroyed. Quick, call for reinforcements." Communication devices were also interrupted, connection lost, no way out. Hansen rushed over quickly. He silently analyzed the odd situation. Falling Wind Valley is a commerce-driven planet. Why is their spaceship appearing here? He worried if anyone inside was dead. Hansen looked up at the tall building. A ship had broken through the glass layer. A huge hole formed, accompanied by black smoke spreading from the debris. The little girl hung suspended, crying pitifully. "Save me. Sob, sob, sob. Daddy. Mommy. I'm scared. Sob." Hansen was horrified. Danger. If the girl falls from that height, she will. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The lid inside suddenly popped open. Then, a figure from the Tula tribe stepped out. He had fierce red eyes, a tall, muscular body. Hansen was terrified. Golden noble horns. He slowly stepped out. Right beside him was the little girl, still sobbing in fear. "Daddy, Mommy, sob." The Tula tribe member raised his blade to strike down. At that moment, a bright orange figure flashed by in an instant. Kim Tae appeared wielding a weapon. A beam of light shot up toward the hole in the corner. The reporter raised his camera to snap a photo. Reporter Fuang Tone stared wide-eyed, wondering, "What is this? Am I seeing things?" That was just as the Tula tribe member was about to swing his blade down. Kim Tae rushed straight to the girl. He managed to catch her in his arms just in time. His gloved hand caught the blade. Kim Tae leaned to one side, blocking the Tula tribe's downward strike with one hand. Holding the girl with one hand, watching this thrilling scene, Fuang Tuan excitedly shouted, "He saved that kid! Amazing!" Kim Tae was unmistakably the one. Definitely Kim Tae. I only knew him from some breaking news reports. Finally, I get to see him in action. I'm lucky today. Tomorrow's hotline is definitely mine. Taking advantage of the moment, he quickly brought the girl down, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Kim Tae couldn't help but sweat, thinking, finding someone who can destroy mutated armor, I can't act recklessly. How could the Tula tribe members be easily spared? He jumped down to chase, swung his blade again. Kim Tae silently cursed. Damn, he moves too fast. He changed course, smoothly dodged, then flew up into the air. His figure quickly vanished. Kim Tae dashed into a building. The glass door shattered because of it. He instructed the girl, "Find a place and hide there. Don't make a sound." The girl wiped her tears. "Yes, big brother, thank you." There were many people around. This made him even more worried. There are too many people here. The Tula tribe member had caught up. Kim Tae stood blocking the entrance. He easily struck Kim Tae with a blow. Blood dripped from his mouth. Kim Tae gritted his teeth, thinking, "It hurts so bad. Damn it. If this keeps up." Fuang Toan saw the situation was bad. Hey, why didn't Kim Tae dodge that attack? With his skills, he could easily take that guy down. Then he realized, maybe Kim Tae can't take it anymore. A mature, noble horned warrior. Their combat ability rivals that of evolved humans. Kim Tae isn't evolved. If this continues, he will die. Kim Tae struggled to fight back. His fist clenched and slammed the ground, preparing to strike again. Fuang Toan gritted his teeth, conflicted. Am I wrong to live stream this? If Kim Tae gets killed, what am I doing? Kim Tae threw a full punch at him, swearing, "Damn it. Even if I die, I have to drive the Tula tribe out of here." In that instant, he was hit by another blade strike. His mind only flashed one thought. He was determined to kill without exception. An AI named Tula tribe with eyes glowing red, radiating fierce killing intent. Fuang Toan gasped in fear. If Kim Tae took another hit, he would die. He had to dodge it. That guy raised his blade again, ready to finish him off with one strike. Fuang Toan cheered him on. Kim Tae, don't die. Dodge it fast. You have to try your best. No AI will blame you. Blue energy bubbles floated up. Cheers kept echoing through the live stream. Kim Tae, he's about to counterattack. Kill him. Teach that bastard a lesson. Don't let him live. Kim Tae is invincible, my little angel. Love you. At the same time, he grabbed the massive body of the Tula tribe. He pushed him down. The two of them plunged straight beneath him, looking at him fiercely. Are you crazy? Kim Tae just gritted his teeth, showing clear determination in his actions. Two figures spiraled upward under the light, increasing their falling speed. The cheers never stopped. Awesome. I picked a name worthy of his actions. Wow. Stomping on the handsome Tula tribe. So cool. Kim Tae's war god aura. Tula stance. Die already. Falling from such a height. What would Kim Tae do next? Smoke billowed thickly. Rocks scattered everywhere. The spectators kept wondering what had happened. That Tula tribe was dead. But what about our Kim Tae? What happened to him? Everyone, look quickly! What are you waiting for? He's still okay! Fuang Taoan carried the camera running over, silently praying, though I want to believe my news will hit the front page. But I don't want to sacrifice a hero. Please, Kim Tae, please don't die. He stopped in front, seeing a large dent clearly. The smoke gradually cleared. Inside lay the Tula tribe in a pool of blood. Fuang Taoan was stunned. Tula was dead. He looked around, searching for Kim Tae. Why can't I see him? Crying echoed from above. Viewers lamented, so Kim Tae has fallen. What should I do now? Fuang Taoan glanced up through the camera. They came from that hole. The kids anxiously looked down. Continuous murmurs praised him. Those were Kim Tae's room kids. What? Oh my god! Kim Tae didn't dodge Tula's strike. To protect the kids. He's so kind. Kim Tae really is a true man. Is Kim Tae here? Where did he go? Could he be dead? Hurry and find him. Under the bright moonlight, the modern cityscape stood out with towering buildings glowing in golden lights. The TV screen replayed the earlier scene. Kim Tae saved someone. Viewers kept cheering. God, Tae is amazing. Tae is so strong. Admiringly, Han Sen returned to his room. At this moment, he was bandaging the wound on his chest. Lost in thought. The Tula clan is truly too powerful. Back then, I could hardly win. Luckily, my divine jealousy point increased quite a bit, only slightly injured. He couldn't help but worry as he watched the screen. I didn't expect anyone to record that battle. Then, when I defeated that guy, he immediately ran away. I instantly thought my identity wouldn't be exposed. Han Sen picked up the sword again, deep in thought. After I defeated that guy, he ran away right away. I immediately thought my identity wouldn't be revealed. Luckily, that Tula guy was already injured. Otherwise, it would have been hard to kill him. I might have even died without realizing it. Or running away with so many injuries wouldn't work either. Examining the sword carefully, he evaluated. The Luo Sulan clan has advanced a lot in melee weapon alloys, clearly superior to humans. Also, this battle sword belongs to a Golden Horn Tula clan member, something better than the best. Han Sen carefully analyzed the sword, which looked very eye-catching. Anyone who watched the video would definitely recognize it. I have to modify it to be a bit smaller, turn it into a sword, maybe even change the color. Suddenly, a piece of the sword accidentally broke off. He wondered suspiciously. Did I break it? From that spot, a small object appeared. He realized, hey, this is a memory card. Excited, Han Sen plugged the card into the computer. This is something good. Let's check it out. The screen displayed images. The Tula clan was using an incredibly powerful technique, rebellious heart slash. He was very interested. A secret technique passed down in a noble Tula family. According to the description, my physical aptitude allows me to learn it. Saying that, he immediately practiced. With just one strike, a large wooden post was cut in half. Han Sen's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the item, treating it like a treasure. This is the rebellious unicorn slash so strong. He laughed loudly. What a great deal. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Luo Sulan. Han Sen picked up. Young Master Luo, what do you need from me? Luo Sulan laughed excitedly. Hey Luo, aren't you at the local station? Did the young master send you for a big hunt? Han Sen calculated and said, Sorry, I'm busy, but I have a big plan. After a while, Han Sen hurriedly said as he entered, Captain Qin, I know you're a very good, amazing person. Well, he still said it. I really don't want to enter the Black Armor Military School. I want to join Falling Wind Valley. Qin Xuan and Yang Manli exchanged glances. Yang Manli angrily slammed the table. Han Sen, are you stupid or just dumb? Black Armor is among the top 50 famous schools. Falling Wind Valley can't even make the top 1. Why on earth do you want to join there? Qin Xuan coldly agreed. Both education and services at Falling Wind Valley can't compare to Black Armor. There, you can even practice with battle armor and battle ranks, the best trainers in new martial arts. Got it? Then she stepped in front of him, implying, if you graduate from such a good place, your future is bright. I suggest you because Black Armor has a special annual quota for archery specialists. With my recommendation and your archery skills, you will have many opportunities. Han Sen hesitated a bit. He had his own worries. Although she was right, Black Armor is not in Falling Wind Valley. Who will take care of Mom and the little one? Qin Xuan crossed her arms coldly and said, if you want to stay in the field, that's fine, but not everyone gets such an opportunity easily. She then pointed over there. Qin Xuan, analyze the data from this video. Qin Xuan responded. All right, okay, let's take a look. The three approached the large screen. It showed the scene of him fighting the Tula guy, Luo Sulan clan. Han Sen was furious. I knew it. I really want to catch the guy who recorded this and beat him up badly. Qin Xuan looked at the screen and asked, Manly, do you see anything? Manly bluntly said, Stupid golden god. Hearing this, Han Sen thought, punish her? This woman dares to call me stupid? Does she have no sense of coolness? Yang, Manly analyzed every move. The force and speed are absolutely top in the first space, local station. The best combat method is to attack from a distance, then continuously strike, but he fought head-on, really a bit reckless. Qin Xuan rested her chin, watching attentively, thoughtfully said, "You're right. That golden horn Tula seemed seriously injured before. Otherwise, the golden god would have been killed by him." Han Sen couldn't help sweating at the professionalism of the two girls and admired them. Indeed, women trained in the military. Their assessments are very accurate. Yang Manli's eyes were cold as she said, "This is the second time we've witnessed this. After he fought in that room, but now he has wings on his back. It must be him, right?" Qin Xuan smiled slightly. Both the wings and armor come from a divine blood creature. He didn't use a bow before, from that perspective. Then she glanced at him, clearly implying he's very different from this guy who only knows how to improve. Han Sen blushed, waved his hand and awkwardly said, "Of course. How could I compare to the golden god?" Qin Xuan gave him a warning look. "You can go now. Consider enrolling in black armor. Don't make me delusional." The clear blue sky reveals a corner of the street. Han Sen slowly walks down the late-night street. His thoughts are intense, seemingly very interested in getting involved with the Black Beetle. Too much trouble. I haven't even reached level 20 to fulfill military duty. You still can't help but worry and plan ahead. If sent to the Black Beetle, if I go, I must leave enough money for my mother and sister, so they won't worry about living conditions. Then Han Sen made a phone call. "Hey, young Master Lin, those 2 Z steel arrows at 5% from last time. Have your people send them to me." Lin Baifeng responded, "Sensei, do you really only need those 2 arrows? My family can cooperate with the Z Alloy Steel Production Group. These items are just cost price. You should have more." "Sensei, aren't you considering letting me go along?" He sincerely said, "I really can help, I won't be a burden." Han Sen scratched his head and still refused, saying, "This place is very dangerous. With your identity like that, why would I risk taking you? Just get the 2 arrows. If lucky, I might bring back a mutant creature as a gift for you." In the dense forest, above is the bright crescent moon shining. Han Sen casually carries his bag and walks. His lonely figure is on a quiet alley, surrounded only by mountains and woods. He walks to the riverside, a peaceful place, surrounded by rocky outcrops and small bushes. 2 days later, Han Sen stands on a cliff. Beside him are 2 beasts flying up. He thoughtfully says, "Finally arrived at the dark swamp, in the gloomy forest. Mutated black needle wasps fly around their nest in swarms." He nods and says, "This is the place with the soul arrow beast. It's hiding here." Han Sen determinedly tells himself, "No matter how dangerous it is, it can't stop me. I must be stronger than the fierce mutated black needle wasp with its sharp needle. It seems it could kill anyone who enters the gloomy riverside edge. Various fierce mutant beasts fly around. He is not afraid, thinking silently, no wonder entering the dark swamp is really not easy. The mutant creatures here are much bigger and more ferocious. Unfortunately, I can't kill them all at once. I need to find a suitable creature to hunt." He observes the surroundings carefully. Under the faint moonlight, beneath the water reflects the long shadow of a school of snakes swiftly swimming by. Kim Tse stands in the air, draws his bow aiming precisely at the prey and says, "That snake, you are the first prey." Instantly, the arrow-carrying power shoots down. He silently calculates. "I only have 2 arrows. I will lure and attack, then withdraw. Can't waste them. Very fast." The giant creature underwater was pierced by the arrow. He orders it back here. A mutant beast surfaces. Another arrow decisively pierces its head, causing its long body to leap out of the water. At the same time, a notification appears. Successful hunt. Hunted the Demon Fang Snake King. Did not obtain the soul used to eat the rare blood meat. Received less than 10 mutation envy points. Hearing that, Kim Se happily shouted, "Awesome." At this moment, schools of mutant fish are moving underwater, unaware of the approaching danger. Bubbles keep rising. The arrow swiftly chases the fish underwater. A very fast one got hit, then 2 golden fish were pierced by arrows simultaneously. The others fled in panic. He, excitedly controlling the string, "My prey, the more you struggle, the more I enjoy it." Kim Tse glides lightly on the water surface, pulling the string, excitedly says, "Baby, you're the next character. Come here." He pulls the arrow up with one hand as it lifts the fish out. The other hand immediately cuts it in half. Meanwhile, the notification appears again. Successful hunt. Hunted mutated bloodfish. Obtained the soul used to eat rare blood meat. Received 1 to 10 mutation envy points. Hearing this, Kim Tse's eyes flashed. "What?" He clenched his fist and lunged forward, laughing contentedly. "That's right. I got the soul." And a mutated soul pierced the darkness, exactly escaping heaven. The result of this hunt is a pot full of meat steaming with aroma. At this moment, the system notification appears. Eating rare blood meat gained 1 mutation envy point. System notification. Eating rare blood meat gained 1 mutation envy point. Notifications keep popping up. System notification. Eating rare blood meat gained 1 mutation envy point. He is satisfied. Eating meat and still kind. Kissing the small creature beside a piece. System notification. Eating rare blood meat gained 1 mutation envy point. Kim Tse gently strokes the small creature, happily shows off to it. The cat lord only has a few days left, a few days since creation to this place. Mutation envy points increased by as much as 31 points. Then he stood up holding the spear, examining the soul of the mutated bloodfish. It is a spear, not an arrow. That's fine, that's good. Anyway, soul weapons don't need repairs or anything. Also easy to carry. Even if completely destroyed, they self-repair. Suddenly, a white aura accompanied by sound flies close. Kim Tse immediately becomes alert and asks, "Who's there?" At this moment, a large eagle descends from above. Smoke billows thickly. Kim Tse instantly draws his sword to defend, silently thinking, maybe it's a flying-type creature. Such creatures usually don't randomly attack humans. The beast lowers its head. Then a figure jumps down. Lu Weinan walks straight up, pointing at the green meat and suggests, "Kid, is this meat yours? Let's negotiate a bit." Kim Tse lowers his face, deep in thought. This is a kind of beast soul mount. I didn't expect anyone braver than me to dare come to this swamp to train. I bluntly said no. Luo Sulan walked over and sat beside the boiling pot of meat. He scooped up a spoonful to taste and said, warning beforehand that the beast meat in the pot was poisonous. Be careful. At the same time, the system announcement sounded, eating the rare blood meat grants 1 mutation envy point. He joyfully stood up. I received a mutation envy point, meaning this place is full of mutated creatures. Luo Sulan raised his blade to threaten me, warning that anyone who wants to trade with me must comply. Otherwise, you'll be prey for the mutants. The steel armor shelter's Kim Tse showed no mercy, coldly replied, "No means no. Are you stupid or what?" Hearing that, I got furious, raised my blade. Arrogant stupidity needs to be taught a lesson. Luo Sulan charged forward, shouting, "I gave you a chance. Now die." The blade stabbed into the tough armor, no damage at all. Luo Sulan broke into a sweat and said, "What? The alloy blade doesn't work on you?" Kim Tse lifted his spear. Supernatural power radiated, arrogantly said, "Alloy blade? This trash dares to fight me?" Before attacking others, he said that and swung down the blade in his hand. Luo Sulan was shattered to pieces. Kim Tse angrily gritted his teeth and continued, "You should review your combat skills first." I swung a few strikes like that, but Luo Sulan arched his body to dodge. He took momentum and stopped. Then, as if in disbelief, touched the light scratch on his face and shouted, "Ouch!" With that handsome face, Luo Sulan knew he couldn't win. He jumped onto the back of a nearby steel armor bird and challenged, "Don't get cocky, you'll pay for today." After speaking, the steel armor bird stomped and lifted him into the air. Kim Tse wasn't about to let it slide. He jumped up and taunted, "You think I can't do anything just because you're riding a mount?" Luo Sulan looked horrified as the figure flew swiftly toward him. "How the hell are you flying like that? And at that speed?" The divine blood beast soul Kim Tse smirked, pointed his spear in approval. "Excellent." The reward for the answer was a poke in the butt. Luo Sulan grabbed his bleeding butt where the spear poked, cried out, "Ouch! My butt!" Kim Tse laughed wickedly. "One more poke." Then another jab hit his butt. Luo Sulan screamed in pain. "Please, Master Chu, spare me. Don't poke anymore. If you poke more, my butt won't grow. Sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me." His hand slipped into the bloody sides of his butt. Luo Sulan's tears streamed down. He raised an object, pleading with the saint to surrender. "Spare me. Let it be like nothing happened. Let me go." Scene shifts to the crescent moon shining brightly in the night sky beside a campfire. Kim Tse crossed his arms, looked down at the one crawling with his butt up, said, "Kid, your life is in my hands. Tell me some useful clues, like where the Blackthorn Wind is, for example." Hearing that, Luo Sulan raised his head and asked, "Blackthorn Wind? That's very dangerous. I'm not going anywhere." In a desolate forest, Han Sen and Luo Sulan had flown here. Luo Sulan hesitated and asked, "Are these all Blackthorn Winds? Seems like there are some not yet. Really want to go?" Han Sen put his arm around him, threatening, "Luo Sulan, think about your butt and behave. I'll give you some mutated beast meat," Luo Sulan replied fearfully. "Understood." Then he rode the steel armor bird down, flying while complaining. "Who is that person anyway? Right when entering the shelter, I came here to train and ran into this pervert." Finally, the mount landed, but as soon as it touched down, it exploded. Luo Sulan panicked and ran away. Too many blackthorn winds. The steel armor bird flew a bit higher. Han Sen excitedly said, "The time has come." Then he immediately spread his wings and dove down. Han Sen fiercely killed those blackthorn winds. Every time he killed one, the system announced, "Successful hunt. Killing blackthorn winds does not yield beast souls to eat, but grants less than 10 divine envy points." The more blackthorn winds he hunted, the more excited Han Sen became. The system continued, "Successful hunt. Killing blackthorn winds does not yield beast souls to eat, but grants 1 to 10 divine envy points." More and more blackthorn winds were killed. The system kept announcing, "Successful hunt. Killing blackthorn winds does not yield beast souls to eat, but grants less than 10 divine envy points." Successful hunt. Killing blackthorn winds does not yield beast souls to eat, but grants less than 10 divine envy points. Han Sen happily said, "Finally got the blackthorn wind beast soul. Now I also have a beast soul arrow. That's awesome. Okay." The next morning, while strolling around, Han Sen happily reflected on the hunt in the dark swamp. My mutation envy points have reached 47. My body envy points are 26. Maxing out isn't far off. Suddenly, everyone around started rushing away. The martial arts tournament this year has begun. Registration deadline is today. Hurry. This event made everyone buzz with excitement. The words from people around made Han Sen realize, the martial arts tournament just started a few days ago and I forgot. If I make the top 10, I can get a random beast soul. Such a good thing I have to join. At the martial arts hall, when Han Sen just registered, the system showed his number was 8. 8, 8, 8. Han Sen quietly asked, "Am I number 8? 8, 8, 8 to enter this year. Sounds grand. Don't know who I'll face, but I'm very excited." At the competition venue, everyone excitedly discussed, "This year's interesting. The number of participants doubled from last year. Whoever performs well here must be the strongest in our shelter. Their status won't be ordinary." On the arena, everyone was getting hyped up. "Hit him. Go die. Today I will take all of you down. I will be the last one standing." Han Sen was quietly observing. It was just like last year's rules. Each round had 100 participants. Everyone would fight in a chaotic free-for-all, 1 versus 100, and the current fighting group was from 51 to 55. He silently calculated. Now only the 50-plus group remained. I should be fighting around the 80-plus group. Today I don't need to fight. Just find a good spot to watch the match. As he turned, he ran into Qin Xuan. He smiled and asked the wild guy, "Try telling me your number. What if you guys are in the same group?" Han Sen smiled and replied, making the 7th brother shout, "I have no intention of joining." La Tianyang angrily rushed over, grabbing his collar and scolding him. "You damn rabbit emperor, why were you born a man? Don't slip up or I'll kill you." Qin Xuan suddenly came over and asked Qin Xuan, "It's almost your turn. Aren't you ready?" Qin Xuan arrogantly said, "Of course I'm still performing well. I will definitely get the advanced certificate." He confidently said, "It's my turn to show off now. Qin Xuan, you have to watch my match." As he left, Qin Xuan turned to ask Han Sen, "Are you afraid of Qin Xuan?" Han Sen straightforwardly answered, "Yes." She curiously asked why. He replied, "He's strong and also the young master of Starry Group. A small character like me wouldn't dare provoke him." Duan Manli objected, but when he killed Li Yufeng in front of Qin Xuan, he was already very brave. Qin Xuan seriously probed Han Sen, "Are you protecting your family, afraid they'll get caught in the hatred between you and that guy, so you're trying to avoid him whenever possible?" Qin Xuan's insight surprised Han Sen. "Right. Did you read my mind? Yes, I don't care how they look at me. What's important is my family, my mother and Nian Nian. I have to protect them at all costs. Starry Group is truly connected to my father's death. Now is not the time." Seeing his expression, Qin Xuan was sure she guessed right. She continued, "You're a filial son. You always care about your family like that. You have to reconsider the Black Eagle matter from last time." Han Sen asked curiously, "Why?" Qin Xuan said, "Once you join Black Eagle, I'll get you into the special team. Members are protected by the military. No one dares to touch them. Not even Qin Xuan." Han Sen asked curiously. It sounded like a high-status position. "What does that team do?" Qin Xuan gave a vague answer. "You'll know once you join." After a while, leaving the arena, Han Sen was deep in thought. "I should consider joining Black Eagle. It might be beneficial for me. If one day Qin Xuan targets my mother and little Nian, that won't ever happen." The next day at the arena, everyone angrily asked, "Who the hell is the last one? Haven't seen him yet? Scared to show up and run away?" Someone angrily cursed. 99 people waiting for one. Really don't know who will show. Just give up. Otherwise, I'll be the first to punch him. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." When the last person stepped in, everyone showed terrified faces. "That's him, really him. Isn't he the one who killed the Tula Horn?" Kim Sao, the younger brother. Chin, the younger brother. Chin participated in the fight. Hansen silently laughed. Hansen didn't appear, temporarily replaced by Zero. Zero took all the spotlight. Tonight, just entering the match, Hansen struck fiercely. Within seconds, he took down one opponent after another. Those hit by Hansen could only fall in pain. They lay scattered on the arena, groaning. My arm, my stomach hurts so much. Zero is too strong. He bullies the weak. No AI here can beat him. Why keep fighting? Hansen arrogantly challenged. Anyone else? Come all at once. Everyone immediately laughed awkwardly and admitted defeat. No wonder Zero is so strong. We're all done for. Better surrender. Right, surrender. You can see how weak we are. Fighting Zero only brings losses. Let's end it here. Please let us go. Hansen smiled and said, Thanks for the match. He joyfully shouted, I won! Thanks for the help. The audience applauded admiringly. Such an easy win could only be Zero. Zero really didn't disappoint. This victory was indisputable. After leaving the arena, Qin Xuan, along with Qin Xuan and Kwa Wanga, approached Zero and asked, Can we talk for a moment? Hansen couldn't help but worry. Is it those three? They're together again. Seeing him look back, Qin Xuan spoke. Zero, I want to invite you to join Steel Armor Shelter. Hansen smiled and asked, Are you three here to recruit me? What an honor. Qin Xuan irritably warned him, stealing my two divine blood creatures. I came to you with respect. Make the right choice. Qin Xuan asked, In Tihu base, our force is the strongest. We are also allies. You're already this strong. You should choose worthy opponents. Hansen refused. No opponents, no allies. I only want to be alone, just alone. Saying that, he turned and left. Q Wange immediately stepped forward to block. Wait, Zero. Can you refuse us? You're so strong. You must have some special divine blood creature. Please tell us. Hansen silently smiled. Brother, you guessed it right, but unfortunately, I can't say I raised it using essence fragments. He replied. There's no special method, just luck. But I still have a few mutated creatures left. If you're interested, Commander CA would be thrilled. Really? Name your price. I'll take them all. Qin Xuan angrily scolded. Take them all? Do you think I'm invisible? The Divine Emperor also hurried to compete, wanting to see who was richer. You think you can win? I'm sure it's 1.5 million yuan per creature. I'll take all of Hansen's. Watching their fierce competition was quite entertaining. Are allies really so quick to stab each other in the back? True friends. I didn't expect the black beetle that I brought back from the swamp to be so fast to use. He said, No rush. I don't intend to sell them for money. Continuing. Except for the S Sanctuary shopping qualification, the Divine Emperor asked in surprise, What? Commander CA hesitated. You want to buy the advanced super cyborg suit? But Qin Xuan sternly said, The S Sanctuary restricts advanced ranks. It can't be bought with money. The Divine Emperor rejected the request. Too difficult to achieve. I offered 1.5 million yuan for one. What do you think? Hansen left coldly, saying as he walked, No negotiation. I don't want anything else. You can take your time to consider. In the end, the three of them didn't hold him back anymore. In a quiet forest, Hansen slowly approached Qin Xuan, handing over the S Sanctuary entry card, asking about the S Sanctuary shopping qualification. I already have it. Do you have enough mutated creatures? Hansen smiled and accepted it. The new station chief is quick, more reliable than those two. He pulled out a bag of mutated creatures. He said there were a total of 30 black beetles. If you consume them all, your jealousy points would increase quite a bit. Hansen took out another bag, saying, Here are also mutated bloodfish and the demon snake king. If you want both, it's just 3 million yuan. Qin Xuan arrogantly said, Money is no problem. I can buy them all, but you're smart enough to understand why. I'm not negotiating to increase jealousy points. Then Hansen happily returned home with the S Sanctuary card. The card came into his hands easier than he thought. He whispered, Qin Xuan is a high-ranking member of the Queen's Steel Armor Corps. It seems she might want to recruit me. If she knew Hansen and the Divine Emperor were one and the same, would she go crazy? Whatever, let's check out the advanced super cyborg suit. He cautiously said, This card can only be exchanged for one set. I need to be careful. I can't stay with Mom and little Yan if they can learn some super cyborg skills. After a while, Hansen carefully examined the Holy Angel. The combat skills can increase in a short time, so I won't have to fear the Divine Emperor causing trouble. This Holy Angel NDT-0 helps improve genetic inheritance. He carefully read the instructions. The cultivation process was gentle and calm, not too intense or rare. According to the description, the Holy Angel is similar to the super cyborg suit, allowing the cultivator to become strong without anyone noticing. But compared to it, the super cyborg suit is still stronger than the Holy Angel. The S Sanctuary's super cyborg suit is still weaker than the snow dragon swallows at the Falling Wind Valley Academy of Holy Flowers. Teacher Holy Flower asked, "Do you want to apply for a leave of absence for Hanyan?" Hansen replied, "Yes." Teacher Ku said, "Because my family has some matters and needs to delay for a while." Teacher Holy Flower is actually Kwawan Ca, she said seriously. "Your parents are very irresponsible. Although Hanyan has attended roll call, no family member has ever come to a parent meeting. The first time I met my sister's brother was to ask for leave." Han Sen smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, many families are busy and have neglected this." He thought to himself, "I can't tell the real reason. I want little Yan to stay home and cultivate the holy angel." Kuwan Ca stood up seriously and said, "Honestly, Han Yan has great talent but still uses ordinary nurturing serum. If she doesn't cooperate with advanced nurturing serum treatment, she might fall behind. I hope the family can pay more attention and take this seriously." Hansen asked curiously, "Advanced nurturing serum?" She explained, "A higher quality serum, the earlier it's supplemented, the better, enhancing physical and mental qualities. Surely the family doesn't want little Yan to stay stuck at the starting line forever, right?" He asked, "How much does that cost?" Kuo Wan Ca answered, "If it's grade S, 5 million yuan per year." He had already sent her to Holy Flower, so he probably anticipated the expense. Han Sen worriedly thought, "Damn, I don't have enough money and can't ask mom." The fastest way is to use essence fragments to raise mutated creatures, then sell them. At that time, at Falling Wind Valley, Han Sen's home saw Han Yan absorbed in training. Watching the TV, Han Sen smiled happily, thinking little Yan really has talent, and quickly grasped the cultivation method. "Having such a talented little sister makes me proud." He called out, "Little Yan, you're amazing." When mom turned around, she recalled, "Teach me the holy angel." The girl asked happily, "Really? Can I?" Han Sen patted her head and said, "Of course, but don't tell anyone you've been training the holy angel. This is our family secret. When you get grade S nurturing serum, you'll improve even more." Han Yan excitedly said, "Great, big brother is the best. Little Yan wants to be stronger too." That night, at Qin Xuan's place, Yang Manli seriously asked Qin Xuan, "Are you really going to do that?" Qin Xuan calmly replied, "No worries, it's nothing serious." Qin Xuan angrily said, "It's been so long, and that kid still hasn't given me an answer? My patience is running out. I really want to see what kind of person he is." Yang Manli reluctantly took out a pill and said, "That person is really not simple." She kept insisting like that, so I said nothing more. Han Sen was already scheduled to meet Qin Xuan in the battle room. Qin Xuan wildly charged at Han Sen. He thought angrily, "What's gotten into this woman?" Qin Xuan straightforwardly kicked him in the face. "What the hell is with that violent attack? Did she eat something?" She coldly stepped forward and said, "Lately, you've been making slow progress. I should pay more attention to you." She drank water and rested. "We'll continue later." Han Sen nodded. "Okay." Seeing Qin Xuan hurriedly drink water, Han Sen happily thought, "She must be tired too, forcing herself to fight me so fiercely." He slowly opened the water bottle and took a small sip. After drinking, the scene before him made him horrified. Qin Xuan stood seductively in front of him and asked, "Han Sen, am I cute?" At that moment, the jade bone muscle technique that repels evil was automatically activating. Han Sen weakly fell down as the jade bone muscle technique activated on its own. The water bottle had something added to it. What was Qin Xuan planning to do? Qin Xuan gently stepped forward and asked, "Han Sen, doesn't my body feel good?" Han Sen was furious. "Damn it, why is she seducing me? I can't let her hypnotize me. I'll trick her first," he dreamily said. Boobs there." Qin Xuan asked, "What about them?" Han Sen replied, "Big, round, and white." Qin Xuan was furious hearing that. "Men are corrupt at heart." She bent down slightly and said, "I'll let you touch them." Han Sen trembled as he raised his hand, but she slapped it away. Following her words, he was completely hypnotized. Qin Xuan seriously asked Han Sen, "Tell me, are you Kim Tae?" He honestly answered, "No." She continued to interrogate. "Then why are you still hesitant about joining Black Eagle?" He answered, "Black Eagle is far from home. If I go, I can't take care of my mother and sister. I feel uncomfortable being so far from them." Qin Xuan was surprised. That's exactly why. He really cares a lot about his family. Suddenly, she asked Han Sen, "From the bottom of your heart, what do you think of me?" Han Sen vaguely replied, "You." Qin Xuan. Han Sen tiredly said, "Qin Xuan, you are the most beautiful woman I've ever met. The most adorable person in this little shelter." Qin Xuan blushed deeply and immediately slapped him. Han Sen quickly sat up. "Chief Qin, what are you doing to me?" He turned and complained, "I only remember drinking the water you gave me." Qin Xuan coldly interrupted, "Nothing serious. We just trained too hard, and you fainted from exhaustion. I slapped you to wake you up," she thought irritably. "Why am I worrying so much? I'll let him tell the truth later," Han Sen whispered with a smile. "Qin Xuan is still just a girl. She can't handle a little teasing. She won't suspect me anymore. With her protection, everyone will think I'm strong because of her help. Then, I can slowly improve my combat skills. One day in the future, I can completely erase Kim Tae's presence. That night, in a deserted forest, Han Sen handed over the mutated creatures to young Master Lam. Young Master Lam said, "These are what I promised you, the two special ones I've been holding on to until now. I don't want to attract attention, so don't tell anyone else." Young Master Lam opened the package to look inside, and was extremely shocked. Mutated blood, cursed fish senpai. You really kept your word, that's righteous. Han Sen confidently said, "Of course, I do what I say." The Divine Emperor suddenly stepped forward and spoke in a cold tone. "Isn't this young Master Lam? Why are you with this idiot?" Following the Divine Emperor was La Tianyang. Young Master Lam quickly stood in front of Han Sen to respond. Divine Emperor said, "What a coincidence. Let me tell you, Senpai is my friend. There might be a misunderstanding between you two. For my sake, end it." La Tianyang angrily shouted. "No way! That ass-crazy guy!" The Divine Emperor raised his hand to stop him and coldly left. "Tianyang, let's go. No time to waste here. The next match is against that Kim Tae. Prepare well," Han Sen whispered. So the second match's opponent is La Tianyang, a good chance to settle the score. The next morning at the martial arts arena, everyone was buzzing. This match is worth watching. La Tianyang isn't weak, but no one can predict the outcome. His opponent was Tae Shen. La Tianyang and Tae Shen were definitely not on the same level. He was the Divine Emperor's man. No matter how strong Tae Shen was, he wouldn't dare face the Divine Emperor, right? Tu Xiao Qiao confidently predicted, "Tae Shen will definitely win. I guarantee it." Liu Hengdao reminded, "Don't judge a book by its cover. La Tianyang has the Divine Emperor backing him. Can Tae Shen really oppose the Divine Emperor?" The two quickly went to the stands to sit. Seeing the man next to them covered head to toe, Tu Xiao Qiao curiously asked, "Aren't you hot, brother? Planning to cosplay here?" Liu Hengdao said, "Brother Qin stole the Divine Emperor's sacred blood creatures. No one knows that. What if the Divine Emperor lends La Tianyang a soul beast? He could use this chance to take revenge." Tu Xiao Qiao disdainfully retorted, "Isn't it just a soul beast of a spirit? There are quite a few beast souls even for the evil god. Han Sen is just a strong guy, but brainless. He can't last even a minute against the evil god." Liu Huandao said, "All right then, let's bet. If Han Sen lasts more than a minute, you lose your mutated blood beast. Otherwise, you lose your mutated werewolf." He hesitated endlessly. "Huh, my mutated werewolf?" Su Xiaoqiao in front tiredly said, "This is too troublesome. This fight has nothing to do with you guys, so don't bet your beast souls." Suddenly, the screen announced, "Evil God versus Han Sen." Everyone got excited. The battle began. Where is the evil god? Where is he? Suddenly, the man in the black cloak sitting near Su Xiaoqiao stood up. As he removed his cloak, the evil god appeared. Su Xiaoqiao shouted in surprise, "The evil god! Oh my god! He's sitting right behind us!" Su Xiaoqiao was terrified. She couldn't even sense him. A man who likes to do strange things. Su Xiaoqiao excitedly shouted, "Evil god! You have to take him down within a minute, please." Han Sen frowned and thought. Su Xiaoqiao said, "You're making this hard for me." Han Sen angrily cursed the brat. "Evil god, come here and take my hit." Han Sen quietly checked his personal info. He calculated his current status. Not bad. 3 divine blood beast souls, 4 mutated beast souls. Although the mutated three-eyed cat was useless, the black orchid giant snake only worked underwater. Evil god slowly stepped onto the arena. The battle began. Han Sen launched an energetic attack. "I'll chop you into pieces." His divine blood beast soul appeared. The divine blood beast chimpanzee showed up. Liu Huandao laughed and said, "Han Sen really took the divine blood beast soul of the divine heavenly sun. I definitely win." Su Xiaoqiao angrily scolded the evil god, "You can't let him last more than a minute. Otherwise my mutated werewolf will be gone, please." The divine heavenly sun silently observed above. People around him whispered excitedly, "1 divine blood creature, 2 mutated creatures. Eliminate the evil god." The divine heavenly sun really gave him a lot. The evil god was in trouble. The divine heavenly sun frowned and said, "The evil god can't defeat you alone. What you took from me. I'll make Han Sen pay back little by little." Han Sen, full of killing intent, approached Han Sen and asked, "Who gave you the guts to stand in front of me?" Then, his legs turned into horse legs and charged forward. Then he smashed directly into the chimpanzee beast soul. The chimpanzee growled in pain and immediately punched Han Sen's sword away. Liu Handao shouted excitedly, "Nice!" The divine heavenly sun laughed and said, "Is that all? Han Sen, kill him quickly!" The chimpanzee beast soul roared angrily, then immediately charged at Han Sen. Han Sen calmly advanced. He drew a new sword and coldly slashed straight at the chimpanzee. The chimpanzee coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain, then collapsed onto the arena floor. Everyone was shocked. What's happening? What just happened? Liu Huandao said in horror. No! No way! Su Xiaoqiao asked in surprise. One move, instantly killed? Su Xiaoqiao couldn't believe her eyes. Evil God won. And the battle time was 9 seconds. Just 9 short seconds. To defeat Han Sen, Su Xiaoqiao was extremely happy. Evil God won in less than 10 seconds. Amazing. No wonder he's the fastest. The divine heavenly son was stunned. His divine blood and mutated beast souls couldn't do it. He angrily shouted, Han Sen, you useless trash! Get up right now! But at that moment, the chimpanzee form began to dissolve. Revealing Han Sen lying in a pool of blood, passed out. The crowd in the stands excitedly cheered, Evil God, evil God, evil God, evil God! Han Sen laughed happily. Poor divine heavenly son, you are no match for me. The divine heavenly son angrily swore, Damn it, just wait. I swear I'll make you suffer worse than death. After a while, leaving the arena, Su Xiaoqiao happily rode on the blood-headed beast. Hey, this is my blood-headed beast, cool, right? The two people beside her admired. So lucky, Xiaoqiao. This bet was worth it. If I had known, I wouldn't have bet with Deputy Leader Liu. No. He holds grudges. He'll definitely find a chance to get back at you. Han Sen felt choked up looking at this scene. Although he defeated Han Sen and provoked the divine heavenly son, the biggest beneficiary was Su Xiaoqiao. He didn't get any beast souls. Su Xiaoqiao came over and called Han Sen. Leader Su is looking for you. Seems like something important. Han Sen asked curiously. What does she want? Did I do something wrong? Su Xiaoqiao smiled and asked. Want me to use the blood beast to take you there? It's really fast. Han Sen coldly replied. No need, thank you. He thought irritably. Don't get cocky. I'll get beast souls soon too. Later, Han Sen gently knocked on Su Xiaoqiao's door. He entered and asked, Leader Su, you called me? Su Xiaoqiao said, Captain Tan just informed me. You're going for special training. You know why, right? Han Sen thought silently, just as he expected. After being hypnotized by Tan Huyen, she no longer suspected him. Now he could officially join the army. You nodded in agreement. Duong Man Lei continued. From today on, you need to relocate to the military testing hall at the station for training. The new station chief has high expectations for you. Don't let her down, she said seriously. Of course, if you can't pass the test or find it too difficult, you can leave. It just proves you're not strong enough. At the military testing hall, Han Sen stepped out exhausted. Team leader Duong asked, I'm done. What do you think? Duong Man Lei looked at the stats on the screen, then said thoughtfully, all the recorded data didn't exceed 10. Quite disappointing, and it was just a normal test. You look pretty tired. After finishing, Han Sen wiped the sweat off his forehead. My overall stats before had exceeded 10. If I showed my true strength, would you believe it? Hiding real power is the hardest part of this test, Han Sen said. I'll work harder. Duong Man Lei left coldly. Don't waste time. Follow me for the next task. She led everyone into the military team testing room. She said, Look here, I only do this once. Don't say I didn't warn you. Everyone was curious when she entered. What was so special about this equipment? She's just demonstrating normal skills. At first glance, it doesn't seem difficult. The chubby man beside her whispered, It's not as easy as you think. It's called subtle gravity calibration. The spacecraft on the warship all have it. It can regulate gravity inside the ship. This gravity device is used for training. It has a devilish nickname, he continued. Look at team leader Duong moving. She looks so light because her physical constitution is very high. If your constitution isn't at least 10, you might as well just quit. After resting a while, Duong Man Lei stepped out and called Han Sen inside. Come on, repeat all my moves and report to me when you're done. She smiled inwardly. No physical constitution over 10. Let's see how tired you get. After future training, I'll make you work easier. Right? The chubby man whispered low. Hey, the number team leader Duong said is probably too tough for your skills. Want me to share some tips? Bring it next time, and I'll give you all the resource info. Han Sen asked suspiciously, Is that reliable? Then he entered the military team testing room and started the test. Han Sen stepped inside, feeling the gravity shift, and angrily muttered, My body feels as heavy as a bull. This gravity calibration really doesn't give any mercy. It can secretly change parameters without detection. That's cheating. To pass, I just need to meet the parameters Duong Man Lei set without overthinking. Han Sen stepped forward, pressed the increase button to the max to see his limits. He trained hard. Who knew he could keep improving, keep increasing, getting stronger? In the evening, Duong Man Lei looked at the report stats, then slammed the table hard. She shouted at Han Sen, Be honest, did you cheat? Han Sen calmly replied, Not at all. I only completed the test under Team Leader Duong's guidance. The process was recorded on video and monitored by background data. That proves I didn't cheat. He smiled inwardly. I did change some parameters but didn't cheat, just eased the difficulty. If I had known, I would have made the results even worse. Duong Manlei frowned and said, "The machine's fine, but your physical constitution is the issue. How could you finish so fast?" Han Sen shouted fiercely. "It's possible because this gravity calibration awakened my potential. Team Leader Duong, thank you for your help." Duong Manlei stammered, speechless. He teased her. "You sure have a sharp tongue. Don't think I'll let you off that easily. I'll keep increasing the difficulty for you gradually. You can go now." Han Sen happily left the room. Duong Manlei said, "Loving the light drink more than the strong." Got it. The next day at the arena, everyone was buzzing. Did you hear? Taethun's next opponent is Qin Xuan. They're fighting for first place. Qin Xuan is one of the top fighters in this armor division. Will Taethun be okay? I want to see their fight. It might even get bloody. Someone sighed and said, "Too bad Thun Team 2 lost to Qin Xuan." Feeling bored, Han Sen took out an item and handed it to the chubby man. "Here, I brought what you needed. Thanks for the gravity calibration." He happily accepted it and said, "No problem. It's pure stuff. Real deal. I didn't expect it so soon. Looks like I don't have to worry about exaggerating it anymore. To show my sincerity, I'll show you this." Then he suddenly swung a dagger to Han Sen's neck. Han Sen was shocked. "You suddenly made the dagger disappear?" Han Sen asked in disbelief. The dagger vanished, then reappeared. He was completely baffled. "It's back now. When was that?" The man twirled the dagger and smiled. "The world in the sleeve. What do you think? Want to learn?" Later, at the testing hall, Han Sen excitedly practiced. "I didn't expect that guy's world in the sleeve was a sleight of hand with a dagger," he said happily. "Interesting. It's really designed around arm muscles and joints. Only by skillfully using muscles and joints can you manipulate these tricks." After some training, Han Sen began trembling. The purpose of this exercise was to improve flexible reaction speed. "But it's too difficult. My success rate is no more than 20%. Qin Xuan stepped forward and asked Han Sen, who was practicing the world within his sleeve. The chubby man panicked and called out to Captain Qin. She looked at the level chart and then asked about this beginner level. If AI doesn't learn from scratch, it takes 7 to 8 years to master it. She doubted and thought further. This beginner level is actually divided into 3 stages. Semi-divine evolution. Each stage has 10 difficulty levels. He's already too old to be learning at this age. But whatever. If he can improve his combat skills, it will be easier to get recognized in the army. At the arena, everyone cheered joyfully. Qin Xuan the deity, deity Qin Xuan the deity, deity. The two behind the divine emperor grumbled about the final match. The battle for the top spot of the steel armor Tiho Sur. Captain Qin could really defeat the deity immediately and avenge Laka. We, the divine emperor, gritted our teeth and said, "Kim Tae, you don't match up to Qin Xuan. If you had any sense, you'd surrender now. Then I'll be the one to personally kill you." From the stands, the white-haired girl's side erupted with loud cheers. "Qin Xuan! Qin Xuan!" On the opposite side stood a man clad in full divine armor. Then another cheer rose. "Deity! Deity!" Han Sen, wearing armor, stood there. Extremely confident, he waved to the audience. He loudly said to everyone, "Thank you all for your support. I will fight with all my strength." Outside, he was relaxed. But inside, Han Sen was sweating profusely. He rubbed his head, pulling at his hair, thinking, "God, the pressure is overwhelming. I'm facing the Queen of Steel Armor, Tiho Sur, that Qin Xuan." Then he looked at his own hands, trembling uncontrollably, and thought, "I've been busy practicing the world in my sleeve. No time to prepare. My hands are shaking badly." On the opposite side, Qin Xuan had fully stepped onto the stage. She put her hands on her hips and made a proposal to the other. "Deity, how about a deal? If you lose, join the Steel Armor Corps as deputy leader. After I enter the second world, you will become the leader of the Steel Armor Corps." The face beneath Han Sen's mask suddenly twisted in doubt. He asked incredulously, "What?" The stands were packed with so many people that from afar they looked like tiny peppercorns. In the corridor of the Divine Emperor Arena, someone frowned, watching the fight, and spoke about Qin Xuan's words. It seemed she was inviting Kim Tae. Someone standing behind also spoke up. Kim Tae might be stronger than Qin Xuan as well. She had lowered her identity near the stands at this moment. After hearing Qin Xuan's proposal, Su Xiaoqiao also felt excited on her behalf. He stood up straight, cheering enthusiastically. "Deity, quickly agree." "Hurry up!" Contrary to the excitement behind, Wang Mengmeng in the front row was feeling extremely confused by that proposal. Did you think Qin Xuan and the Steel Armor Corps represent the Army and Federation? She was serious at a moment when the whole hall was buzzing. Han Sen calmly said, "Excuse me. I appreciate your offer, but I cannot agree." Qin Xuan immediately asked, "Why?" Han Sen arrogantly raised 2 fingers and said, 2 reasons. First, you can't beat me. Second, I will enter the second world before you. Qin Xuan said annoyed. You're way too arrogant. On the outside, Han Sen smirked disdainfully. Inside, he regretted deeply. Right. Why did I brag like that? Do you think I don't plan to fight her? But there was no other choice to refuse. I just had to be a little arrogant. On the other side, Wang Mengmeng crossed her arms and said, Is this guy's brain full of bullets? Doesn't he know he's talking nonsense? Su Xiaoqiao squinted and laughed, saying, No wonder he's Kim Tae. Material can't decide strong will. So cool and fierce. Elsewhere, the Divine Emperor angrily shouted, Qin Xuan, don't waste words on that madman. Attack now. On the arena floor at this moment, Han Sen stepped close to Qin Xuan and whispered, But I still have another offer. If you win, I will reveal my identity. The girl was a bit skeptical and asked, Really? Han Sen stepped back a step. He casually added a condition. If an S-level cathedral leader purchases the qualification. At this, Qin Xuan raised her hand and got into an attack stance. She said, Bring it on. Han Sen looked at the purple energy swirling around the girl opposite and fell into deep thought. Divine blood level of a single-minded butterfly. Just one strike. My divine blood armor can also be destroyed. Then he thought excitedly, All right, let's fight. Han Sen leapt into the air, 2 sharp blades flashing from both hands. Han Sen shouted, I will do my best to defeat you. Qin Xuan rushed forward while analyzing her own strengths and weaknesses. By now, I'm familiar with my movements and skills. After many unintended practices, I am now Kim Tae to you. I am the stranger you don't know. That is my greatest advantage. A blade swung, cracking the arena floor. Qin Xuan jumped back skillfully to avoid it. Han Sen was unfazed and thought, Right, she dodges too easily. On the other side, after dodging Han Sen's blade, Qin Xuan flipped upside down on the common stage. She rushed from Han Sen's side, holding a short sword with a sharp tip. Qin Xuan laughed as she approached and said, Nice blade, but the real issue is attack speed. Too slow due to being too heavy, the sharp blade lunged toward Han Sen's cheek, but he still didn't move. Despite the dangerous situation, only the corner of his mouth showed a smirk. His armor curled up arrogantly. Qin Xuan wondered, why isn't he dodging? At this moment, facing the girl still charging, Han Sen firmly lifted his blade to one side. His whole body remained motionless. A flash of light swept past Qin Xuan's eyes. She panicked and jerked aside, then thought, he wants to use defense to counterattack. Let's see what trouble he's in. After stepping back to a safe distance, Qin Xuan said solemnly, I can't say you're a ruthless man. Han Sen didn't face her. She kept swinging her blade relentlessly. He said, I have divine blood armor protecting my body. Your dagger can't kill me. Gripping the large blade with both hands, Han Sen continued, Instead, you might be split in 2 by this blade. Dodging left once, dodging right once, Han Sen's following swings were easily avoided by Qin Xuan. Her long hair fluttered wildly. The girl curled her lips and said, Not bad, NDT-0, let's see. Watching Qin Xuan approach again without being too affected by the blade in his hand, Han Sen frowned. Thinking he had used the Golden Horn blood battle technique, Qin Xuan successfully dodged those attacks. Realizing this, Han Sen had to admit this woman was truly strong. Over at the stands, Tu Xiaoqiao followed the fight and loudly exclaimed, The new station chief seems rattled by the divine god. She has no chance to counterattack. Yang Manli frowned and retorted, What do you know? Qin Xuan was just maintaining dodges against the divine god's attacks. She had cultivated the atomic disintegration technique. She was patiently waiting for him to wear down. Hearing this, Tu Xiaoqiao asked curiously, What kind of atomic disintegration technique? The image of Qin Xuan meditating with closed eyes appeared in Yang Manli's mind. She calmly explained to Tu Xiaoqiao a kind of advanced core technique. It requires using every part of the body, as the name suggests. It is almost the root of all core techniques. It can sustain energy and significantly improve physique. That's why Qin Xuan hardly gets tired. Looking at Qin Xuan's serious expression during the fight below, Yang Manli continued, Qin Xuan's goal is to become one of the top 10 chosen. She will only meet the standard if she takes first place in the armor station, so she will completely win this match. The Divine Emperor looked through the transparent glass in the hallway and excitedly said, That's right. Qin Xuan will defeat him when he's worn out and deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, a voice sounded beside him. No, the Divine God will not lose. The Divine Emperor turned toward the voice and saw 2 people, one blonde, one brown-haired. He called out, Isn't this young Master Yuan and young Master Khan? The one who spoke earlier was young Master Yuan, but now he ignored the call. Focusing on watching the fight below while holding a box of popcorn, young Master Khan had to lean over and respond, Emperor, oh Emperor, is that your brother? What a coincidence! The Divine Emperor spoke again. Young Master Yuan, You are young and inexperienced, not knowing much about combat skills. Don't make reckless guesses. No, you're just embarrassed for yourself. Young Master Yuan then glanced at him and sneered. The divine god's combat skills. It seems he learned a lot from you, yet he doesn't even know to reflect on himself. The divine emperor immediately got angry. He almost shouted at him. Meanwhile, down on the arena floor, Han Sen swung the bright blade toward Qin Xuan. Young Master Yuan's voice continued. That incident is known as a legend at this armor station. How can a legend be defeated? Qin Xuan jumped to dodge the blade aimed at her, thinking, it's strange. My body is circulating with the atomic disintegration technique, so I don't feel tired after such a long battle. Holding the short sword, she stepped back, wondering, but why doesn't he feel tired either? Han Sen walked forward calmly, pulling up his blade and taunting, Station Chief Qin, I know what you're wondering. That's right, I don't feel tired. Carrying the blade on my shoulder, he smirked and pointed at Qin Xuan, continuing. For someone aiming to be number 1 at the armor station, entering the top 10 chosen, how could I not be prepared? At least I won't fall before you. Remembering his previous cultivation state, Han Sen thought, the ice core jade bone technique lowers my body temperature. Energy accumulates as well. I've surpassed the gravity aptitude. My body has grown stronger. He extended the blade toward Qin Xuan, thinking happily. Before, facing Qin Xuan was very disadvantageous, but now I'm doing very well. At this moment, Qin Xuan said, it seems I have to use a special technique to deal with you. Then, with sharp eyes, she spread her hands to both sides and shouted, Beast Soul Fusion. Purple lightning began to appear around her. She crossed her arms again. A gust of wind blew, making her hair fly wildly. Then from Qin Xuan's body, a blurry image of a large golden lion shot straight up into the sky. Tai Wei, Tan Tien Tu Lien Sung Sot Noi. Tola Tan Huyet Tui Tin Lin Va Bien De Su Tu Vang. Tuang Man Le Fia Kandai Kung Lin Tieng. Tai La Lando Tien Toi Tai Tan Huyen Sudung Kai Nai. Toi La Tio Kieo, Ingoi Sao Kung Chong Ngui Len Tren, Temot Ko. Toi Dang Enoi Tan Hui Tui Tin Ling Nai, Ko Te Sudung Dang Nuk De Bao Ve Koi Tan Kong Ko Doi Tu. Te Tan Tiep Theo Kon Yandai. Tren San Do Luk Nai, Tan Huyen Trong Bo Dang Su Tu Chi Kan Mot Vot Da Dang Bei Dan Dao Ku Han Sum. Doi Dien Voi Su Thay Doi Dot Not Nai, Kuvo Kung But An Mangye. Suk Man Ko I Tang Roi, Kong Chi Gop Doi. Chang Doi Kung I Song. Tan Huyen Gay Lup Tuk Nai Len Vo Lai Han Sum. Ko Lin Lui Ra Sao Tran Don, Ni Kach Doi Fo. Dui Su Bao Ve Ko Tan Huit Tui Ting Lin, Min Ko Tan Kong Nua Kung Vodung. Ngay Sao Do, Lung Han Sam Bung Mok Ramut Doi Kan Mao Do, Hindang Trong Nu Kan Roi. Ko Bai Vut Mut Fat Len Keo, Ne Koi Konsu Tu Dang Votoi. Bendui Ni Mut Man Truk Mat, To Tio Kio Hao Hung Ho Len, Quao, Te Tan Ko Te Beki, Ane Dang Nen Yung Don Tan Kong Ko Tan Huyen. Ungo Qua, To Tio Kio Ko Ve Fia Ai Daya, Neo Ko Tich Te Tan Nuve, To San Sang Choko An Hanode. Dung Man Le Tuk Jun Nam Ko Ao Ko To Tio Kio Manoi. Han Ta Nye Lup Tuk Se Hai Len Tieng, Shin Ta To Triung Dung, Toi Sai Roi. Ben Fia Han Lang Luk Nai, Tan Tien Tu Kam Te Lo Lang Chonu Tan Gumin. Ko Me Lum Bum, Gay Gai Go, Trai Nguk Voi Han. Nguyen Tio Jia Chang Mai Me Toi, Ko Bung Kwa Noi, Tan Huyen Kong Ko Kan, Ko E Se Rut Ko De Tang. Treve Voi Trundo, Hi Tan Huyen Nai Len Mon Vo Lai Han Sum, Kung E Lup Tuk Nyao Lon Treng Kong Trung, Bai Kwa Fia Ben Kan De Dang Tran Di Kap Vot Sak Non. Ki Tan Huyen Lai Vo Le Tu Ben Kan, Han Sum Lin Bai Vut Len Keo Tran Ne. Tan Huyen Yin Rang Yin Lur Inge, Ten Kon Nai Dam Bei, Bei Chok Tuk Min, Me Keep. Dui Kan Dai Vo Kung Son So Bin Lun, Mot Ngui Noi, De Tun, Anta Dang Di Kwa Da Sao. Anta Kote Lam Voi, Mot Ngui Kak Len Tiep Loi. Dung, Tan Huyen Kong Ko Kak Nao Tang Noi Anta. Anta Dang Bat Nat Koi, Lai Kung Ngui Tren Tem. Anta Kup Tu Hon Ton Tien Tu Len Truk, Bei Jer Kon Choi Kom Du Jon Ve Nu Tan Ku Toi. Toi Mun Giet Anta Kwa. Kong Gui Ti Bao. Toi Cha Hiu Sao Lai Kong Yeu Ngui Tich Anta Den Ve. Luk Nai Tan Huyen Da Tuk Su Tuk Gyen. Ko Et Lon. De Tan Do La Kach An Mundo Ha. Neu La Dan Ong Ti Hai Radang Chut. Nge Voi. Han Sam Kong Tip Tuk Ne Tran Nua. Kote Kolo Lung Omot Chotren Kong Trung. Dung In Sung Kon Su Tu Ben Dui Manoi. Tan Huyen Ve Tu Kash Langui Ko Kwandoi. Ko Da Bie Chien Tang Mer La Vende Dung Kong. Neu Ko Jian Duk Vitri Do Tien Va Chien Du Kung Ver Kak Ti Ho Sur Kak. Neu Ha Kung Ko Kinang Bai. Eng Gung Mot Chut. Ko Tanoi Tip. Ko Kung Yoku Doi Tubo Kinang Naidia. Shung Dui De Chet Dui Teko. Bi Noi Chokung Hong. Tan Huyen Chiko Te Totra Mot Chu. An Nuin Tiu Jia Dang Tio Doin Ten Do. Ne Voi Ti Lien Noi. Herpli. Kung Te Ap Dat Nui Kak Fai Kung Kinang Voi Min Duk. Thang Lam Vua. Thua Lam Gya Kung Dun Gyan Ma. Sao Do Ko Kwe Lung Roidi. Truk Do Kung Kung Ken Noi Ve Ngui Dung Keben Min. Akan Di Toi. Trun Kin Nai Ket Tuk Roi. Thế nhưng, thân thiên tur dungan do nhut kvit kong phúc, han yen rong tuk jion noi. Li du dien ro, an tachidang kamte so ho, ten kon lun leto. Ve fia ton huyen, sao ki ane nyung loi vua roi lien den mat o anjan. Ko ni dung ve, hien tai min tum ji kong kong te cham vau an anch te chudung noi la haguk, kon nan mekip. Roi bong ko hua tre ve hingui. Ton huyen tram mak noi lon. De thun, toi chiu thua, hong kun do tiep. Nge vai tiong man le kung thun tien tu sung sot vo kung. Hai ngui ho dong dan hulen mut ting kho hiu. Ton hoyen dur kandai, kung ngak en yen hong kem. Moi ngui lai song xiao noi. Koi chiu tua nyu veu. Kong te nao. Lai kong ngui hoi lai. Kong te te nao. Tip tuk lam tro kui cho te ten. Nyung tu te ten lam deon. Su dung moi tu de tang. Kui kung han sam gia hai te len. Nung do not mien kui dong yon chen tang tuk ve ban tong. Dong toyam dang tong bao kung fatra. Vi tri do tien da lo dien. Chuk mung kim te. An I said I dien kung jiap ti ho se tam jia ton chien duk to chuk muing I sao. Toi tia kio. Fong ke huit sao chuk mung. O de ton ko toi da thang. Qua tuyet. De thun qua man. Ma tren sando. Tun huyen lan mat tien gan toi hansam. Vudap dat manoi. Neu ko mun tan dung cup es mua sam tu kach. Toi vagap toi er kung jiap do an tai kwang trum rong lon. Mo tombang lon dung er io kuvuk da. Moi ngui song kwan son xiao. Kuk vong chin da den hoi ket tuk. Tap mo tram seduki dan tren vodaubi. Tot vin du numen ko gang. Roing gai do seduki ten tren da. Lanyin tren bang hen hai kong noi dung mui. So mot kim te, so hai tun huyen. Moi ngui lai kuri du abao. Goi antala te tan tretan toi kwen lun roi. Gen lun ten tat kwa antala kim te. Do kong fai ten tat ki ton tien turi nyoner dan tin kwa anta. Chungta se bietuk su la ai. Nyung than tien tu ko te ha guk te tan. Antanin ken chuyen dodi. Kong ser moon ti anta kung se mat het tu hon chozem. Han Sen also stood there, looking up at the board and falling into thought. Qin Xuan was clearly unhappy and disappointed for not securing first place. The steel armor shelter was her territory. If I used the identity of a low-ranked god and go there, I might fall into a trap. However, he didn't spend too much time thinking about it. He just saw afterward that he relaxed his hands and walked in a different direction. Han Sen decided in his heart, forget it. I'll prepare for the God War first. If I get a chance to randomly acquire a divine blood beast soul, that would be even better than an S-level sanctuary. Shopping for qualifications elsewhere. Su Xiaoqiao was raising a large bow aiming to shoot. Next to him, Han Sen was also preparing to draw another bow. Su Xiaoqiao finished another round of shooting and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He turned to Han Sen and asked, Brother Sen, your marksmanship skills are amazing. Why are you training so seriously? No need to be so diligent. Just relax and do the team leader Yang's tasks. Han Sen released the bowstring. The arrow shot forward. He replied when Su Xiaoqiao asked, how can I do that? A man will never be satisfied with what he has. Outside the training area, 3 men stood in front of the training room. One said, Han Sen is here again. He's probably training way too hard. Another replied, he probably pissed off team leader Yang. That's why he's being punished with these tasks. One of them involves gambling. The silent old man thought to himself, the parameter changes seem to have gone unnoticed. He was able to complete it easily. Worried, he thought further. He's been in there too long. Could he be addicted? Meanwhile, inside, Han Sen spun a few times in midair. He thought about the difficulty level increasing drastically after the parameter boost. Luckily, his body adapted. He landed and swung the sword in his hand again. He pondered, the AI participants in the God War are champions from various shelter teams. Many will be stronger than me. I don't want to lose, and I can't afford to lose. 2 days later, warm light shone on the steel armor shelter headquarters. Qin Xuan walked down the hallway inside. As she walked, she thought, it's been a few days since the God War's second god came, yet he hasn't come looking for me. Heh, smart. If he really dares to come to the steel armor shelter, he won't get out alive. Suddenly, Qin Xuan heard some noise from the nearby training room. Quiet, she wondered. So late, and the AI is still training? Approaching, she saw a faint silhouette on the one-way glass. Qin Xuan was surprised and thought, Han Sen is training the world in his sleeve. Last time was a beginner level to see how much he had improved. Looking at the system board in front, displaying the current level of the level 3 evolved person, Qin Xuan immediately shouted in disbelief, no way! Her eyes widened in surprise. In just a few days, he had gone from a beginner to a level 3 evolved person. From knowing nothing, that was impossible. She furrowed her brows, thinking, even I in the past took years to reach this potential. It's terrifying. Han Sen was now wearing virtual reality glasses. Sweat poured down his face. His arm wearing protective gear was operating something in front. Han Sen absent-mindedly thought while training the jade bone technique. It enhanced my muscles and joint flexibility. I should have known this earlier. The electronic board displayed a pass message. Han Sen removed the glasses from his face. He said with a happy expression, "Passing feels so refreshing." At that moment, Qin Xuan stood beside him and handed him a water bottle. She praised, "Well done." The sudden appearance startled Han Sen. He shouted, "Qin Xuan, when did you get here?" Looking at the bottle handed to him, Han Sen said to her, "I don't dare drink from you. Last time I drank, I lost consciousness." Then he silently warned himself, "Food is a dangerous thing. She must have put something harmful in it." Qin Xuan didn't care much. She handed the bottle to him and told him, "It's up to you." Then she turned her back, leaving Han Sen puzzled as he scratched his head looking at the water bottle. Qin Xuan smirked, thinking, "Lucky for him, he's one of mine." With his current skills, he can adapt far beyond the level of a weapon-controlled battle armor pilot. Someone with such top potential could develop and become even stronger. The scene shifted a few days later. In Han Sen's apartment, he sat with arms crossed in front of the computer, starting analysis. "Tomorrow the God War begins. Suddenly I feel anxious." As an experienced person, the two biggest fears are seeing the text frame on the God War screen showing the 5th level path lineage, God War Level 2, Falling Wind. Han Sen thought for a moment, then said, "Path lineage is someone wildly admired. I'm not very familiar with Falling Wind, but the name is quite similar to Lam Bak Fong. Don't tell me they're related." He propped his chin with his hand and asked himself, objectively speaking, these two have already reached the 2nd god level hiding in the world, so why are they still here occupying space so strangely? He leaned back, analyzing, but didn't mention combat skills. Just mentioning their high-level soul beasts is already terrifying enough. I hope I don't run into them anytime soon. Otherwise, even if I fight against him, I'll suffer heavy losses. There was no benefit from that battle. At this moment, the phone on the table rang a few times. Han Sen startled and looked over. An unknown number was calling. It might be AI answering. Han Sen's phone spoke first. "Hello. May I ask who the AI on the other end is?" The reply, "Are you Han Sen? I am Fuang Kan Kai." Hearing that name, Han Sen immediately recalled the man he had defeated earlier. He thought silently, Fuang Kan Kai. So that guy is the 4th brother of Tuyet Teach. Fuang Kan Kai on the other end was leaning against the edge of a table. Beside him was a young man calmly reading a book. He lowered his face to the floor. Continuing on the phone, "Actually, that guy said I was looking for you. This matter is related to tomorrow's divine battle. If you can come," Fuang Kan Kai added, "there will be gifts for my friends." Nearby, a boy in a red shirt was standing in front of a glass door looking outside. Han Sen on the other end caught the main point. He asked seriously, "Divine battle?" On the electronic screen, a short video was playing. A man wearing a hat holding a short sword was surrounded. Next, he swung the sword in his hand. Several sword blades created pale blue afterimages that sliced past the necks of those surrounding him. After the boy withdrew his hand, except for him, all the others had collapsed to the ground. Outside the electronic screen, Fuang Kan Kai, Tang Zhenliu, and Han Sen stood focused watching. Behind them, Luo Sulan sat calmly on a sofa. At this moment, Han Sen put his hands in his pockets and said boredly to the others in the room, "You guys called me here just to watch that?" Tang Zhenliu, standing next to him, asked, "Don't you find it familiar?" Han Sen didn't answer immediately but thought silently. Quite surprised, he didn't expect the friend Fuang Kan Kai, mentioned to be Tang Zhenliu and Luo Sulan. Before, he worried about facing them in the divine battle, but never expected to meet under these circumstances. He frowned again, shifting his attention to the boy on the screen and continued pondering. The person in the video was really strong, looked quite similar to the world in his sleeve, but he seemed more ruthless and decisive. Every attack was murderous. Thinking this, Han Sen turned to ask the person next to him, "Who is that?" Tang Zhenliu replied, "Yi Dongmu, demigod level, a powerful upper council member." "The council member's grandson?" Han Sen frowned hearing that. He said, "Grandson of a senator. What do they have to do with me? I don't want to get involved with people connected to politics." Tang Zhenliu smiled and replied, "No need to worry. It's not easy for us to approach him. Within the alliance, wherever he is, there are people strictly following him. The reason we invited you here is to imitate Yi Dongmu's tactics and style, then train with us to prepare for the divine battle." Han Sen was confused. He asked again, "Are you kidding? That pervert's close combat skills are better and more proficient than mine. If I want to train, wouldn't it be better to find him?" But Tang Zhenliu answered confidently, "I've already looked for him, said your potential is unlimited, BA level, it's well known. Brother Sam, you just need to train with us. We will meet any of your requirements." Outside, Han Sen looked thoughtful and unspeakable, though inwardly pleased, thinking, Tang Zhenliu is so famous, thanks to me, he must be very grateful. Then he raised a finger and set a condition for an S-level sanctuary chapter. Tang Zhenliu smiled and said, "Become a blade." At this moment, Luo Sulan spoke up behind, "Brother Sam, here are some videos of his combat skills. Watch carefully and study them. Tomorrow is the start of the divine battle. Tonight you'll probably stay up all night." After a while, outside it was pitch dark. A crescent moon shone in the sky. Tang Zhenliu crossed his arms and looked at the clock behind, saying, "Several hours have passed. Hansen spent too much time on it, right? Kan Kai already went to sleep." Luo Sulan sat calmly on the chair and replied, "No rush. He spent that much time means he studied it very carefully." At this moment, Hansen opened the door and stepped out. He drooped his eyes and said, "I roughly understand Yi Dongmu's movement style. Let's start." Tang Zhenliu looked skeptical and said again, "You seem confident." Hansen didn't answer the previous question. He picked up a small dagger and said, "This dagger hasn't been sharpened? It's too light." Luo Sulan put his hands in his pockets and walked over slowly, saying, "Although, I'm not sure. You can fight us. Still better to be careful. The divine battle is really important." Tang Zhenliu on the other side directly said, "Still picky. Don't think you're stronger than Yi Dongmu." Hansen directly swung his hand to attack and said, "You should be more serious when facing me." Tang Zhenliu leaned back before touching the hand Hansen just jabbed at. He angrily shouted, "Damn it. Haven't even started and you already sneakily changed your moves several times." Hansen said, "Do you think Yi Dongmu will wait until it starts?" Another hand of Hansen reached out. The hand was empty without anything. Tang Zhenliu immediately panicked and said, "The dagger disappeared." His hands in front scrambled forward. The dagger appeared and disappeared. Then a flash of light grazed Tang Zhenliu's cheek. A bit of blood spurted out. At that moment, Luo Sulan panicked and stepped back. Then he glanced at his injured cheek and exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" Hansen stood in a corner across the way. Frowning, he said, "Not sharpening it was the right choice." Then, Luo Sulan started swinging his arms to attack again. A powerful spinning kick forced Hansen to barely raise his hand to block. He gritted his teeth and groaned, then was kicked back a great distance. After regaining his balance, Hansen frowned at Luo Sulan and thought, "He's too strong." His physical constitution was definitely much higher than mine. Across from him, Luo Sulan gradually regained his form. He smirked and said, "Don't be so lacking in confidence." The two had now separated. Hansen placed his hands on the ground, thinking to himself, "If I confront him head-on with strength, I definitely don't stand a chance. But I have the advantage in close combat." After a brief hesitation, he dashed quickly toward his opponent. Luo Sulan was startled and shouted, "What?" The small knife in Hansen's hand stabbed forward but was easily dodged by Luo Sulan. He then swung back with a mocking laugh. "Kid, you're still green and inexperienced." However, Hansen replied, "Have you really seen the path of my moves clearly?" He clenched the hand Luo Sulan was swinging at him. Luo Sulan's eyes widened in surprise. Hansen's other hand began to move forward. He circled under. The arm he was holding tightly and then thrust straight toward his opponent's chin. Luo Sulan was shocked and thought, "What?" as he saw the blade revealed under the hand, pointing at his throat. Luo Sulan broke out in sweat, unable to believe it, thinking, the knife was just in the right hand. How did it get to the left so fast? At that moment, Han Lei clapped his hands in praise, interrupting the fight between the two. He said, "NDT0, looking for Hansen was no mistake. Compared to him, Dongmu is definitely not as good." At Falling Wind, Valley Road, the bustling street at night was lit up with sparkling lights, holding the golden card with an S on it, Hansen said with satisfaction. "Finally, it's mine." All-night effort wasn't wasted. He tapped the card against his face, silently analyzing the pros and cons of the recent fight. Being able to defeat Luo Sulan was truly joyful. "I have a chance to face him. If this was a fair fight, it would be very hard for me to win." Suddenly, the young man frowned, thinking about Han Lei. "I don't know how strong he really is." Remembering Dongmu's fighting image on the screen just now, Hansen continued to ponder. "My practiced world in my sleeve has become more flexible. I can exploit the opponent's blind spots." Compared to Dongmu's usual movement style, that flexibility isn't better. It's the result of my gravity training. Looking at the golden card in his hand, Hansen quietly said, "Maybe I should use this to buy a jealousy technique." Inside the room earlier, Luo Sulan sat cross-legged on the floor. He rubbed his elbow and said to Han Lei standing behind him, "I fought Hansen for hours like that, but in the end, I still couldn't get the upper hand over the old man." Han Lei said correctly, "He wasn't any weaker than Dongmu." Han Lei replied, "Dongmu has high technique, but in close combat Hansen is really too flexible. If he had a body like Dongmu's, he'd be much more terrifying." However, Luo Sulan didn't fully agree with that assessment. He said, "Hey, you're overestimating him. If that were true, wouldn't he surpass you in a few years?" In response, Han Lei showed a proud expression. He said, "In the first world, I am invincible." Luo Sulan was speechless and muttered, "My mother shouldn't have asked." Time passed hour by hour. Outside the martial arts arena, the crowd was bustling. Su Xiaoqiao appeared. He excitedly said, "The divine battle is finally starting. The evil trump card Steel Armor Shelter. Get ready." Behind him was a board displaying a picture of Han Sen in armor from the match against Qin Xuan. People around shouted the boy's name. "The God! God Han!" Sen was also entering the arena gate. He walked amid cheers on both sides. "Long live the God! Long live! Love you!" Although he couldn't cheer directly, his little heart was always with the coolest God. Han Sen waved back at the cheers with a few words. "Thank you. Thank you." Under the helmet, Han Sen thought, "So many people came to cheer. Kim Tae must have won the fans' hearts. One day, everyone will recognize my true identity." Standing before the space gate leading into the arena, Han Sen thought as he walked, "As expected, Qin Xuan didn't come to see me off. He must be very embarrassed by those 7 defeats. Qin Xuan, I will prove to you that I am the one who can bring glory to the Steel Armor Shelter." Deep inside were rows of fighting platforms lined up. The stands were still crowded. Voices buzzed. The divine battle is truly as rumored. So grand. Being able to come here to watch the fights between the shelters among 10,000 people is like a war. Pick one from the thousands of public lists over there. I knew it. One-on-one knockout rounds. I have to fight with all my might. At that moment, Han Sen stood before the system board reviewing. He thought, knowing the opponent in advance increases the chance of winning. Who's this? Suddenly, he uttered a surprised sound, then thought, this screen shows 2 names placed close together. One is the god named Han Sen. Amazed, he silently read the other name, Dong Mu. Han Sen gave it some thought. According to this list, if neither side wins, they could face each other in another 10 matches, Duongzhen Liu and Luo Sulan. Unless I'm in the top 10, I won't be able to meet them under the armor helmet. Han Sen smirked. His mind recalled the silhouette of Yi Dongmu and excitedly thought, these two are way too complicated. Afraid of Yi Dongmu? He sought me out to train, but that also helped me. He smirked, almost naturally feeling thrilled. Yi Dongmu will lose before facing me. The match between Duongzhen Liu and Shang Song. Duongzhen Liu swung his massive saber once. The match ended. The system announced match TBA 1-2-1 ended. Duongzhen Liu leads. Han Sen looked down calmly analyzing. It's not surprising Duongzhen Luo leads. His style is ruthless. He gives the opponent no chance to breathe. Now the match between Luo Sulan and Chen Yi. The system announced match F67BA2 ended. Luo Sulan leads. On Luo Sulan's arena, only he was standing. The opponent was lying flat on the ground. Han Sen immediately fell into deep thought. It seems he's overwhelmed by this match. He was the second chosen after the previous divine battle. This Chen Yi guy isn't anything special. Strangely, Luo Sulan is hard to predict. Truly very different from Duongzhen Liu's power. As he thought, he watched the other guy wiping sweat on the arena floor. Then Han Sen began to move. He decided silently. Now is not the time to care about others. My match hasn't started. Let's go see Yi Dongmu. Coincidentally, at that moment, Luo Sulan was coming from that direction. On the contrary, the other reached out first. Hello, I'm Luo Sulan. What a coincidence. You must be Kim Tae from Steel Armor Shelter. Han Sen shook his hand and said, nice to meet you. I'm just a small figure myself. Not worth that much attention. Luo Sulan smiled lightly. Some famous veterans were once small figures too. Then he walked away. Passing by, Han Sen heard one sentence. See you at the final match. People around gradually buzzed. What? The second chosen after the last divine battle? Luo Sulan is meeting this guy in the final? Is that true? Kim Tae, right? Looks ordinary. Never heard of him before. Han Sen ignored them and looked back at Luo Sulan walking away thinking, this guy really is unpredictable. Facing that silhouette, he silently commented 2 words. Threatening. A shout rang out. Yi Dongmu versus Divine Dragon Swordsman. A man wearing a straw hat announced. Right, the calm man said. I've heard you're a master of hidden sword techniques. He is the Divine East Swordsman top 10. Standing before him now is the one nicknamed. Yi Dongmu heard that and sneered disdainfully. Enough of the act. People sitting under the stands pointed and whispered excitedly. The man in black pointed up to the stands and said, in last season's top 10 Divine Swordsman, he has never lost a match. That Divine Dragon Swordsman. The blonde-haired man's face turned serious. He leaned in and whispered, this match is unpredictable. The result will be drawn out. The eyes of the 10 tensed. A shout sounded. The Divine Dragon Swordsman fell, rolling on the ground, spitting out oil syrup. Yi Dongmu flew in all directions. skillfully wielding his sword. He quickly finished off his formidable opponent in 7 beats. Immediately after, the system announced match KBB6 ended. 6 ended. Yi Dong-mu leads. The whole arena couldn't believe their eyes at what just happened. The 7th shouted, "Oh my god, what just happened? What just happened?" Right before Yi Dong-mu's eyes, towering, he drew his sword, standing over the weak, sprawled body. Other opponents sitting below were frightened. Trembling, they said, "Yi Dong-mu just took down a top 10 instantly." The person beside him broke out in cold sweat. "That's too brutal. Lucky I didn't face him." Kim Tae watched the scene before him. His mind also became cautious and thoughtful. Truly, just one slash to the divine dragon swordsman's neck would send him to the afterlife. Yi Dong-mu still insisted on a few more strikes. He really enjoys escorting people to the other side. Truly a sick bastard. Elsewhere, a blonde young man said tiredly to his friend, who was focused on reading, "That's not a fake divine dragon swordsman, right? How could he be sent to the afterlife so quickly?" His friend stood up, slowly lowering his eyelids, and replied, "That proves we were right to choose to train earlier." The blonde young man turned away indifferently. "Why are you here reading? Not watching the matches. The next ones aren't interesting anymore. Let's go get a drink," his friend replied excitedly. "No, there's still one match we shouldn't miss. That important match is Kim Tae versus Lei Ban." The image of Lei Ban fighting fiercely appeared, the hero tiger said. "Heard this is the first match of the person in the divine battle. You'll get your fill." Kim Tae eyed the arrow aimed at him cautiously, thinking, "No one here is weak. Those 2 spirit beast arrows are similar to Black Needle Wind, also poisonous." Suddenly, 2 arrows shot out. The 2 poisonous arrows quickly flew toward where he stood. He startled, spun to dodge, shouted toward his opponent Lei Ban, swinging his weapon. Interesting spirit beast blood arrows. Swish. The blue poison arrow shot again, really fast. This arrow automatically tracks its target. The blonde guy under the stands saw this and scratched his head, shouting, "Old Lin, don't tell me you mean Kim Tae." He seemed quite confused facing his opponent. Elsewhere, in the stands, a row of veteran spectators were discussing among themselves. "I specifically investigated him, known as Tae Shen, rumored to be a legend in the steel armor shelter." Legend? Ha, what a weak joke. Luckily, the Divine War isn't live-streamed, or everyone watching there would be furious. Suddenly, a powerful golden force surged up. The scoreboard cut off the noisy discussion with the news that match P1228 had ended. Kim Tae was leading. The blonde guy smiled smugly and said, "Settled with 1 arrow. No need for a mount or a blood spirit beast, right? NDT0 god? Doesn't look very strong." Why was Luo Sulan paying so much attention to him? At the transfer station 2 days later, that AI voice rang out. Shin Shuen said, "Look, it's trending online." Yang Manli stared at the computer and said to the blue-haired guy, "A draft about the Taishen versus Lei Ban match." It looked more like a draft than a record. At that moment, a music score appeared on the screen titled "The Legendary Battle Song of Taishen." He was one of the legends of the Steel Armor Shelter. The Steel Armor Shelter fought alone against the Demon Tribe. Kim defeated Qin Xuan before the Divine War and said, "Kneel down. This is a praise song affirming he can top this Divine War season." Luo Sulan pondered a bit and said, "Taishen fights so weakly. This article is distorted. Maybe a fan of his." Right below that article, critical and mocking comments appeared in a flood. "These keyboard warriors are really vulgar." Yang Manli looked at the screen and continued, "Not just Lei Ban. Taishen has no spectacular victories. His next opponent is top 10 Yi Dong-mu. Do you think he can hold his ground? Since the moment he took my spot, I won't allow him to fall to any AI. Otherwise, he's not a real man." Yang Manli pointed at the screen and said, "There's another video everyone should notice. CCTV recorded it." On the screen, Luo Sulan stood next to Kim Tae and said, "See you at the final match." Qin Xuan suspiciously asked Luo Sulan, "Why say that? What's going on?" Yang Manli smirked. Everyone laughed and mocked these two. One with 7 losses, no skills, the other forever in second place but more interesting. On the second day of the Divine War, the silhouette of top 10 Yi Dongmu walked alone up the stands. This match, Kim Tae would be Yi Dongmu's next opponent. Raising his hand arrogantly and pointing, Yi Dongmu provocatively said to Kim Tae, "I'll send you to heaven in this match." As soon as he finished, it confirmed the importance of this battle. The AI top 10 would be decided. The spectators below were shocked. A fan shouted, "Kim Tae plans to fight close combat with Yi Dongmu? Is he crazy?" Yi Dongmu specializes in close combat. "If you want to die, come at me." Kim Tae seriously thought, "Yi Dongmu, I've got you figured out. To me, you're just a puppet." Swish. Kim Tae regained his form, launching an extremely fair attack that threatened Yi Dongmu. He forced a smile. This attack tactic is changing. Kim Tae quickly surged forward, his clawed hand swinging powerfully. Yi Dongmu inside his beast was sweating profusely. This again returned the camera to the stands. Duan Qianliu said to Luo Feng, "This one." Luo Feng smiled smugly and interrupted, "The world in NDT Zero's sleeve never disappoints me. Victory is predetermined, sending himself off early like this." Yi Dongmu grinned slyly and said, "Finding a quick death path like this? Interesting." After saying that, he summoned the innate power of the monster inside his huge horned beast to appear, merging with the blood spirit beast. Under the stands, the blonde guy crossed his arms thoughtfully and said to Luo Sulan, "Is Kim Tae's blood spirit beast a divine blood type? Why doesn't Yi Dongmu use a spirit beast of the same level to deal with him?" Luo Sulan replied, "Because it doesn't fit. Yi Dongmu specializes in close-range assassination. He doesn't have a human-form divine blood spirit beast. So, to maximize his advantages, he has to use the mutant demon ape. He thinks he will definitely win. Moreover, the spear he's holding tightly is a divine blood spirit beast." Yi Dongmu's spirit beast charged fiercely. The huge creature leapt high, seeming to dominate Kim Tae. Swinging a powerful strike, Kim Tae quickly leaned back to dodge. Inside the lighter, the situation confirmed Kim Tae held the upper hand, slaughtering the arrogant opponent until he sprayed a long line of strawberry syrup. Finishing, Kim Tae jumped high, stomping on Yi Dongmu's spirit beast, knocking it to the ground. Yi Dongmu was kicked 8 meters away. Duan Qianliu was stunned. That fast? Luo Feng, as if not surprised, just smiled faintly and said, "This steel armor shelter legend is proof of his strength." Yi Dongmu was kicked away, painfully crawling up, bitterly cursing his opponent. Ugh, damn bastard. After that, he was too exhausted and collapsed. The whole stands erupted in uproar. Yi Dongmu couldn't stand, defeated by Kim Tae with just one strike. It seemed that was why Luo Feng said those words. What really happened? "I was just watching a play, right?" Kim Tae stood up and said, "Your organs are destroyed. Your physical constitution can't even last 5 minutes. If you want to live, go get treatment immediately." Yi Dongmu clutched his stomach, crawling up bitterly and said, "Chololong lutoy, tao se tin mai di huong ba. Bang tong bao hin len tron si sao hong nam tam ketuk, Kim Tae den truk, kachan dai reo holen, Kim Tae te, te ten huen toy kung giap, Kim Tae tang din dung vun kao, hai nash kathan fo, bo troy trong zong bao quan nu moi hi. Tun huyen goi mai tin, sort noi vai dung man le. Bai ca kindo man me, huyen toi te tun ban tun hai. Ngui dok fai hun trieu fung min tuan, kung da noi tin qua mot dem, duong man le sung sot noi. Idong mok kung kong fai nan vat no, Kim Tae thuk su hong lam ti ho ser ming bai vong. Tun huyen nup nung dap, Kim Tae te tun tuk su rut tol ma ve tun te tuk su qua han ta. Tai na han sam kung jiap ti ho se. Han sam nin vau man hin, mat maitron en nim trong, dich quien, new min non keo kanang dich quien ko te da hatai dong mok, tam chi kon han honte. Tandung es ko kwa niu tu heho, ko chon kwa. Luk nai bong nien den tuai kue, entariolen, kai ten fung kan yop nyai. Han sam chan nan den to, lai han, dung noi goi de tim nui ban chi nuene. Anyok mai noi, chao, ko chuyenji. Bendo dai kia tra loi han sam. Lao dung va lao lam rot hai long voi bio hien ko kodo. Ve toi yoi thiu choko viek nain gon. Han sam dap, toi duk loi jino non, ben kia tra loi ngangon, den roi biet. Kup mai an ko hiu. A len mut gai. Man hin hien len dong chu dang dich shuen sio lap tur lu ja tok. Luk nai tai ben guai ti ho sur. Mut dam ngui hung ho di den truk mat han sam hoi. An. Ko fai la ngui madai sia de kup den a? Chang fai ten kong mong dai sao? Ten do yu lam, sitangan nang do. Han sam nge dap. Nom quen sie tu la mot min, moi ngui kong mun chia loi nuan cho thun, tien tu va tun huyen dung kong. Ten beo kich dong nam lai ko au an gao leng. Meinen bietrang tui tau kong den dai de choi. Kok di san lan nai, lin quanto viek kak andam kunyon duken. Ten tan hei kong, di toi te zioi tu hai toi. Noi song ten beo quai sang noi voi moi ngui fia sao, toi ko ta kong dang tin do chung ta di toi, ten kao tu sua te. Kong kun dai se a noi. Han ko quen voi lu fong va duong chan lu, chung ta cho han mot ko hoidi, ten kao tanoi tiep, ku theo ke hoach, chung toi bao ve su an tuan cho ko. Sao ki chuen di nai ket tuk, toi se cho ko mot lun bien di koi nu fan tung. Luk nai mot ngui ka kong len tieng, nai kwang mong hei na. Luk nai ko chung min cho chung toi zem, ku kong fai la tro dua ku tau hua di. Han sam dap, duok thoi, nin len dai nui shasha trup trung dang kia, num ngui no dang kui, nhưng kon tu vat la shung nui. Ho keu len, nui nai kak ti ho sua. Ka di fai mot bangai, han sam noi sa ten sa tu, ka kui kwai chi, sui ngi. Kon ta te kinai kung duk da chu, ka tien loi. Sao mot toi gian treo deo loi sui met nyoai. Ngui kui kung ting noi den noi roi kung duk kat len. Tu bây giờ họ phải khăn gia cao độ. Họ đông đàn đáp rộng. Cả nôm người bước vào hang đông để khám phá. Han Sam nhìn quan tay tuan si rô đau. An ser lên và hỏi. Để là đồ vết si rô đau sốt lại của chuyến đi truck. Tên bèo trả lời. Đúng, xin vật thân huế ở đây rất man. Cùng nan nữa. Chúng tôi bị tổn thất rất lớn. Lúc này bùng nhiên tên cao tu control lại. Ni mất nổi. Nó đang ở phía bên kia bờ. Sau khi chúng tôi rủ nó thân đúng tới cơ. Nó lang sung nuk rồi chở khi nó mặt càng giặc. Hong chong tung kong. Bung no chin la diem yêu, ku fain ham vào chỗ đó. Han Sam đáp. Được, hak lan no den rồi. Hang dong night dong now, ku teo ke huach malam. Han Sam nhìn con vẹt truk mat. An heo hoi phúc suk. Man và phong tu qua no đều thuộc hang top. Han Sam nói về người đàn ông cao tu quen ca. Ke huach nai rui ro qua cao. Nếu con hak lan do con fan. Tiêu nhưng yi chung tangi. Nhớ tôi không được may mắn thì sao. Quen ca du tôi to kỳ. Ten beo nghe về thì bực tóc fan hoi. Cô đôi thuông lung trong tin can nai sao. Cô nhi như thế là đúng à. Một tên khác đồng tin nói. Đeo tôi nói mà. Han ta cha được lori ichi. Quen se ta không thể đùa han. Nhớ han chuan truc thì sao. Quen ca. Này vậy không bị fan tham mà kiên đi nói. Đúc thôi. Nếu cứ ta quy định đó. Tên của han chắc chắn sẽ được thác vào thăm tri mọi người. Nhân lời. Nói dòng ông rồi lòng bàn tay đùa cho Han Sam. Sao đó mọi người. Con ton chia nào ra than ba noi. Ngon tro. Ngon gua. Ngon non chui vào han dong qua quai thu. Han Sam và một người nữa ở lại diem suốt phát. Quen ca và tên beo thì tiền về truck tên kong. Lua con voto vào bay. Ting ho bắt đầu kêu lên. Quen ca và tên beo come lên nhưng cook đã tự tuang nem về phía truck. Nhưng viên đã được nem vào nơi mai cưng. Cap của con vắt man mẹ. Đúng như đưa đồ ăn. Ta không hề hung ghi với khai vai của nó. Thậm chí không một vết duk. Con vắt hung lúc này quay lại phía hai người. Ha gạo lên hung đờ. An mat no phát ra tia sang mau ek sang đang sơ. Veo, no bien tham một cục ta tu tum sang lang man me be veo den phía truck. Hai người trong số đoàn người en han chong ban back vin hao. Nan hak landa du được hành động tôi. Han Sam lúc này đang lôi ngục sung dong nuk su tom. Lên lung an labin tro hi jup to phần nào. Ang dong liên tuk ro nâng tầng da. Tu tung sung. Quen sie và tên beo hốt hoang bo chai. Chai nandi, noi nai sap pi sap rồi. Er phía kak, ba người dung lên phien da cao. Kêu lên. Tên lúc rồi, tu nora daidi. Tung, hak lan hoa than fin da, landi tu fia. Sao đó no phát hiện họ hốt hoang vừa chai vừa kêu. Mekip, no dang lan qua dai. Run fast! Hansen estimated the calculation time had been quite long already. They must have succeeded. It was his turn now, and on this side, the black beetle returned to its original form. It crept toward the riverbank, searching for something. Seeing the black beetle getting closer, Han Sen focused on its body. This was the only soft spot on it, so he grabbed his baton quickly. He jabbed into the black beetle's weak spot from underwater. Oof. The black beetle howled in pain, flipping its mouth toward the sky and flicking its tail to dodge aside. Han Sen was hit a little and was thrown back. The black beetle painfully jumped into the water. The group quickly realized and shouted, "It's running! Chase and catch it! Everyone, follow me!" Han Sen, exhausted, lifted his head above the water to breathe. He pulled open his chest to check the wound and grumbled, "Damn, that wasn't worth it." The group saw the black beetle still chasing and panicked, yelling, "That thing can still run that fast? After being injured, why didn't he aim for its weak spot?" Another guy replied, "Probably because it rolled like a wheel, like nothing happened." Han Sen clutched his wound, grimacing, and said, "No way. The arrow definitely hit it. Unless it's immune, it should be paralyzed. Or dead." Someone pointed and ordered the chase. "If you want to, don't waste time here." As they moved deeper into the cave, they warned their allies cautiously. "This place is like hell. Stick together and don't split up." A notification appeared. Hunting successful. Hunting the black beetle grants sacred blood beast soul. Eating beast meat grants up to 10 points of divine envy. Han Sen's face showed undeniable surprise. Captain Quan noticed and asked, "What's going on?" Han Sen replied, "The black beetle has ascended to heaven." From afar, strange sounds came from the mountain. Captain Quan asked, "What's that sound?" Two people on a rock shouted, "Ah! That thing is huge!" The impatient fat guy asked, "What's happening?" Han Sen and Captain Quan quickly ran over. Han Sen's face changed again. A huge white-furred creature landed, roaring wildly to show its dominance. This terrified them, and they shouted, "Split up and run! We're screwed! Why did we run into this monster? Mom, save me! Run fast!" Unlike the panic, Han Sen calmly stood alone, observing the giant beast. He thought silently, "That monster has to be the sacred blood beast's soul. This must be its territory. Captain Quan and the others won't escape. I have to act," he shouted. "Face me, you monster." At the same time, he raised his hand, drawing his bow to shoot. Without hesitation, the arrow flew clean past the huge white bird. It was unharmed and spread its wings to fly away. The force also knocked Han Sen off balance. He ran through the mountain crevice, with the monster angrily chasing behind. Han Sen took a physical hit and groaned. The harder he ran, the more aggressively the beast pursued. The fat guy, seeing Han Sen's expression, said in surprise, "That guy's luring it somewhere else. Isn't he scared to die?" Captain Quan added, "He's really gutsy. Crazy bastard. I owe you one. Admit it, you're no joke." By then, Han Sen had transformed and was running at full speed. While running, he cursed silently. "This crazy bird is as persistent as a leech, chasing me nonstop. Damn it, don't think you can catch me." So he kept running, and the bird kept chasing. He crossed a lake and lost sight of the bird. He grinned triumphantly. "There's an underground river. The bird couldn't swim across. Saved," he said, then jumped flat into the blue-green river. But unexpectedly, the bird still attacked, hitting him and making him groan. "God, this thing can still peck me underwater. Its claws are too sharp. It could even tear through the black beetle's armor with that beak. If I didn't have that, this is terrifying. The wound is too severe." Losing patience, he unleashed the mutant black mackerel beast soul. He didn't expect only this beast soul could be used underwater. He told his beast soul, "My life is in your hands. Run as far as you can." Meanwhile, at Tang Zhenliu and Luo Sulan's house, Luo Sulan was happily reading and chuckling. Tang Zhenliu asked confusedly, Old Luo, what are you laughing at? You look silly." Luo Sulan replied, "There are a few things I'm really looking forward to, really excited about." Tang Zhenliu asked, "Looking forward? Is it the match between you and Kim Tae?" Luo Sulan laughed. "The Divine War is a scoring system. I don't know what rank I'll be, but next year this book will be full of his spectacular performances." The scene shifted to Han Sen's perspective. A blonde girl shook him. "Hey, wake up, did you hear that?" Han Sen, wounded all over his face, was shaken awake. The little girl named Li Xiao Qiao happily said, "Thank goodness, you're awake. Praise the heavens, my herbs worked." Han Sen tried to remember something and mumbled, "May I ask where this is?" A man named Tu Xiangjin, sitting by the fire, answered for the girl. "A forest near Falling Wind Valley, a hiding place. You were lying on the shore, almost dead. We saved you." Tu Xiangjin pointed ahead and told Han Sen, "It's about 7 to 8 miles to Quangvin, the hideout." Han Sen's treatment and escort fee totaled 100,000. Han Sen rubbed his head and laughed. "Tu Ca, I'm really grateful to you both for saving me, but I don't have money right now." Tu Xiangjin generously said, "No problem, just pay us back after you return." Xiao Qiao, hearing this, complained in a near scolding tone. "Tu Ca, do you have to be like that? Saving a life is worth more than building 7 towers." Tu Xiangjin said seriously, "Xiao Qiao, we came here to hunt. Since yesterday, we've only caught one primitive-level creature. Our primitive envy points are increasing too slowly. This could be a chance to make money. Why not take it?" Looking at the two of them, Han Sen thought to himself that their equipment was too rudimentary. They were still hunting primitive-level beasts and weren't exactly born with a silver spoon. It was a big stroke of luck for him to meet them. Suddenly, Su Xiaoqiao shouted, "Look! There's something in front of them, a large troop of monkeys. It's a group of black-tailed poisonous monkeys, and there's at least one mutant among them." She quickly followed after Qin Xuan. She also called back to Han Sen, "Run fast! Their claws are poisonous, and they're moving in a whole troop. Very dangerous." Han Sen remained unfazed and just smiled lightly, asking, "If I managed to get you two a mutant point, would you be jealous? Would 10,000 be enough?" Qin Xuan tested the waters. Han Sen quickly grabbed his crossbow, ready to shoot. Firing with excitement, he said, "Creatures in Falling Wind Valley feel like they're armored warriors." With a swift burst of power, Qin Xuan suddenly shot a mutant soul beast arrow. Su Xiaoqiao excitedly praised, "Awesome! Arrows flew one after another. Come on, one more arrow!" The arrow aimed straight at the largest old monkey in the troop. Qin Xuan shouted, "The black-tailed poisonous monkey's skin is really tough. Don't act like a hero." Han Sen was not intimidated at all and said, "Don't worry, one arrow is more than enough." The black-tailed poisonous monkey was just chilling when suddenly the arrow pierced it, causing severe injury and pain. It quickly collapsed to the ground. Han Sen turned his crossbow with relief. Qin Xuan admired and asked, "So strong, who are you?" Su Xiaoqiao excitedly said, "Han Sen is so cool. We just saved an outstanding archer hiding in Falling Wind Valley." Han Sen said to them, "This is my first time coming to such a lively place." Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he said, "I just remembered. Lin Beifeng and Shui Longyan both came from here." Qin Xuan turned to Han Sen and said, "You don't need to transfer money to me anymore. Let's call it even." Han Sen didn't refuse and replied, "All right, with that black-tailed poisonous monkey troop, including mutants. Your mutant and primitive points will increase quite a bit." Su Xiaoqiao happily said, "It's even worth more than 10,000. Han Sen thanked them. he replied. It's nothing major. At this moment, Qin Xuan's eyes were serious as he affirmed, I will be stronger than you in the future. This is a transfer station. You can return from here, but entering and exiting is complicated. If you leave Falling Wind Valley, you'll still end up here when you come back, Han Sen asked confusedly. So you mean if I want to return to the armored zone with fear, I have to pass through Falling Wind Valley's hiding place? Su Xiaoqiao answered. Exactly. Han Sen heard this and worriedly thought, this is troublesome. I might not make it in time for the divine battle. If I don't participate, I'll remain in the top 10 forever and won't be able to get the divine blood soul beast. But despite his thoughts, he still chose to turn his back and say farewell. Well, I have to go now. Thanks a lot, everyone. Goodbye. Su Xiaoqiao raised her hand and said, Han Sen, we should be the ones thanking you. Be careful. See you again. At this moment, the system announced the divine battle information. Number 1 chosen is Luo Sulan. Congratulations to him. The entire audience cheered as they saw him. Luo Sulan! Luo Sulan! Luo Sulan! A group of people buzzed with gossip. I heard Kim Tae isn't participating in this battle. Wasn't Luo Sulan supposed to challenge him? He must be scared. Facing such an opponent, anyone would be nervous. Reporters eagerly interviewed the man who just stepped off the red carpet. Luo Sulan, do you think Kim Tae isn't participating because he's afraid of you? Luo Sulan smiled calmly and said, I'm not afraid of any opponent. Neither is he. Reporter Ming Quan handed over the microphone and asked, Luo Sulan, are you confident you can beat him? Luo Sulan replied, Kim Tae has to participate. Before this question was answered, from a corner, jealous Luo muttered with a pout, just me alone. I'm second place and can't even get a little interview here? Alone, Luo Sulan whispered to himself, Kim Tae, I don't know why you're not participating. His eyes hardened with interest as a thought appeared, but right now, I'm very excited and predicting the outcome between you and me. Leading the Luo family star. Han Sen had a bandaged wound on his chest, calmly pushing his hand into his pocket as he walked. A voice rang out, You're really lucky. Good thing you weren't eaten by that bird. He spoke into the phone. Fuang Kan Kai, tell Captain Quian for me. I'll bring the soul beast next time we meet. Fuang Kan Kai stirred his cup with one hand and held the phone with the other, replying, No need. Although the black fox was killed by that bird, he already ate the scraps. Now his mutant points are maxed out. He's about to enter the second gate of the divine battle. He asked me to thank you for your help. Very grateful. Han Sen scratched his head and said, It's nothing, just a small matter. If I had a soul beast crossbow, I would have sent that bird off too. Fuang Kan Kai smiled, raising his cup to his mouth. Too confident, huh? Captain Quian also has a divine blood soul beast crossbow, but doesn't dare to use it. He's preparing to sell it. Han Sen asked excitedly, Really? He's actually going to sell it? Fuang Kan Kai asked curiously. Han Sen, I've helped you twice now. Give me a guarantee, did you catch the reverse scale of the sheep soul beast? Han Sen recalled using the shield and answered, Yes, I got it. It's a tough shield with many sharp spikes on the surface. Fuang Kan Kai put his cup down on the table and said, Good, he might need that. Take good care of it. I'll arrange it and come back later. Han Sen shoved his hands into his pockets and said as he walked, All right, I'll wait for news from Fuang Kan Kai. Why are you acting like Mako? Going with the Duong Chanlu gang must come with some perks, right? A voice from the other side said, Quiet, none of your business. Suddenly, someone called his name, Han Sen. He was startled and thought, Damn, Tam Huyen is here again. I just got back and already having bad luck. Tam Huyen asked sternly, How many days have you been slacking off? Where have you been? Don't you know the Black Eagle recruitment only lasts 3 days? He chuckled awkwardly. 1 hour. Tam Huyen handed him a ticket and said, I just picked this up at the school. Take the refined spaceship in 3 days. It will take you directly to Black Eagle. She grabbed his collar and threatened, You dared to run off like Kim Tae in the last battle? Watch what happens when I get mad. Han Sen smiled wryly, thinking, Is she really mad just over that? I want to go too. Who knows, maybe bad luck just follows me. Meanwhile, at Han Sen's house, a simple wooden home, his mother asked, Xiao Sen, have you made your decision? He replied, Yes. Han Sen sat beside his younger sister and talked to his mother. Station Chief Chin has high expectations for me. I want to join Black Eagle to train better. This is truly a rare opportunity. Once I become a member of the army, you and my sister will be safe under its protection. His sister worriedly asked, Will it be a long time before you come back after you leave? Han Sen patted her head to reassure her. The army is very strict. After recruitment officially starts, you can only come home during holidays. Of course, you have to study hard and remember to practice the Holy Archangel regularly. Han Sen smiled brightly and replied, I won't let him down. At Luojia Star, the refined spaceship was surrounded by tens of thousands of ships. Everyone was preparing to board. Han Sen scanned the ticket he was given. The system announced successful recognition. Welcome aboard. We wish you a safe flight. He walked straight to the spaceship entrance, guarded by 2 guards, thinking to himself, first time here, this place is huge. He looked at the massive spaceship with a flutter of dreams like many others like him. Han Sen checked his seat on the ticket. He looked at his seat, facing a young girl. He was delighted. Here it is. By the window seat NDT-0, Han Sen sat down and looked at the girl opposite him. She wore the Black Eagle uniform and was focused on the screen. He guessed she was playing the new PvP mode of the game, World in the Sleeve. The other hand was controlled by someone else. Han Sen, bored, rested his head on his hand. Had he trained in solo mode yet? Had he tried PvP before? The girl cheered after winning. Victory! A 10-game win streak is easy. All opponents are weak. Only then did she notice Han Sen sitting opposite. She said seriously, "Hey, staring at others like that is very rude." Han Sen scratched his head and apologized. "Sorry, I noticed this PvP mode game is popular late. Where do you play NDT-0? Kai Yen Nian crossed her arms, looking annoyed, thinking, clearly he's staring at me and using the game as an excuse. I hate guys like this. Han Sen started a conversation. "Miss, are you a student at Black Eagle School? I'm here for recruitment. Didn't expect to meet a student from that school here." She was surprised. "Huh? So you're a freshman?" He replied, "Yes, if I pass the entrance exam. I've done some research. It seems easy." Kai Yen Nian slammed her hand on the table and asked the young man, "You're too confident. Want me to make it clear for you?" Han Sen asked in surprise. "Huh? What?" He thought, why does she seem so angry? Kai Yen Nian raised her phone, provoking, "PvP mode in World in the Sleeve. If you beat me, I'll be your girlfriend." The spaceship flew through space. Han Sen asked, "Senior, do you know what you're saying? If I win, you'll really be my girlfriend?" Kai Yen Nian answered seriously, "Of course, I, Kai Yen Nian, always keep my word." He replied, "I've only played solo before, never tried PvP." She happily suggested, "I'll train with you for 5 matches." Black Eagle members were selected very carefully, even if it was just a gun or strange armor. After 3 tries, you had to be proficient, not to mention the game. Han Sen smiled wryly, thinking, she's really ambitious to win, like she wants to teach me a lesson. Did I provoke her somehow? Kai Yen Nian was interesting. He opened his phone and said, "Forget training. I know how to play now. As a future member of Black Eagle, I can't be weak." He tapped some dots on the screen and continued, "Let me get familiar with the tablet functions for just 1 minute." Kai Yen Nian widened her eyes and asked, "Are you sure? Don't tell me you'll go easy on me because I'm a girl." He bluntly replied, "No way. The key point of this game is speed. Others don't matter." He finished setting his game ID and announced, "I'm registered. Let's start." Kai Yen Nian threw him a displeased look. "You're using that name without any purpose, right?" He casually answered, No. You said you'd be my girlfriend, right?" Kai Yen Nian stretched her arms to warm up and said, "You think you can beat me? I'm the club president of God's Hand. Treat me like a friend and use me to open a hard mode room." She looked at the screen thinking, "Let me show you how I teach you." Han Sen pursed his lips seriously, excited for his first PvP match. The system announced the match had started as they entered the game. "Toi bieten en choi nu naoroi, voi te kachtan vien ko hakung trong tung lai, toi kong te yu nu vaiduk, an bamvao mai chum tron tren man him tiep loi, doi toi lam quen voi chuk nang, tren mai tin bang damot fut toi. Gi yen nien tron mat hoi, ko chak chu? Dung noi ko nung te voi toi vi toi la kong gai dai nye. Ko tang tung dap, se khong, diem shin ku kai gem ne la kiem trotok to, ngui kak hong quan trong, ku dat chong ai di gem len tong bao, toi dang ki shong roi, bat toi toi. Ki yen yen ne ma ko chu ve fia an, ko su dung kai ten nai hong ko muk di hi dung kong. Ko tan yen dap, kong kong fai, ko noi se tre tan ban gai toi sao. Ki yen yen vun te jian ko chuan bi, ka tu ni ko te tang lai toi chu niem ko lak bo tuang de tri tu dai ne, koi toi numut ngui ban, su dung toi de ma fang che do ko de. Ko ni maning ni koi toi dai do ko te nao, han sam niem tuk mi moi, lundo che PvP hung fun fit. Dai he tong tong bao tran do bat do vua vao tran. Winning accounts with girlfriends gained 3 points. 3 white circular dots appeared on the screen. Han Sen used 3 fingers to tap those 3 dots. Qin Xuan's hand trembled in front of the screen. Han Sen focused on playing the game. Qin Xuan was surprised. "Huh?" she exclaimed. The screen now showed 2 circular dots. Han Sen touched the 2 dots. The screen announced winning with a girlfriend gained 2 points. Qin Xuan was annoyed. It must be luck. That button was near his hand. His account gained 4 points. Han Sen operated very quickly. She was so shocked her hand froze. How could this be? The system kept announcing. Winning with a girlfriend gained 4 points. Qin Xuan saw 4 circular dots on the screen and quietly rejoiced. 4 points were close to her. A chance. Han Sen reached out to touch her screen. It startled her. Qin Xuan wondered why he took those from her spot when there were 3 buttons right nearby. She asked, "Are you trying to tease me?" The system announced winning, with a girlfriend gained 6 points. Han Sen played while reminding, "Focus, senior sister." Qin Xuan looked at him annoyed. Even the elite member of the God's Sanctuary Club with almost no AI could touch her in this mode. She reached toward the screen. "Shut up, you scoundrel. You must be cheating devilishly." Before she could touch, Han Sen's hand was already operating on it, making her furious. Again, she helplessly watched him cheat so fast. She couldn't catch up. The system announced points for winning with a girlfriend and finalized the result with a score of 100-0. Han Sen squeezed his hand, teasing her. "Is it over? Like AI, getting 100 points always wins. Basically, it's still much easier than solo mode." Qin Xuan's anger flared up fiercely. She clenched her fist, muttering, "You filthy madman." He asked, confused, Senior sister, why?" She pointed directly at his face. "You cheated. Yes, you cheated. Confess now." Han Sen awkwardly waved his hand. "No way. This is my first time playing today. How would I know how to cheat?" Qin Xuan slammed her hand on the table. "That result could never happen to me. You cheated." He scratched his head. "I'm telling you, if I lied, my jealousy points would drop." Qin Xuan crossed her arms. "If you keep pretending to be innocent like that, fine. Use professional equipment at Steel Armor Shelter and fight back." Han Sen smiled smugly. "No problem. When I officially join Steel Armor Shelter. Whenever you want." She stormed off angrily. "Wait until you pass first. Steel Armor Shelter won't accept liars." Han Sen brushed his hair. "I'm too competitive. I should have let her have fewer points. Looks like I'm addicted. I should be gentler." The entrance area of the Steel Armor Shelter Military Academy appeared very modern and grand. A few jets flew overhead. The lobby bustled with people. Han Sen looked at the scene, thinking this was the recruitment center. So many people. He approached the reception desk. Someone asked if he was the person recommended by Captain Qin. He replied, "Yes, that's me. I'm Han Sen." The man continued, "With Qin Xuan's protection, we won't make it hard for you. Just one written test is enough, like a specialist archer recruitment course. You have to pass." Han Sen stood straight and said firmly, "I'm ready to take the test anytime." He thought to himself, "Having someone to support you is really good. The archer test probably only uses hands anyway." Han Sen went further inside, looking around nervously. The military academy was truly strict, the atmosphere solemn. "I'm a bit nervous too." He reached the special archery test room, hesitated a bit. "It's my turn. Should I step in with my left or right foot?" Han Sen. Once inside, he was lifted up. He eagerly looked around. The 3-dimensional archery space was so cool. He held the bow proudly. He had never used anything like this before. It was really interesting. The screen in front of him announced the test start. Han Sen raised the bow, aiming at a moving target. "Let me try this." "How about that? I'll shoot everything around." The huge center is bustling with people coming and going. A voice echoed, "Finally done. Much more comfortable." Han Sen stretched and stepped outside thinking, "The commander said official recruitment lasts 3 months. I still have plenty of time." He strolled along the road. A few girls chased each other. He thought he had some issues before, needed to return to the support base briefly. 2 female students chased each other under the peach trees, laughing loudly. "Wait for me. Don't run so fast. Hurry up, we're almost late." Han Sen smiled, blushing and drooling. "Oh, this is the school environment I dreamed of." Why did the man holding the screen look like he couldn't believe his eyes? This result can't be. Today is just too incredible. On the screen was Han Sen's test result, with nearly a perfect score in 6 minutes and 30 seconds. At the transfer station, the sky was clear blue with white clouds drifting lazily. Qin Xuan arrived at the meeting point and said, "The commander personally called to thank us." "I can't believe it." Just as expected, bringing Han Sen to Steel Armor Shelter was the right decision. Duong Manlei followed behind and replied, "If that's the case, I should help his family register as a military family." Qin Xuan agreed. "Right, as soon as possible." Duong Manlei asked, "Is he qualified to join a small team?" Qin Xuan answered, "Yes. When the time comes, I'll assign him special missions." A few days later, outside the glorious support base, moonlight shone over the vast mountain ranges in the forest. Han Sen was enveloped by a divine aura, thinking to himself that after the procedure was done, the Glory T-Ho shelter would understand a little. It was time to return to the T-Ho Steel Armor Shelter. He smiled while riding the divine beast, wildly charging forward, simultaneously planning to get back as quickly as possible. The only way was through the dark swamp, a place he knew all too well. With the mount that the CA authority gave him, it would be faster than taking the long sea route. The sky had brightened. The clear blue sky was incredibly peaceful, with a column of smoke rising. Han Sen lay face down, dozing off, when suddenly a loud noise woke him up. He muttered, "So noisy. What the hell is that sound?" The noise grew even louder. Han Sen scratched his head and sat up. "Don't tell me." His eyes flashed with alertness like an earthquake. Immediately, he ran to the door and opened it in surprise. There was a divine blood pig wildly ramming against the iron bars. He was astonished. The pig beast had become a divine blood creature. He looked at it with concern. It had only been a few days, and he hadn't slept much. Yesterday, when he returned, he fell asleep and forgot. Luckily, it didn't break the cage. Otherwise, he might have died in his sleep. He took out a divine aura arrow and said, "Too hungry? The first meal back." Han Sen shot the arrow straight into the pig in the cage. The system announced, "Hunt successful. Divine blood pig beast killed. No beast soul obtained." Absorbing the pig beast's meat granted less than 10 divine points. Before long, he had finished cooking a pot of pork. The system announced, "Absorption complete. Gained 1 divine point. Absorption complete. Gained 1 divine point." Han Sen plopped down on the ground, placed his hand on his now full belly, and sighed in relief. So full. After half a month, his divine points had reached 34 out of 100. He looked at the stats panel with satisfaction. Last time, after eating the black-tailed poisonous monkey, his mutation points had reached 52. Han Sen looked at the blue gem in his hand and thought, if it keeps going like this, I'll get stronger without anyone knowing. Then, everyone will have their first big shock. Which creature will it be this time? If I'm lucky enough to get a beast soul, that would be great. It's worth much more. Han Sen was startled. The divine blood beast soul died, and I haven't received the divine battle reward yet. In the martial arts arena, a golden stone floated above the central mound. Han Sen hid behind a tree, looking around cautiously, thinking, when the divine battle ends, this place is closed. It's midnight now. No one should be here, right? He stepped closer to the stone, thinking he might have forgotten to claim the divine battle reward even though he came here last. But after all, it's a divine blood beast soul. Han Sen curiously touched the stone. Once received, he wouldn't be able to participate in the divine battle again until next time. A random divine blood beast soul. What is this? The stone he touched suddenly glowed brilliantly. Han Sen's eyes widened in surprise, wondering, is this the mount weapon getting excited? Flames appeared on his palm, surrounding a golden gem. A voice spoke, "Master." Han Sen was surprised to see a girl standing inside the stone. It was a humanoid beast soul. The flames in his hand flew out before his eyes. The system announced the acquisition of the divine blood beast soul, the Pixie Queen. Flames enveloped Han Sen's body. He exclaimed, "Is this a transformation?" He looked at the armor on his body and praised, "Looks so cool." Han Sen commented on the Pixie Queen beast soul. He could feel his combat skills greatly enhanced. It was balanced. He focused ahead, thinking, although the speed and strength weren't better than his fellow beasts, his gaze was directed toward the forest. Something appeared in his eyes within the woods. He gradually saw it. It seemed he could see things far out there in incredible detail. A white bird perched on a branch or even an insect flying by. He could see them too. Han Sen observed the beasts moving as if in slow motion through his eyes. He smiled proudly, placing his hand on his head, thinking, this is the Pixie Queen's power. Why no special magic wings? Oh well, humans shouldn't be too greedy anyway. He maintained the transformation state and left the place, quietly happy. The important thing is that I can fully use Han Sen's identity to wield the Pixie Queen Beast Soul. Kim Tae can't know what my Beast Soul is. A few days later, in the male dormitory, in room BA04BA, some boys were sitting and arguing. The one in the military green shirt slammed his hand on the table and said, "It's decided." The red-haired boy clenched his fists and said, "Why not fight it out?" The boy with glasses crossed his arms and asked, "Huh? Who do you think you are?" Han Sen pushed the door open, introduced himself as Han Sen. The three all shot him, annoyed looks. Han Sen worriedly asked, "Why is everyone looking at me like that?" The boy in the military green shirt immediately pulled him inside and said, "Finally here. You're late. Hurry up and come in." Han Sen was pulled in and mumbled, "Ah, okay." The door slammed shut with a shout. "What are you guys doing?" "Ah, stop." A yellow badge lay on the table. Han Sen cautiously asked, "Is this why everyone's like this?" The boy in the military green shirt was Thach Tri Kong, who pointed at himself and said, "The position of team leader is very important, representing the image and spirit. I'm the oldest here, with more experience than you kids. You're all very suitable to be team leaders." The boy with glasses was named Lu Meng. He pushed up his glasses menacingly and said, "Only intelligent people can become leaders. I have an IQ of 167. The red-haired boy was Zhang Yang. He cracked his wrist aggressively and asked, "Hey rookie, what do you think? How about proving it with strength?" Han Sen smiled wryly and replied, "Is that so? Everyone decide among yourselves. I don't mind either way. You think to yourself, I thought they hated each other, but it turns out it's because of this. So childish, so boring. Zhang Yang held the badge in his hand and gave his opinion. What do you think? We're all archery specialists, so let's use that to decide. 100 arrows. Whoever hits the bullseye the most becomes the team leader. Shi Jikang and Lu Meng looked at each other for a moment, then both agreed. Everyone's face was full of seriousness. Han Sen also said, sounds good. I don't object. Zhang Yang then grabbed his jacket and headed to the door with a triumphant smile. Let's go, the battle for team leader. Shi Jikang pointed at him. Who said you go first? Don't act so high and mighty. Lu Meng grabbed his arm. It's okay. He's just a bit over the top. Han Sen awkwardly scratched his head. Why do I feel uneasy around those three? Looks like there won't be a peaceful day in the shooting range. After a while of competing, the battle for team leader of Team 304 ended. Shi Jikang held his head crying, Why? Why is my score the lowest? This can't be. No way. Zhang Yang, who took first place, was naturally the team leader of Team 304. He patted Shi Jikang's shoulder to console him. Fourth brother, you should start improving and work harder. Second place was Lu Meng, second brother. He thoughtfully looked at his hands, puzzled. I clearly did well, so why am I only second? Does this mean I'm not focused enough? Han Sen didn't want to be the second younger brother, nor did he want to be the third younger brother. He comforted Shi Jikang. It's okay. It's just a game. The oldest brother is still the boss. He happily held his hand. Third younger brother. If you need anything, just tell me. Han Sen forced a smile. Fine. Agreed. The four of them walked out of the shooting range. Han Sen thought Zhang Yang's shooting skills were truly superior to the other two. He always seemed to shine, so there's nothing to complain about him becoming team leader. I'll let him have it. Zhang Yang curiously looked toward one side. Why is it so crowded here? A line of people stood waiting to enter. Outside was a large poster of Ji Yanran with the words, Recruiting for the God's Sanctuary Club. Han Sen was surprised, thinking, this looks kind of familiar. Shi Jikang excitedly pointed. The God's Sanctuary Club is recruiting members, and it's even being personally recruited by Ji Yanran. Han Sen rested his chin on his hand, recalling the girl on the spaceship the other day. Ji Yanran? So you asked that girl on the ship if she was Ji Yanran? Is she really that famous? Shi Jikang asked in disbelief. Huh? You don't know? Han Sen scratched his head, embarrassed, and replied, I didn't know. His eyes sparkled as he told about her. Ji Yanran, leader of the God's Sanctuary Club, the symbol of beauty at our school, a goddess. She has an amazing background, intelligence, and looks. Her beauty is well-deserved. Everyone who confessed to her was rejected. Lu Meng pushed up his glasses and reminded the fourth brother, drooling there, don't look so hungry, focus on practicing shooting. Shi Jikang squinted and replied, Don't insult me with those words. Zhang Yang rolled up his sleeves fiercely. Everyone, let's sign up there. I want to defeat her, Ji Yanran, and become the leader of that club. Shi Jikang glanced at him, thinking, Is that your goal? You'll end up alone forever. Lu Meng pulled back Shi Jikang and Zhang Yang. Stop it, it's embarrassing, the line is so long. Are you planning to stay here all day? We're all archery specialists, don't join those gaming clubs. That's not related, Shi Jikang shouted. No, I really can win, let me go. Zhang Yang also refused to leave. Han Sen walked away thinking, Ji Yanran, she seems really famous at this school. It's best to keep quiet about me beating her. A few days later, at Black Armor School, in the lecture hall, the instructor was teaching. Human civilization has developed to this point due to many complex factors. Genetic evolution has reached a new level. Male and female genes have some differences. Han Sen took notes while thinking to himself, this basic knowledge I've already learned before. I'll use this time to study what I missed. In the shooting range, the teacher corrected posture, telling you to keep your arms straight. Don't bend your elbow down, focus. Han Sen thought, Black Armor Military School is really different, amazing. In another classroom, the instructor continued with robot combat. Han Sen came over, shouting clearly. Then there was another class on using the cockpit. The instructor explained, This is the control area. Set it up in the green light zone. Han Sen was excited. I get to touch these things. Is this a dream? In the future, I can pilot it and travel around the universe. So awesome. At night, the other three were asleep, but Han Sen's bed was empty. He was still studying. This week's training is pretty heavy. I can't keep up. Next week will be twice as hard. If I don't review, I'll be left behind. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, showing an incoming call. Han Sen opened it. Fuang Kan Kai had many missed calls like that. A while later, at the edge of the armored shell forest, the space was quiet. The person he was meeting said to him, Hey, Fuang Kan Kai said he couldn't reach you. Do you still want the Soul Blood Spirit Bow? Han Sen scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Sorry, I was busy and didn't check my phone. The other person smiled, summoning a bow in his hand. I heard you got accepted into Black Armor Future. You look bright. The bow gradually took shape, and the person continued. Last time you saved us, you were spot on. This magical serpent bow might just be perfect for a future military marksman like you. Hansen took the shield and said, "This is the shield you want. I hope you can lead your team to even greater heights." After their exchange, they each went their separate ways. Hansen thought to himself, with this soul beast bow, now I've become stronger. In room number 9 of the male dormitory, 2 students were walking together while someone stood beside the table inside. Hansen placed a hand on the door, about to push it open. Then he heard a voice from inside the room. "You think you're strong? You just hired an assassin to get revenge on me, didn't you?" "What? If you want, you still can, but unfortunately, you're stupid." He wondered if a woman's voice was inside. He stepped inside and asked Thosh Tree Kong, who was holding a game controller. "Fourth brother, are you talking to an AI? Sounds intense." The voice echoed again, "You idiot weakling." He shouted straight into the phone, "Don't be so arrogant. People like you just make the game more boring." Thosh Tree Kong looked up and asked Hansen, "Third brother, do you know how to play God's Hand in PvP mode? Help me teach these trash a lesson." Hansen looked at the screen and replied, "I only play God's Hand for fun." In the match, there were 3 game IDs, Sky Pillar, Little Bird Nestled, and Godman, all with mics on. Little Bird Nestled said, "That name is trash. Only trash like you gets ignored by girls." Godman retorted, "Trash asking for help, just as trashy as the rest." Hansen said, "It's just a game. Calm down." Godman got provoked and acted all high and mighty. "If you're so good, come fight me." He taught Thoch Tree Kong to focus seriously on the screen. "Thanks to Hansen, third brother, he's like my first friend in this room." Hansen looked at the screen and said, "Sky Pillar is your ID? Yeah, it fits." He handed the controller to him and said, "Third brother, log into the website first, then register an account." Hansen replied, "I have an old account, but registering a new one is fine too." Next to Sky Pillar's ID appeared another ID. "My girlfriend is Kai Yen Yin." Thoch Tri Kong hesitated. "Third brother, what's your ID?" Little Bird Nestled burst out laughing. "My girlfriend is Kai Yen Yin. How silly is that? Interesting." Godman also mocked. "Brother, shame on you. Feel embarrassed for your ancestors." Thoch Tri Kong worriedly spoke to Hansen, who remained calm. "Third brother, wait. Aren't you afraid the guys at school will gang up on you because of this AI?" Hansen seriously asked. "So, are we playing or not? I only have half an hour." Godman said, "All right. I won't insult you if you call me Dad." Little Bird Nestled threatened, "I'll let the whole school know what a loser you are. And you dare try to eat the swan." The system announced the game start. Hansen raised his hand, operating on the screen. The system announced, "My girlfriend is Ki Yen. Nian scored 3 points." Thoch Tri Kong was surprised. "What? At this speed, I can't even see clearly." Hansen's score kept soaring higher. Godman helplessly said, No way. I didn't get a single point." Little Bird Nestled asked, "Long brother, what's wrong? Hurry up, you're too slow. Look at that. Why are you so dumb? There. Are you really that stupid? Why not take the closer one first?" She kept urging, "Hurry up. Why can't you speed up at all?" Godman snapped, "Shut up." Little Bird Nestled sulked. "You yelled at me." A group of students gathered in the hallway. They were buzzing. "Did you hear? Wang Long got beaten by a newbie. He's truly a God's hand genius. That guy was way too arrogant, even naming his ID. My girlfriend is Kai Yen Yin. Do you know he's an AI? No, maybe it's another account of a pro?" The student told the crowd. Also heard Wang Long calling for help from Luo Sulan and Li Yufeng. In the end, they were shocked by that newbie. 180 points is unreal. They all stopped at 80. No more, no less. Too strong. A female student gasped, covering her mouth. "Impossible. Luo Sulan and Li Yufeng are my idols. They must be shocked too." Another added, "In the last God's Hand competition, they placed 11th and 7th. How could that be?" Around the lecture hall, people passed by. Kula Lei just ran up. Ki Yen Nian called loudly, "Yen Nian. Yen Nian." She turned, confused. "What's going on? Why are you running like you're being chased by ghosts?" Kula Lei squinted, as if probing. "Be honest, is your boyfriend an AI?" Kai Yen Nian was stunned, looking at the phone her friend was holding up and asked back, "Boyfriend? What's that about?" Kula Lei explained, "Still denying? The whole school's web is in chaos because of you." She grabbed the phone and shouted, "What the heck is this? I don't even know this ID is an AI." Kula Lei grinned. "Oh no. No acting. He defeated both Luo Sulan and Li Yufeng, proving he's really strong. Introduce him to me." Kai Yen Nian shoved the phone into her friend's hand, then angrily turned away. "Don't waste time on this nonsense. I told you, no boyfriend, none at all." Kula Lei was stunned and asked again, "Yen Nian, you guys really don't know each other?" Meanwhile, 4 young men in room 304 were chatting excitedly with arms around each other. Zhang Yang said to Han Sen, third brother. Didn't expect you to be a hidden master. You're the hottest in school now. Treat everyone to a meal, right? He humbly replied, I just know how to play. Nothing fancy. Thok Tri Kong confidently said, if third brother hadn't stopped me, I would have posted about this on the school website. Views would have skyrocketed. Lu Meng interrupted. He's smart and discreet enough to avoid any trouble. The two girls and four young men passed by each other, and he quietly told himself if he found that guy, he'd be dead for sure. Damn, just as Han Sen was passing through the Falling Wind Valley transfer station. A few days later, Qin Xuan pushed some papers toward Han Sen and said, this is the combat period. This is your first mission. Do it well. I already helped you submit a leave request, Han Sen reminded the station chief Qin. She didn't say anything else. Tell me what this team does. What do I need to do? He asked. She replied, babysitter. Han Sen worriedly said, babysitter, but I'm a guy. Qin Xuan put her hands on the table and seriously explained, you guys need to protect children with special identities like Yuan Shao and Kan Shao. They are among those we must protect. If you do well, you'll get a rare reward, like an S-level sanctuary chapter. Han Sen took the paper, looked it over, and said, sounds good. So where's the mission location? Qin Xuan answered, White Horse Desert. He asked again, are we really bringing the kids there? I'm not sure this girl will make it back alive. The profile sheet had information about a girl named Wang Mengmeng, 16 years old. Secret identity, studying at the Black Eagle Military School. Special class, has been in the armor shelter for 1 month. Qin Xuan told him, if you can't complete the mission, don't even mention the reward. You could be kicked out of the team and get scolded badly. Outside the White Horse Desert, someone spoke up, Han Sen, what's your specialty at the academy? The new station chief entrusted them to protect, so they must be very strong. Han Sen thought for a moment, then replied, projectile system skills can be called upon. Immediately, Wang Mengmeng hugged his arm and said, got it, senior brother. Her action made Han Sen quite embarrassed. As they walked, he evaluated the situation, surprised Qin Xuan also called So Zhao Qiao and that other guy. This trip seemed very important, with many spirit beasts here. Hoping nothing goes wrong, otherwise, I won't get the S-level sanctuary chapter. These are all armor with mutant weapons. Lin Baifeng might not, but her identity could be noble or higher. Then he glanced and calculated the huge distance. A normal guy like me, if I want to enter the noble class, I have to risk my life to get high-level genes. Whatever, one day I'll make my mom and sister nobles. Suddenly, the gambler pointed in one direction and shouted, look, that's a mutant creature on the high cliff, a fox. Behind it spread blue spiritual power. Someone excitedly said, a pack of foxes. We're lucky to find such big prey. Immediately, Wang Mengmeng raised her weapon and charged, shouting, I want to test myself a bit. Everyone stay outside. Han Sen loudly ordered, those two, let's split into two sides to protect Wang Mengmeng. Then the gambler and So Xiao Qiao obeyed and ran ahead. Wang Mengmeng charged at an orange fox, yelling, die! The fox dodged aside and growled angrily. Then Wang Mengmeng launched another attack, shouting, damn, it reacts fast. She called a white mount and rushed to the fox on the cliff, yelling, come here, don't even think about running. Along with the white bear, Wang Mengmeng ordered the chase. Don't let it escape. Seeing this, So Xiao Qiao was surprised and curious. Isn't that a sacred blood spirit beast? The gambler also turned pale and replied, large size, white fur. Yes, that's a sacred blood spirit beast. Over there, Wang Mengmeng rode the white bear at full speed. Behind, Han Sen ordered the team to summon their mounts. Don't lose her trail. Then he himself rode a red three-eyed ox. So Xiao Qiao rode a white qilin chasing after, calling out, wait for us! The gambler rode a wolf anxiously. Wang Mengmeng, don't chase any further. It's too dangerous. At this moment, Wang Mengmeng stood below, near the fox. She smugly pointed at it and said, little fox, you can't run anymore. Surrender obediently. Anyway, thanks for raising my jealousy points. Suddenly, the fox's eyes flashed green fire, baring its teeth and growling. Then a pack of gray foxes appeared on the mountain peak. The two orange foxes saw this, and Wang Mengmeng was shocked. That's a whole pack of primal foxes. Too many. Then she realized the problem. Could it be it deliberately lured me here? It's a trap. This is bad. How can we deal with all of them? Wang Mengmeng ordered the white bear to turn around. Big White, run fast. At the same time, the fox pack chased closely behind her. Seeing this, Wang Mengmeng panicked and urged Big White, faster. After a while, a gray fox jumped and bit Big White's hind leg, making it roar in pain. On its back, Wang Mengmeng anxiously called, Big White. Then she panicked, seeing a dozen gray foxes jumping on her mount attacking. Suddenly, two gray foxes jumped at her back ready to bite. From somewhere, 3 iron arrows flew in, hitting 3 wolves behind Wang Mengmeng precisely. Han Sen flew in the sky holding a bow and 3 arrows, ordering teammates, "So Xiao Qiao, quickly kill them, assist me. Gambler, quickly get Wang Mengmeng out of here." Seeing him, Wang Mengmeng happily shouted, "Senior brother." Meanwhile, So Xiao Qiao used her bow to handle the gray foxes and told the girl, "You scared us to death." The gambler used bare hands to create weapons, slashing the foxes to pieces, shouting, "Wang Mengmeng, run this way." Seeing the foxes around were all dealt with, Wang Mengmeng encouraged Big White, "Hold on a bit longer, run through." Han Sen turned to her and said, "Sorry, I shouldn't have chased it." Then he replied, "This isn't the time, no need to apologize, run fast." Suddenly, behind So Xiao Qiao, rocks exploded, making him turn his head suspiciously. What was that sound? Then a long monster with a mouth like a deep pit and sharp teeth emerged from underground. Han Sen shouted in shock, "Lava Stone SA Worm, this is a big problem." In the middle of the desert, Han Sen's group ran ahead, followed by a pack of foxes. At the very end was a Lava Stone SA Worm. "Who is that?" 7 screams. "Oh my god, how can it run so fast with such a bulky body?" The Lava Stone SA Worm loves this terrain like a dolphin loves the sea. Han Sen ran right behind. Luo Sulan said faintly, "This is bad. If I remember correctly, they live in packs." Hearing that, she panicked. "What?" Suddenly, rocks and earth exploded ahead of them. Su Xiaoqiao screamed in fear. "It's real! After the pack of foxes, now this too!" Immediately, Han Sen raised a warning and gestured to Luo Sulan. "Luo Sulan, get off your mount and come here." She refused. "No, I'll be a burden to you." But Han Sen analyzed. "This is the only way to minimize attacks. Hurry up." He helped her sit behind him. Then he turned and asked Gambler, "Are you sure you can handle them?" Behind, Gambler bit his cigarette and replied cheerfully, "Brother, thanks for trusting me. Leave it to me." At the same time, he moved like lightning, dodging here and there, slashing through the gray foxes and shouting, "The world is in my hands, I'll clear the way." Then Gambler ran ahead to deal with the foxes. Behind, Han Sen rode his mount carrying Luo Sulan, shooting arrows, while ordering, "Follow Gambler quickly." Falling means death. Don't stop because of the 3-eyed mutated beasts. Sitting behind Han Sen, Luo Sulan cried, "Oh no, it's all my fault. I pushed everyone into danger. I'm sorry." Then Han Sen fought while saying, "Our duty is to protect you. If you get hurt, it means you're not capable, so don't overthink it." Hearing that, Luo Sulan blushed and looked up emotionally. "At a time like this, you're still so gentle with me. Senior brother really is the best." Meanwhile, Gambler was charging through, slashing out dozens of yellow spiritual energy blades into the dense fox pack. Han Sen observed him and assessed the situation. Gambler's close combat skills rival his own, but there are too many foxes. He can't hold out long. All my arrows are used up. Only the Blackthorn Wind mutated soul arrow remains. Suddenly, the orange fox raised its head and let out a long howl. Hearing it, Han Sen was startled and glanced suspiciously. Damn it! At this moment, the orange fox was covered in blue spiritual energy. At the same time, the creature information system appeared. Sacred Blood Fox King, Sacred Blood Rank, detailed info unknown. Below in the desert, looking up at the foxes on the rocky mountain, Gambler shouted in shock. The Sacred Blood Fox King even brought along a lively group of subordinates. Immediately, Luo Sulan cried fearfully, "Leave me behind and run. Don't worry about me. I should pay for my mistakes. Let them eat me. Everyone run quickly." Suddenly, Han Sen helped her down from the mount. She was suspicious. "Senior brother," he said, "it's too early to give up. Give me your 2 daggers." Then Han Sen coldly looked ahead and asked her, "Have you ever been carried like this? It's quite fun." Then he adjusted the belt, making her scream in panic. "Hey, what are you doing?" Next, Han Sen transformed into a figure with blonde hair, red armor, and strapped Luo Sulan to his back. He instructed, "If you're scared, just close your eyes and tell Gambler to protect my back. I'll clear the way." Su Xiaoqiao continued to support. Then Han Sen flew forward carrying 5-colored spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Gambler shouted, "Brother, leave your back to me, just keep attacking." Meanwhile, Su Xiaoqiao noticed something else. "Sen bro, oh my god, that armor is so cool. When did you get it?" When Han Sen killed some gray foxes, the system also announced, "Hunt successful, hunted primitive level foxes. No beast souls obtained, absorbing grants 10 primitive points." And this repeated many times. Later, even after blowing up the gray foxes, Han Sen silently complained, "Too slow, always behind the Fox King. The speed of these foxes is like slow motion. Kill more." With glowing red eyes, Han Sen guessed the Fox King was nearby, lasting at least 10 minutes. "So before it ends, get out of here first." Holding him by the neck, Luo Sulan blushed and silently praised, "Senior brother is so cool. Suddenly, atop the rocky mountain peak, the Fox King howled again. Then part of the foxes retreated. Seeing this, Gambler gritted his teeth and cursed. This Demon King is really cunning, swapping mutated foxes to retreat, saving their strength for their own. Meanwhile, behind Su Xiao Qiao, the lava stone SA worms were still thundering in pursuit. He turned and reported, "What do we do? I'm out of arrows, I'm going to die. The lava stone SA worms are catching up." Hearing this, Han Sen decided, "This Fox King is too smart. If our strength runs out, we'll all die. We have to kill it first." Behind him, Luo Sulan wondered, "Senior brother, how can you shoot from so far? That's hundreds of miles away." Han Sen remained firm, raised his bow and arrow, and said, "I have to finish it. To catch a tiger, you have to enter the tiger's den. This arrow will decide our fate." Piercing through the vast desert covered with gray foxes, each carrying golden spiritual energy flying toward the Fox King. Holivung tuara ng lung mauzan an matuton, ngoy ayam khong tem nuk nich, ben nai to tio kien ni, wak noven kon ngoy da, kon kobak vua dan holizam, vua mang mengno, kon tunai kung kwangao manroy, no kondam tach tuk hansam, dano ben kia, mui ten sat lao tang den truk mat hovung, toi te vuang man fiasao. Hansam to do kwa vaiko, lo lang su huing, kung luk mui tendang trungbung kwa ho yu hien no jutming, dung bang hai chun, nying suang ha mom kin huang, kan nai hien vung man mat chu o. Mom chu asung sot. Trung roy, su huing git duk no roy. Kong kerbak ti sung sir, kong dam tin. Kaiji, mui ten ko taban chuen saklon. Trong kido, to tio kio ha hok mom, kan gure kwa din, ai biu ngi kwa tu man. Chinyung kun holi sam kung nuai do nien vifia din nui da. Ai do holen, lam tot lam. Dan holi bihon lon himati nuvung kuchung. Roy mod ben totio kio kwe da bao kao. Nam tak sa trung kung da dung lai song. Hansam chua yen tam, ku chay truk va bao. Nan chay di. Lat sao, hansam noi vai vung man. Trieo hoi toa ki kwa koradi. Ko talen bien rafap tuot vadapron. Hi hai ngui ngoi tren lung dai bach chay di tidot nien fia truk. Dut da dui mat dot nolen. Mot kon de kwai kak va da chuero truk mat bon ha ken ngui naudo kiolen. Oi me oi. Nam tak sa trung. Kung luk hovung dung trendo sa trung. An mat loizan nin sung bon ha. Nogum gufara lin luk mauk san kuide. Toi te totio kio do so hai. Hovung kwaivat nai sao kote du hindu kanamtash. Mot ben ke bakum kokida duelen mieng bosung. Namthach sa trung lamot sin vut thun huyat khach. Nai lap tuk. Han sam chi dao kerbach. Totio kio. Chung ta chia nao rachaidi. Nge taibon ha chai khak huung ve han sam va bao. Nguyan emner kundan. Han sam kundan. Nyung lat sao. Han sam domo hoi. Kadonin lai even toi namtak sa trung doi thiomin. Tinginoven kudoi thiomin. Kon kau chao kwera chakchan se kwelai bao tu roy. An rut kung ten ravayet. Vung man kwe tap ngui sung. Kotalien kwe ngui om eo han sam daptuk. Tong toi. Han sam ban ramot mui ten giet kon ho. Lisam ge so dui dai bach. Chute tong bao song giet holi kop biende. Khong nyon duk tu hon hop tu. Kotenyon mui diem biende. Toi te han sam tich tunge. Menene dung konye. Va kokwedonin lai kui kwai tra. Toi da nyon duk tu hon bang kachnai. Dung la ong troi komat ma. Len now. Nieu tu hon nua. Fia sao ho vung tuk jong. Hamum gom vang. Bong vung man bao. Su huin. Te luk dai bach toi yoi han roi. Chung ta fain han len. Nghe vơi. Han sam dongi. Dung vơi. Nen chung ta fai mau hiem toi. Roi kochi ve mot fia bao. Qua bendo. Kien vung man ni huak. De hung donin fia truk noi vuk sao. Kotatak mak. Su huing. Noi da hin nu kung fai kondung. La vash da. Va het len huang hot. Su huin dung noi ve ta huin se hai kwadonya. Kung te do. Dai bach kong lam duk nu ve. Kong. Hansam tut tim dai min trennen. Tin toi chung ta se on toi. Lam nu toi noi la duk. Tai te vung man dan leo. Duk soi ta tin huing. Dai bach lam het su kotenga. Va no hai pok len kau chung. Lup tuk. Han sam kweng ui doing kong ten. Va bao vuing man. Tu hoi dai bach lai. Va kuban mui ten ve fia ho. Vuing dang kwe nam tak sa trung dui teo fia sao. Ngay ki mui ten ban den. Hovung ne sang mo ben. Kio gao tuk toi. Nyung kon sa trung ti lin don. No len jai dua do bombop va vach da hai ben. Kon ben nai giua kong trung. Vung man hot huang la tu. Chet roi. Dai bach tua roi. Chung ta se chet mat. Shong kotan han chong bintin lai va nin shung fia dui tai doi kan ti ko hiu. Khong. Chung ta kong bi roi sung madang be. Kai bong nai kan. Ming tung nghe ve kai ngui kodang tu hon nai. Chut han sam trong hin dang kim te vung man. Va che mat kota lai. Kien vung man tamangi huk. Người do kim te, truk hidap sung dot, vung man thamangarvuk, su huin hansam huinya, roi ko takedonin hansam, nung luk nai ko da bien trove bin tuong. Ling ko hiu, ikando roi ta, nervu minyan te chung zong ma, ngeve, hansam gaindo takmak, kano, ikula kai fan chulai hi chung taroi do ha, toi kung ninde, kong kai kan chak chan la do da mai tao hin. Nung vung man kong tin. Sao ko te la mai dukche. Roi dot nien ko tanin len vach nui. Te kong kwai dang trung shung tiete. Nam tach sa trung. Lap tuk, hansam chan truk mat vung man bao. No dang bi trung tri dai tu gio ming shung. Sao do, ko nin dam hoi bui bao vung man. Tot roi, ko kong sao. Chung ta se trelai tim totio kio, voi kaiten ko bakia. Noi nai kwa nui hiem. Vrika chuin luin tup den daitoi. Kung luk etong bao sang giet ton huyet ho vung yan duk tu hon hop tu. Kotenyon muidim ton. Gentoite, hansam vo kung song sung. Kui tom trong long, kung nun duk tu hon zung dang. Trong mot fong tap, don au duang tio tan mak au balodom ramot kudap tan mot mingo. Taite ka fangirl reo hosung bai. O duang tio tan ngo kwa, tai nang man me. Tu luk anay vào trong tren en noi ting hon. Lam gui tamun hon ge ka. O tuang kwa roi do konung. I think he's not interested in women at all, otherwise why wouldn't he glance over here? We have full electricity and water, right? Suddenly behind them, Luo Sulan's face darkened as he muttered, "Get out of the way, you bunch of weaklings, you're blocking my path." Seeing that, a girl shouted, "Hey, this crazy guy dares to call us that." But before she finished, her friend covered her mouth and said, "Sorry, we're leaving right now," and kindly explained to her, "That's Luo Sulan, the top-ranked Supreme God's Hand, a big player in our school. He's here for a one-on-one fight with Ouyang Xiaosen. Now move past them." But Luo Sulan still glanced over, eavesdropping on their gossip. There's a rumor that Ouyang Xiaosan is stronger than him but doesn't join the school tournament, so he's unranked. This is going to be interesting. Luo Sulan is really handsome, but he only likes Ji Yanran. What a pity. Hey, watching him, 3 girls commented like that. How can he call others weak and ugly when he's blind himself? He's just Ji Yanran's dog anyway. You scared me to death. Didn't those 2 come here to meet? Then what is he doing here? Shut your mouth! He overheard this while standing behind Ouyang Xiaosan. Luo Sulan asked, "My girlfriend is Ji Yanran. Is that your ID?" Ouyang Xiaosan didn't bother to turn around and just closed his eyes, replying, "Don't make me laugh." Always jealous over a girl and causing trouble. Hearing that, Luo Sulan turned and walked away, mocking, "It's not like you, so we don't need to waste words." That ID was mocking Ji Yanran. "I'll teach that name some manners." Suddenly, someone bluntly said from somewhere, "Did you say Luo Sulan wants to challenge me?" Sitting in front of his friends, Han Sen looked confused. "I don't even know who he is." "Challenge what?" Standing to the side, Lu Meng adjusted his glasses and corrected, "Actually, he said he wants to fight my girlfriend, Ji Yanran." Zhang Yang added about Luo Sulan.